Chapter 101 The Posture of a Demigod. Now, you take the reconnaissance team and go immediately. I want to know every move of the Sand Ninja. Do Ping gave the task to Yuta Shixiao after only a few of them were left in the conference room. Now he is the chief general, the tallest one. If there is a problem, he will take the blame. Then not only him, but even the Uchiha will be in trouble. That's why he has to perform his duties as the chief general well. Yes. Yuta Shixiao did not neglect because of Do Ping's age and performed the task seriously. You will continue to be responsible for daily affairs, and the village support will be incorporated into the ninja army as soon as possible. I also want a certain share of the purchasing rights. After the other party left, Do Ping looked at Naratianran and made a request. The other party is not like Yuta Shixiao who only represents himself. There are also the three tribes of Pig, Deer, and Chow and the Hokage behind him, so he needs to negotiate. After taking over as the chief general, the first thing he did was to go to the logistics department. He has already made his attitude clear. That is, he also wants to take a bite of the fat meat of logistics. If the other party does not agree to his conditions, then don't blame him for being unethical. He is also in charge of the logistics department, and there are many ways to make trouble for the other party. If it were someone else, they might choose to compromise with these families for the sake of the big picture. But for Dohei, he is the big picture, and it is not impossible to overturn the table directly. I will apply to the village. Naratianran lowered his head and did not dare to look directly into Dohei's eyes. That's right, strong strength means you can do whatever you want and directly suppress you with strength. Okay. Dohei then retracted his gaze with satisfaction. Since the village leaders asked him to take the blame, if they don't give him any benefits, then don't blame himself. Do you really think he is an honest man like White Fang, Uchiha? The next step is the normal handover of work. Very easy. There are not many ninjas to begin with. As the commander, the most important thing is to keep an eye on the enemy's strong men and prevent them from killing them indiscriminately. Other things can be assisted by others. Like Narada, he is extremely skilled in auxiliary work. Today, Dohei is not a rookie who has just crossed over to the ninja world. After several years of training, coupled with the previous experience in the camp, it is indeed not a problem for him to control a ninja army. It is as easy as managing logistics. After all, even if the entire Konoha village only has a few 100,000 people, a ninja army is only about 1,000 people, so it is not too easy to command. Now, Dohei has grasped the two most important points. Intelligence and finance. The former is in the charge of Mitarashi Shixiao. As for finance, since he has mastered the logistics department, it has also fallen into his hands. There is another equally important power. Personnel. But Dohei did not mention it. He has a clear understanding of his position as the temporary commander. He is just a temporary shield for the village's top leaders, so don't dream about personnel power. It can only be said that even if you have never eaten pork, you have seen pigs run away. Like those big companies before the time travel, the employees are thousands or even tens of thousands, and the internal is much more complicated than Konoha village, and those methods are really wonderful. Konoha village is just doing that, it is completely at the level of elementary school students. After the handover, Tang Ping found Hinata Kangyu. This is the mission. He gave her a reconnaissance mission. With her strength and white eyes, she is much better at reconnaissance missions than Yudarashi Shixiao. But there is no way, the source of intelligence always has to have a cover, so Yudarashi Shixiao is on the surface, and Hinata Kangyu is the trump card in secret. After doing all this, Tang Ping called Yamamakoji to go to the hospital. After leaving the meeting room, the huge and spectacular fortress came into view. In terms of scale and defense, it is definitely countless times stronger than the southwest border camp before the fall. The entire mountain was transformed into a fortress. Even, Platikodon Mountain is called the King Kong Fortress, which represents the strength of its own defense. On both sides of the fortress are endless mountains. The only thing that can cross this thousands-kilometer-long mountain range is the canyon on the side of the fortress. Although ninjas can ignore the terrain, convoys and ordinary people cannot. So as long as you hold on to the Kikyo Mountain Fortress, you don't have to worry about the ninja army bypassing the mountains and attacking Konoha. If you don't have the logistics, you'll die. It can only be said that the resources Konoha invested in this fortress absolutely did not count the cost. Various large-scale ninja tools, ceiling barriers, etc. abound. Here, of course, there is a hospital. That's why Dohei chose to perform the surgery here instead of taking Koji Yamama to the upgraded laboratory in River Country. No matter how much they invest, the conditions can't be better than here, right? After entering the two-story hospital, Lord Tanghei, a rather old male medical Choyunin, came over. All the ninjas in Kikyo Mountain were notified of his appointment, so this medical Choyunin called him this. In the past, people would never look at a little Choyunin like him. Well, I need to use the operating room. Is there any problem? Tang Ping asked politely. Now that he is the commander-in-chief of the ninja army, even if he is a temporary one, just ask Meng to send the emperor an umbrella. Therefore, theoretically speaking, he is the largest in the entire Platycodon mountain. You have the right not to use it, it will become invalid upon expiration. He understands this. No problem. The medical Choyunin looked at him doubtfully, and then nodded directly. After saying hello, Dohei took Yamama Koji directly into the operating room. He didn't explain the reason either. What I said before must be explained. Now, he is from the ancestral home in Platycodon Mountain, and he can do whatever he wants without any explanation. Cool. Tang Ping also realized the benefits of power. Of course, it would be better if there were no corresponding obligations. After entering the operating room, Tang Ping was extremely satisfied when he looked at the surgical instruments, especially the jars of nutrient solution. Lie down on it. He motioned to Koji Yamama next to him. The latter took the initiative to lie down on the operating table. The next surgery will strengthen your bones, muscles, blood regeneration, recovery capabilities and other aspects. Tang Ping explained the surgery while inspecting the surgical instruments. The principle of surgery is very simple. It is to extract these characteristics and then integrate them into the surgical target. Does it sound simple and crude, with no technical content at all? But that's how it is in the ninja world. Some cutting-edge technologies really have no skills, they are all ninjutsu. For example, Obito-san. Half of the body is gone, and it can be used by just gluing it to Baizetsu. Haiden is directly immortal, and Kakuzu's heart replacement is like replacing a plug-in. There is no place to reason. In comparison, Tang Ping is already very technical. The reason why he was able to perform these surgeries was because he had the biological artifact Hashirama cells in his hands. Otherwise, in order to extract the corresponding characteristics, Tang Ping would have to spend a lot of time and energy to obtain these enhanced raw materials. Pillar cells. It already has the ability to strengthen, recover, etc., so it is possible to complete 4 long-stage operations to reach the gods at once. After completing a total of 5 surgeries, Yamama Koji has begun to take on the appearance of a demigod. The surgical procedure is simple. As long as the extracted strengthening materials are directly integrated into the corresponding parts, and then the jump potion, own blood, is used, the surgical target can be given this innate ability that seems to have evolved through countless time. The only troublesome thing is nutrition. Because evolution consumes a lot of nutrients. Gulu. The green nutrient solution was quickly swallowed by Yamama Koji's body. At this time, he was like a dry sponge, greedily devouring the nutrient solution. The operation took less than half an hour. After all, Tanghei is a ninja and not an ordinary person, so he does not need 2 delicate operations. But it took almost a day to swallow the nutrient solution. Fortunately, Tang Ping told people not to disturb him, otherwise someone might come to check on the situation. When 2 cans of nutrient solution worth tens of millions are consumed, the evolution process is completely completed. Tang Ping also saw the results. Chapter 102 An elite jounin costing several hundred million taels. After slowly getting up from the hospital bed, Yamama Koji's confused eyes began to clear up and became surprised. Because he felt changes within himself. Strong and tough. Endless power flows through the body. 4 consecutive surgeries completely transformed Koji Yamama. For example, in the past, he only added a second heart. It was like the machine had a dual power source, but other hardware stretched the hips and could not exert the surging power. But now, the machine hardware has been updated to match the output of the power source. Let me ask you if you are strong. Is there any discomfort? Tang Ping took a document and started recording. The difference between technology and bloodline is that one can be copied and the other is only applicable to individuals, so he wanted to sum up his experience and come up with a complete and cheap technology. Ascending to the God-long stage is indeed powerful, but it must also be popular. If it cannot be popularized, the value of this technology will be greatly reduced in Tang Ping's mind. The investment in Yamamakoji alone, not counting his own skills and priceless blood and Hashirama cells, the cost of other materials alone was already nearly 100 million taels. And the reward for a jounin on the black market is only around 10 million. For example, the future Asuma only has a bounty of 35 million taels, and most of this is because he is the son of the Hokage. Otherwise, an elite jounin would only get less than 20 million taels. The price/performance ratio is too low. At least, it is impossible for Tang Ping to invest so much in the second goal. If you include his technology, blood, and Hashirama cells, it is not an exaggeration to say that the cost is hundreds of millions of taels. Therefore, if you want to promote this technology, you need to significantly reduce costs. Better than ever. Yamamakoji felt the earth-shaking changes in his body, and began to reply to Tang Ping's various inquiries. At this time, it was as if he had broken through the shackles and gained freedom. After asking for a while, "Go to the training ground." Tang Ping put away the files containing a large amount of data in his hands and prepared to start testing. The reason why he was able to start the test immediately was because he absorbed enough nutrient solution. Otherwise, he would need at least a long period of recuperation before he could return to normal state. Nutrient solution. It is definitely the biggest consumable item for ascending to the long level of God. The 5 surgeries in the first stage require tens of millions of taels of nutrient solution. No wonder it is said that the rich rely on technology and the poor rely on mutation. Can a poor man bear this consumption? Training ground. There were naturally many in the fortress, and the two of them found an empty one casually. Tang Ping stood aside and spoke. "Let's get started." He also wanted to know his strength after completing the first stage of 5 surgical transformations. "I have spent so much money, but I have to hear something, right?" Yamamakoji came to the training stakes that were as thick as a person's waist and 2 meters high. "Make a fist with your right hand and punch it out." Relief. With the sound of the air exploding, the wooden pile was blown away as if hit by a truck, and at the same time broke into several pieces in the air. As for Yamamakoji, his right fist was only slightly red and swollen. "This." Tang Ping looked at Yamamakoji's hand and the wooden stake broken into several pieces with a shocked face. And he was shocked because Yamamakoji did not mobilize chakra. This is the key. The reason why ninjas are powerful is because of the chakra in their bodies. Even a taijutsu expert like the future King Emperor might not be able to defeat a genin if he doesn't have chakra. But now? The power of Yamamakoji's punch is comparable to that of a genin using chakra. Directly transcendent in physical form. Such a situation cannot help but shock everyone. The current Yamamakoji is in a permanent state of chakra blessing. Even if the chakra is exhausted, he can still fight against genin or chunin. Moreover, the power under the blessing of chakra will only become more exaggerated. The punch just now had at least a few tons of force. I could achieve this kind of power before, but after I achieved it, I lost my arms. Because the bones simply cannot bear this kind of force. Now, after 4 consecutive surgeries, the restrictions have been lifted directly, allowing Koji Yamama to take full advantage of his own advantages. Also, his defense power is also amazing now. The bones throughout the body are several times stronger, and the recovery power is equally strong. He is completely like a little Superman. As long as you don't compare him with aliens like Dazu, but compare him with ordinary ninjas, the current Yamamakoji does have the appearance of a demigod. After each test, Tang Ping's eyes lit up. The current Koji Yamama is at least no weaker than an elite jounin who specializes in taijutsu. At most, he has shortcomings in ninjutsu and illusion. Whether hundreds of millions of taels are exchanged for an elite jounin, whether it is a loss or a gain can only be judged by the person. Anyway, Tang Ping thinks it's okay. Now that my best friend has the strength of an elite jounin, the cost is absolutely worth it, and not counting the additional costs, the materials will only cost less than 100 million taels. Cultivating an elite jounin is much more difficult than killing an elite jounin. No matter which ninja village it was, they would rather spend hundreds of millions of taels to train an elite jounin, even if the black market reward price is only tens of millions. Next, you should complete the missions as soon as possible to be promoted to jounin, and then find a way to redeem the 8-gate dungeon. Tang Ping made arrangements for Yamamakoji. As the commander-in-chief, it is his right to assign tasks, so there will be no problem in assigning tasks to Yamamakoji. A lot of tasks have been completed, and promotions are normal. The key point is that the contribution gained from completing the mission can be exchanged for the 8-gate dungeon, which can be called the strongest A-level taijutsu in the ninja world. This physical skill does not require talent, it only requires steely perseverance. It is definitely the most suitable taijutsu for Yamamakoji. Because Tang Ping had seen his perseverance before, he planned this route for him. By the way, although the 8-gate dunjia is an A-level forbidden technique, it is easier to redeem than those more heaven-defying forbidden techniques. That's why I made the decision to exchange it for the Flying Thunder God, the reincarnation of the earth, etc. No matter how much you contribute, you can't even think of redeeming it. Good. Yamamakoji nodded. Regarding Dohei had no problem with the route he planned for himself. Because he knew that the other party would choose the most suitable route for him. Give up the mission if you encounter danger. Dohei reminded him. He didn't want to see his best friend die for the mission. Note that it is common for ninja missions to fail. In the case of White Fang, it was because his 100% mission completion rate was Konoha's card. Many people came to Konoha to entrust him for this reason, and there were people hyping it up, so the impact was great. General mission failures were failures. But under the brainwashing of the will of fire, there were really a large number of ninjas who would rather die than give up the mission, so Dohei had to specifically remind him. He was also afraid that his best friend would be stubborn. I know. Yamamakoji nodded slowly. There was no way. During the time he was with Dohei, he had re-recognized the will of fire and was naturally not as stubborn as before. If not for this, would you really think he would be loyal to Dohei for no reason? After sending off his best friend, Tang Ping, who was sitting in the commander's office, began to think about how to do a side job. Commander is work, making money is life. But before he could think of a solution, he saw Hinata Kangyu rushing in after reporting. Something happened. Looking at the other party's look, it was obvious that it was not a trivial matter, otherwise her expression would not be so solemn. Sure enough, she told a bad news. The sand ninjas are gathering in secret. And there is no need to guess what to do after the gathering, there is only one possibility. Attack Mount Kikyo. Once this fortress is captured, it will be in a favorable position of attacking when advancing and defending when retreating, so the other party will not have any other choice. Chapter 103 If you dare to ask for the commander today, I dare not ask for anything tomorrow. Think. Chow. Tang Ping cursed in his heart. In his memory, the Sand Ninjas launched the Battle of Mount Kikyo at the end of the Third Ninja World War. That is, a few years later. Now that the attack has been launched so far in advance, how can he not be angry and curse out loud? This is completely directed at me. Change to Orochimaru, wait. Do Ping's mind turned rapidly, and he instantly figured out the cause and effect. It should be that the Sand Ninja knew that Orochimaru was poisoned by Cho and could not fight in a short time, so he chose to attack with all his might. And in the previous battle, if he hadn't been there, Orochimaru would not have taken the initiative to fight and thus been poisoned. In other words, this was all the change caused by his butterfly wings. Do Ping didn't know what to say at this time. He didn't expect that it was because of his previous performance that he pitted himself. Before, he agreed to temporarily take over as the commander-in-chief, not necessarily because he thought that the Sand Ninja would not attack so quickly, and he could just enjoy the power without paying the price. Unexpectedly, he had to vomit everything he ate. He confronted the Sand Ninja army head-on. There were more than one cage-level strongmen among them. At this time, he really wanted the village to dismiss him. Anyway, whoever wants to be the commander can be the commander. After all, if it is just a temporary position, you will take the blame and others will enjoy the benefits. No one would be willing to do that. It is not that he does not have the confidence to defend the village, but he is unwilling to give his heart and lungs for the village. After all, he is not like other time travelers. No matter which village he travels to, he will regard it as his hometown and will do everything to protect the village. Now, even if Nagato comes to Konoha to carry rice, he will at most take Hinata Kangyu, two best friends, Uchihame and others to run away, and will not choose to fight with the other party. He stayed in Konoha to have fun and enjoy resources. Now he is unwilling to risk his life. Click, click. Touching the table lightly with his fingers, Tang Ping thought about the next response. After a while. Kangyu, go help Koji with the task first, be careful not to leak information. Tang Ping gestured for her to help her best friend with the task first. The 8 gates of Dungeon needs to be obtained as soon as possible, and with her help as a human radar, it is not too easy to complete the tasks. In addition, the tasks given by Dohei are of high contribution in short time, so it is difficult not to take off. Someone above is so arrogant. When he was the only one left in the office, Dohei thought it through soon. This is an opportunity. Whether it is to get promoted or to pass the blame, it is a good thing for him. Come here. After Dohei made a decision, he raised his voice and called out to the outside of the room. Tap, tap. A messenger ninja walked in. Go and ask Nara Jonin to come over. As the commander, he naturally does not need to convey the order himself. Soon, Nara Tonto came. Since Dohei acted as a hands-off shopkeeper and did not handle everything personally like Orochimaru, he was very busy that day and did not even have time to be lazy. I wonder what Lord Dohei wants to talk to me about. Even if he felt awkward, Narada still had some AC knowledge and knew how to address him. Who wouldn't feel awkward? A few days ago, he was just a small chunin, and a few days later, he became his boss. It would be good if he didn't lose his temper. Ninjas can only control their emotions, not have no emotions. I hope the village can let the real leader take over the ninja army as soon as possible. I wonder if 3 days will be enough. Dohei retreats to advance. According to the intelligence collected by Hyaga Sogitsu, the Sand Ninja will launch an attack in at least a week. If a new commander takes office before then, he can successfully pass the buck. If the commander cannot take office in time, he can only take the blame himself and find a way to stay as commander for a longer period of time. It is impossible that I fight desperately to stop the Sand Ninja's attack, and you stab me in the back and snatch the position of commander right after I do it. It's true that the village's top leaders are definitely capable of doing such a thing. For the matter of killing the donkey after it has done its work, let alone the future Hyaga and Uchiha, the previous Senju clan and White Fang are bloody examples. Especially White Fang. The other party's body is still warm. With this ready-made example, the only ninjas who are still willing to selflessly dedicate themselves to the village are those who are puadi by the will of fire. This. Nara Tanato's mind turned rapidly. He naturally understood why the village leaders did not immediately entrust a commander, but chose Uchiha Dohei to take over temporarily. Isn't it because there is no suitable strong man, and someone is taking the blame? Now that people are asking so directly, if he perfunctorily answers, he will definitely offend people. It's not terrible to offend people, but it's terrible to offend a strong man. So he finally chose to tell the truth. It shouldn't work. The village can't find a new commander so quickly. No matter what the result is, at least it won't offend a strong man, and such a young one. Well, Dohei said directly, then can I, the temporary commander, be promoted to a regular one, or agree on the temporary time? The dagger is revealed. This is Dohei's goal. It's not that he is greedy for power, but he doesn't want to see the results of his hard work being stolen. Just kidding, I worked hard, and my sister robbed me. It doesn't make sense, right? Nara suddenly raised his head, facing Tang Ping's calm gaze, and lowered his head again and said, I will pass on the adult's request to the village. He felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know what it was. This happened because he didn't get the key information. Nonsense, Hyaga Kangyu relied on the quasi-cage level strength and the Byakugan that was stronger than the main family to successfully obtain this extremely confidential information. It will take at least a few days for Mitarashi Shixiao or others to obtain this information. In other words, Tang Ping's intelligence advantage will last for a few days. As long as he gets a reply from the village during this period, he will win whether he agrees or refuses. Byakugan YYDS. Whoever dares to brag about Byakugan in the future, Tang Ping will definitely beat the other person so hard that he won't even recognize his mother. Nara Tianren knew that passing his words back to the village would definitely cause a storm. In fact, this is the case. When the conditions offered by Tang Ping were passed back to the village, Konoha F4 reacted differently. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very angry. I feel that as a Konoha ninja who grew up under the influence of the will of fire, you can't ask for rewards for everything. You should dedicate yourself to the village. You can't look at what the village gives you, but what you do for the village. In short, you should give for the will of fire for free. Asking for rewards is against the will of fire. As a Hokage like him, he hasn't received a penny of salary for decades. This is the real will of fire. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen really didn't receive a salary. However, since he took office, the number of the Sarutobi clan has increased from less than 100 to more than 10,000, and the assets have increased 100-fold, and the number of ninjutsu is endless. And you didn't Koharu and Mito Kato and think that it is a good time for young people to struggle. What reward do you want? Suffering is the best tempering. Well, most of the clansmen behind them did not snatch the tempering opportunities from others, and have been staying in various positions in the village with more money and less work and close to home. Only Danzo reacted most strongly. Damn Uchiha, with such big ambitions, it's impossible for him to be the chief of the ninja army. He regarded Dohei's conditions as the evidence of Uchiha's ambitions. If he dared to ask them for the position of chief today, he would not dare to think about what he would do tomorrow. Due to the intelligence from the root, Danzo knew that the Sand Ninja army had no additional actions, so he thought that the sky was clear and the rain had stopped, and he was fine again. Hear it soon, let me take charge of Kikyo Mountain, destroy the ambition of Uchiha, and stop the Sand Ninja. Danzo's tone was very high, and he was not afraid of being slapped in the face. With Kikyo Mountain as a Vajra fortress blocking, there is no way the Sand Ninja can attack now, right? So, the position of the chief of the Southwestern Ninja Army welcomed a new owner less than a few days after Dohei took over. The loyal Kikyo Mountain also welcomed its kind father. Chapter 104 The Scapegoat is here, he is here. Kikyo Mountain. This largest fortress guarding the western gate of Konoha is extremely lively today. Ninjas gathered on both sides of the entrance, some holding flowers in their hands, looking like they were welcoming the arrival of important people. But everyone's face was not good. That's right. No matter who it is, being notified to put down their work and welcome the new commander early in the morning, they would not be in a good mood. But because of the masked figures who were maintaining order, everyone still kept smiling. If you dare to show your face, do you believe that the root will settle the score later? It would definitely be impossible if it were other departments. But the root's morbid worship of Danzo is really possible. And take action, so in order not to cause trouble, everyone can only act as if they are welcoming in a tacit understanding. Fortunately, ninjas are not as cumbersome as nobles, and they quickly got to the point. Danzo has arrived. He did not come alone, but came with a second batch of reinforcements. Originally, after the Kikyo Mountain Fortress accommodated the previously retreated Southwest Ninja Army and the first batch of support, the number had already exceeded 1,000. Now with the addition of these hundreds of ninjas, the number was almost 2,000. Finally, coupled with the defense of the fortress itself, it is no wonder that Danzo came to take over with confidence. How can you lose when you are already in the face of Filong Kaiu? The Sand Ninja would never dare to attack. Even if he did attack, he would still be able to make his opponent hit him head-on. Danzo looked at the welcoming teams on both sides, his face expressionless, but his heart was murmuring with great excitement. Monkey, I will prove that only I can make Konoha great again and that the teacher's choice is wrong. Soon, the meeting was held. Still, only Jonin can participate. Dohei has been promoted to Jonin, so he is naturally qualified to participate. As for his status as temporary general, it was clearly cancelled before Danzo arrived. Yes, he, a general who had only been in charge for a few days, was fired like this. So when he entered the conference room, the Jonin who arrived early looked at him with extremely complex eyes. It doesn't mean to take pleasure in someone else's misfortune. After all, even if he is not a general, he is still a Jounin and can be on an equal footing with them, not to mention that his terrifying strength has allowed them to live like dogs for decades. With these eyes on him, he looked around, and then Don Ping came to Kobayashi Ping. He was sitting in the corner with several civilian Jounin, hugging each other to keep warm. Jainin Dahira. The other party greeted in a low voice. Jonin Kobayashi. Tang Ping also replied cheerfully and sat down. There was no way he could be unhappy, because the person taking the blame was here, so how could he not be happy? As expected of Guoying. Taking the blame is simply instinctive. Without a pot, I am light. Anyway, now Tang Ping just fishes and paddles and has fun at the same time. Here comes the benefit of showing strength before. Even if Danzo doesn't like him anymore, he can't attack him easily, and he has to respect his right to speak. Step, step. The sound of the cane tapping the ground sounded from the door of the meeting. Danzo, who had already changed into casual clothes, walked in with a group of root ninjas. Well, the other party knows about pomp. The number of Jounin among the root ninjas is 1 palm, which shows their strength. You know, there are only about 20 Jounin in the Kikyo Mountain Fortress now, and Danzo brought 5 of them, which shows how strong the root is. But this is not surprising. Genbu's extremely cruel training method, although it will train ninjas into killing machines, can really bring out their potential. In addition, he has always been eyeing the geniuses of the ninja clan and civilians. It is not surprising that he has this strength. And these are only part of it, God knows how much more he has hidden. With such strength, it's no wonder he covets the position of Hokage. Now, I will take over the position of the Commander-in-Chief of the Southwest Ninja Army and take charge of Mount Kikyo to resist the Suna Ninja. Danzo announced his identity before his butt was even hot. No one spoke to refute or question. The Hokage clan would definitely not deny face, and Kobayashi Ping and the other jonins were as honest as quails. White Fang's example comes first. If you really offend someone, believe it or not, you'll kill yourself with 17 kunao in your back in a matter of seconds. Uchiha Dohei, you will be in charge of this important place like the warehouse from now on. Danzo kicked Dohei to the warehouse and became a warehouse manager. Warehouse manager. There is the logistics department at the top, and the government ninjas at the bottom. It's basically a situation where both sides are being blamed, and it's easy to take the blame. Yes. Tang Ping looked unconcerned, with a smile in his eyes. This is the result of his own plan. So let alone kicking himself to the position of warehouse manager, even if he is sent to jail, his good mood will not be affected in the slightest. Although Danzo frowned at his attitude, he did not get angry. It's not that he doesn't want to have an attack, but it's easy to give people the feeling that he doesn't have the capacity to tolerate others. He will be Hokage in the future, so he has to pay attention to his image. It can only be said that Danzo was destined to fail from the moment he stood on the ground. Because he is better at acting in secret, otherwise he wouldn't have earned the feared title of Darkness of Tolerance. But when you stand on the bright side, the previous advantages have completely disappeared, and it would be strange not to fail. Others. Danzo gave orders in an orderly manner. Just by listening to the command, you can tell that he is indeed no stranger to commanding the ninja army, which also greatly boosted the morale of the Hokage department. Even though Kobayashi and several civilian jounin were still fearful, their faces looked much better. No one likes a useless superior. Especially ninjas. Because if your superior is a loser, he will probably use your life to pay for the other party's incompetence. The meeting was held very successfully. Danzo has obtained all the power in personnel, intelligence, finance, etc., even if the power of Narita's auxiliary has been deprived, how can it not be perfect? Uchiha Donhei, can you explain what you did before? Just when everyone thought the meeting was about to break up at that time, Danzo suddenly shouted. Here he comes. The corners of Tang Ping's mouth were more difficult to suppress than AK. He felt that something was wrong with Danzo today. He just kicked him to the warehouse and there was no follow-up. He originally thought that the other party had changed his temper, but he didn't expect that he would get the power of the main general first and then make trouble. It is a pleasant thing to confront F4 head-on. Who made these old guys either stupid or bad, and they are double standard, killing so many honest people. If you don't confront them, you will not be able to understand. He didn't dare to play like this before, because was committed suicide. Now that he has power, if he doesn't even dare to confront head-on, he will be a time traveler with nothing. Just be a turtle. The behind-the-scenes flow is now out of the environment, okay? I don't know what you want me to explain. Isn't the most important thing now to strengthen the defense of Kikyo Fortress? Tang Ping counterattacked and threw dirty water on the other party at the same time. Because in this way, Danzo will give people the impression of liking internal fighting. Humph, where did you get the nutrient solution worth 20 million taels in the hospital? Danzo asked proudly. The root had been monitoring him, so the fact that 2 bottles of nutrient solution were missing from the hospital was naturally a handle. I accidentally broke the stream of light. Do Ping was still sitting in his seat, not panicking at all. I don't take you seriously, what can you do to me? Those are 2 bottles of nutrient solution, how many people can be saved, if it's because of you? Danzo accused from a moral high ground. This is suppressing his reputation, and after his name is stinky, they can still do whatever they want to him. And Do Ping didn't argue. He didn't want to establish a clean persona to gain prestige, like White Fang, who had an infinitely high prestige, not only lived a hard life, but was also easily controlled by others. So he didn't care about this kind of accusation at all, and there was no way to convict him anyway. It's understandable that he accidentally broke 2 bottles of nutrient solution when he was inspecting the hospital on behalf of the Commander-in-Chief, right? Finally, Danzo vented his anger at duping and announced the end of the meeting. However, before he could enjoy the feeling of being in power for long, he found that he was too proud too early. Chapter 105 Are you sweating, Danzo? Are you sure the information is correct? Danzo sat in the position of the commander, and the Aberme clan ninja standing beside him, hiding his whole body under high-collared clothes and sunglasses, examined the figure in front of him. Definitely not. Mitashi Shixiao assured categorically. It was for this information that he rushed back at all costs regardless of the risk. It's a pity that Uchiha Duping, who sent him on the mission, had no way of knowing this information. Duping, sorry, your information is out of date. The Sand Ninja supplies were not sent back to the Sand Village, but to the front line. Danzo asked after looking at the information. This is too important. Everyone knows that the Sand Village can't hold on any longer, and the attack on the Land of Fire is also for self-rescue. If the looted materials are not transported back to the village but to the front line, then there is a problem. There is only one possibility for this. The other party has made a big move. Yes, and the security is extremely tight. Utashi Shixiao said everything he saw, but did not make a judgment. Because that is the commander's job, not his. Continue to collect intelligence, no matter how great the sacrifice, we must get more intelligence as soon as possible. Danzo is still a bit courageous. After knowing that there is a problem with the Sand Ninja, he decided to invest more resources to know the other party's every move. After Utashi Shixiao left, he immediately ordered Aberme Shijiro. Let the Wandering Priestess find a way to find out relevant information. We must confirm the actions of the Sand Ninja. The root has a trump card in hand. The ninja world is indeed backward, but that refers to ordinary people. Ninjas naturally have special means of communication, so there is no need to worry about how long it takes to transmit information. Yes. Aberme Shijiro nodded and left. He was one of Danzo's right-hand men, the other one died in the previous root base, and now he became the only confidant. When he was alone in the office, Danzo's face showed some uneasiness. In the past, Sarutobi Hiruzen was always in the front, and he assisted secretly. This was the first time he sat in the main position to block the front, and it was inevitable that he was a little uneasy. Is this a coincidence or? Danzo muttered to himself as he looked at the empty office. Uchiha Dohei, that brat was kicked away, and the Sand Ninja attacked right after. It was inevitable that people were suspicious. But if you think about it, you know there can't be a problem. The Sand Ninja didn't even know the intelligence of the root, so how could the other party know the other party's movements in advance, so it can only be a coincidence. On the other side, Daohei was by the stream not far from Kikyo Mountain. Fishing. Yes, he didn't even go to the warehouse after being kicked to the warehouse as an administrator. Who is this shabby? Given his current status, Danzo is clearly suppressing him. If it were those honest people, they would have no choice but to accept their fate, and would have kept their opinions even if they had them. But Dohei would not indulge him, and would simply treat the appointment as non-existent. Of course, it was definitely not because someone was watching him and he could not embezzle that he chose not to go. Anyway, this is a position, not a mission, and even if he did not go, Danzo would not be able to do much about it. If it was a mission, accepting it and not executing it could be considered treason. But not going for a position is like not wanting to go to work. Even if the company is unhappy, it will at most deduct wages, and will not call for killing. Fishing fish. For Dohei, it is much more important than being a warehouse manager. Because the chakra control and natural energy perception required by the sage mode can be exercised while fishing. Are you sweating, Danzo? At this time, Dohei's face was full of gloating. He knew that Mitarashi Shixiao was back, and there was only one possibility that the other party would rush back. Find out the information about the Sand Ninja. And Danzo must be restless after receiving the information about the unusual movement of the Sand Ninja army. Because in terms of strength, he is really not as good as Orochimaru, not to mention his command ability. In terms of internal fighting, he is definitely the top one of Konoha, but in terms of external wars, he is definitely a standard pig teammate. I don't know what Sin Konoha has committed to produce such a crouching dragon. Anyway, for other ninja villages, Konoha can kill anyone except Danzo. If it weren't for him, Konoha would have swept other ninja villages long ago. Who said that those who stand in the light are the real heroes? JPG. Other ninja villages can continue to exist, so they must give Danzo a kowtow. Now, Dohei wants to know how Danzo, who is a heavy puncher in civil wars and timid in foreign wars, will deal with the sand ninja. I am looking forward to it. Anyway, he has entered the melon-eating mode. It is good to have a tall man to support the sky when it falls. As for the two teammates, at this time, they are still doing tasks outside. As long as they come back, they should be able to get an A-level ninjutsu contribution. Now, his most important task is to master the Sage mode as much as possible. Because the Sand Ninja army will attack when it is his stage. As for his plan, will it cause Konoha to suffer a lot of losses? The same sentence. Why? You can't regard Konoha as your homeland just because you traveled through it. Anyway, it's okay as long as the losses are not his own people. He can only guarantee that he will not pit the other party and maintain a good bottom line. Respect the fate of others and let go of the plot of helping others. Doping lay there with a clear conscience, not worrying about Danzo and Konoha at all. By the way, his Sage mode progressed very well. After all, he created it himself, unlike the 3 holy places, which were created for their own race but had to be modified for human use, so there were naturally problems. The other pillar had 2 cheats, the Sage body and alien bloodline, so he could ignore these drawbacks. But ordinary ninjas who want to learn the other party's Sage body should not step on too many pitfalls. Just look at the toad-like appearance of Jiraiya when he uses the Sage mode to know how many pitfalls there are. And Doping, who holds the Holy Land and creates the Sage mode specifically for humans, is much better for humans than the 3 holy places in terms of difficulty and power. At this time, his Sage mode has far surpassed Jiraiya. After learning the Sage mode, the other party did not continue to work hard, but used the twin technique to let 2 Toad Sages assist him, so of course he did not have to work hard himself. Compared with Doping, although the other party learned the Sage mode for a longer time, the time and energy spent on the Sage mode were far less than his own. It was precisely because of the progress in the Sage mode that Doping had the confidence to stop the Sand Ninja. As long as the village gave him a clear time to temporarily take over as the commander and would not discard the donkey after it has done its work, he would stand up. Unfortunately, his reaction has already explained his original intention. He really planned to discard the donkey after it has done its work. It can only be said that they are worthy of being the F4 of Konoha, and they will never disappoint people when it comes to disappointing people. That is, Doping is a time traveler, otherwise he would definitely be fooled by the other party. Just a few days after Danzo took office as the commander of the Southwestern Ninja Army, the Sand Ninja began to gather their troops. Except for some Sand Ninjas who were left to maintain the occupation, all the others gathered together. More than 3,000 Sand Ninjas can definitely be called desperate. No one can understand this. The Sand Ninjas did this, which clearly acted as pioneers and cannon fodder for the Rock Ninjas, which was not good for themselves. If they had to do this, there must be something inside. However, this kind of confidential information is only known by the top leaders of the 2 ninja villages, and there is no way to find out. The next battle of Kikyo Mountain will definitely affect the survival of Konoha. Once the Sand Village occupies Kikyo Mountain, they can directly attack Konoha Village at any time, and at worst they can defend the fortress, thus occupying the western area of the Land of Fire. It is precisely because of such great strategic significance that Konoha is anxious. The 3rd batch of reinforcements was sent, including some ninja school students who have not graduated, and a group of private troops were recruited from major families, led by Kohara Udadan and Mitaman. Obviously, neither side can lose this battle. If the Sand Ninja loses, then the momentum of the sun will fall, and it will directly switch from strategic offense to strategic defense. So the Sand Ninja will definitely not have any reservations in this battle. And Konoha also took out a trump card. An unexpected trump card. Chapter 106, There is a Beast in the Real Heart JPG. Chapter 106, There is a Beast in the Real Heart. JPG. Sister Koyukina. Looking at the energetic young red-haired female jonin in front of him, Doping was very surprised. He didn't expect that Konoha's trump card this time was her. You know, the other party was not allowed to leave Konoha before. There is only one reason. True. There is a beast hidden inside. JPG. She is a Jinhyuriki, with the 9-tailed beast, the strongest tailed beast, sealed within her body. It is definitely Konoha's nuclear weapon. Although it may not necessarily allow him to take action, it is enough to show that Konoha attaches great importance to this war. Completely at all costs. This happens because the Kumigakure ninja army has already formed troops at the border of the Moon country. As long as Konoha shows a flaw, it will kill the two small buffer countries of the Moon country and the U country, and go straight to the border of the Fire country. The Kirigakure village is also ready to take action, and will intensify its efforts once something happens to Mount Kikyo. Under such circumstances, it is no wonder that the third generation would take the risk and send Yukina Uzumaki. As for himself, as the Hokage, he is the last strength of the village. It is really not a bad idea to move lightly when there are enemies on all sides. Humph, you haven't come to see me for so long. Have you forgotten your sister? Wearing a green vest, a forehead protector, and a high ponytail, Uzumaki Kyuyuna put her arms around Dohei's neck, almost stopping him from dying. Cough, cough, I have been performing tasks during this period. Tang Ping slapped the opponent's hand away in embarrassment. When it comes to fighting, there are naturally many ways to escape. But as for this kind of drama between relatives, he really has no choice. The other party really regards him as a relative, he can clearly feel this. It's just, because of Namikaze Minato, I have to keep a certain distance from the other party. Because in Namikaze Minato's heart, the village is supreme, much more important than his family and himself. And Dohei is a rebellious person. Once there is a conflict with Konoha, it will be too difficult for Uzumaki Kyuyuna to be caught in the middle. If you pass, this time the old man finally lets me go to the battlefield. If the sand ninja dare to come, watch me beat them away. Then you follow me, and my sister will protect you. After hearing the explanation, Uzumaki Yukina let go with satisfaction and started to embrace her. Well, the village doesn't publicize Tang Ping's achievements, so not many people know about it. Ninjas adhere to confidentiality. If someone does not spread it deliberately, it is really difficult to spread some information. Yukina's sister is so powerful. Of course, Tang Ping would not say anything that would disappoint people like I have the appearance of an immortal or the strength to defeat others. And her strength should be around a few taels. After all, although her surname is Uzumaki, her name is not Uzumaki Mito. She is a sealing master who can keep the 9 taels as a pet. It's not like he is the protagonist like his own son. The ability to master a few tael states is already the limit. The state of a few taels is really not a problem for Tang Ping. A strong Jinkriki is due to its unlimited chakra. The clearing soldiers are extremely useful, but their impact on battles between strong men will not be too overwhelming. Anyway, as long as the 9 taels state is not in place, Tanghei will be confident to suppress it. Do you really think that his sage mode is the monkey version of Jiraiya's magical transformation? And Dohei also saw the runes on Uzumaki Kyuyuna's wrist. Flying Thunder God. This can explain why the village dared to let Yukina Uzumaki, the nuclear weapon, go into battle. After the two chatted for a while, a ninja team rushed towards the river. Yukina-sensei. Halfway through, the figure rushing at the front started shouting. Upon hearing this voice, Tang Ping, who was concentrating on fishing, instantly lost his mind. There was no way, he had a deep memory of this voice, how could he not hear it immediately? White-eyed wolf. No, it's the white-eyed wolf from the future. Uchiha Obito. Even though their surname is Uchiha, the other person and I are not even acquaintances. Dohei glanced at Yukina Uzumaki next to him and thought to himself. Sister, do you dare to take care of this kind of student? The opponent has the attribute of killing the master. You are really not afraid of death. Don't worry. How many lives do you have to dare to do this? How about the old man asking me to lead a class? I have good taste, right? Uzumaki Kyukina, who didn't understand what Dohei's gaze meant, proudly introduced the 3 students he was leading. There are many ungraduated ninjas in the reinforcements this time, so it is natural for the 3-person team of Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin and Passerby to come to Mount Kikyo. The problem is that he will be favored by Uzumaki Kyuyuna. Presumably, in the future, he will become a disciple of Namikaze Minato. It is precisely because of the relationship between the 2 instructors and the death of all the teammates in the 2 teams that he will form a new team. If you dare to team up with this kind of protagonist, a few lives won't be enough to kill you. Dohei glanced at the passerby genin with pity and sentenced him to death in his heart. There is no hope, just wait for death, say goodbye. Obito, the teacher told you not to yell. It's true. A girl with short brown hair who looked innocent and smart, wearing a black top, a waist-length light pink skirt and dark red knee-high socks, chased after Obito and started scolding him. The ninja world matures quickly, and a 5-year-old filial son has the mind of a Hokage, so don't use real concepts to measure the other person's mind and body. Yes, this girl with short brown hair is the culprit behind the white moonlight in Uchiha Obito's heart, causing her to destroy the world. Nohara Lin. It can only be said that in the face of such a beautiful girl, it is no wonder that Obito would become her lover. Who can withstand this? Rejecting the white, young, and thin aesthetic starts with you. In novels and film and television works, villains who destroy the world for the sake of their loved ones make people willing to clear their names. But if you really encounter it in reality, it would be a horror story. That's why Tanhei doesn't like Uchiha Obito, even though he is now a sunny and cheerful boy. Relief. Uzumaki Kyokina punched Obito on the head, interrupting the licking words he was about to say. I told you not to yell. While speaking, he was blowing his fist. The meaning is obvious. Before you refute, look at my fists as big as sandbags. I got it, Kyokina-sensei. Obito was extremely aggrieved. At this moment, Nohara Lin respectfully said hello to Dohei. Lord Tanhei. Obviously, she should know a lot of information. Otherwise it wouldn't be this attitude. You are Kushina-san's students, just call me by my name. Tang Ping said casually. With his relationship with Uzumaki Kyokina, everyone really doesn't need to be so open-minded. Lin, he is just... Uchiha Obito walked over rubbing his head. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Nohara Lin's gaze. Others didn't know, but Nohara Lin had a wide network of contacts, so naturally she found out what the name Uchiha Dohei represented. Putting aside the legendary experience of the 3 Days Commander, the status of the opponent's Jonin alone is beyond the comparison of ordinary ninjas. All right. Obito finally shut up under Nohara Lin's gaze. Looking at the other party's submissive look, it was really hard for Dohei to imagine that the other party would turn into the white-eyed wolf who killed teachers and slaughtered clans and destroyed the ninja world in the future. Obito, I'll give you a piece of advice. Dohei glanced at Nohara Rin beside him. The first sword you strike ashore is to kill the person you want first. Having said that, he is not a holy mother or a good old man. If Obito turns black in the future, he will still be killed. What's the meaning? Of course, Obito didn't understand Dohei's joke. On the contrary, Nohara Lin vaguely realized something, but she pursed her lips and said nothing. By the way, why are you here? Uzumaki Kyokina suddenly remembered that he had asked their team to stay in the fortress, and there must be something wrong with him now. It was Elder Xiaochun who asked us to find the teacher, saying that he wanted you to strengthen the ceiling barrier. Nohara Lin told her why she came. Before the two teams merged, she was the core C position of this team. After all, Uchiha Obito is a complete licker, and another passerby teammate doesn't even deserve a name. Really? Uzumaki Kyokina nodded and said goodbye to Dohei. Then I'll go do something first, and we'll talk when we have time. As the master of the sealing technique, she can indeed greatly strengthen the fortress barrier. After Uzumaki Kyokina left with the team, Dohei also received a new mission. Chapter 107 Remarks on the launch. Once again, it was about to be put on the shelves. My heart felt unmoved, and I even wanted to scream a little. Thank you to the editor for your great support. It will be launched immediately after 3 updates. How violent the outbreak will be depends on subscribing. Please subscribe. Chapter 108 SR Card, Red Lotus. Let our team go to detect the movements of Suna Ninja. Tang Ping threw the mission scroll in his hand and looked at the root ninja who was passing the order. Compared with the ninja who delivers orders, Danzo trusts the roots more, so it is normal for the other party to pass the orders. Yes. The root of the order nodded. Danzo is panicking. Tang Ping realized this. Otherwise, he would not be allowed to lead a team to perform such a task. I'll leave immediately. Although Tang Ping was rebellious, he also knew that he could not disobey the official mission and said he would set off immediately. Whoosh! The root ninja used the teleportation technique to leave. And Tang Ping immediately put away his fishing rod and set off. First, we need to find Yamamakoji and Hinata Kangyu to meet up. Especially the latter. The other party's white eyes are completely the god of reconnaissance. It would be impossible without her. It only took half a day to find the two of them. Okay, let's stop your mission first, let's go scout the movements of the Sand Ninja Army. The mission to attack the logistics convoy is suspended. The sand ninja is getting old, so it's better to stop beating people up all the time. Yes, when I watched the anime before time travel, I only knew that Suna Ninja was capricious, and I didn't have a good impression of him. But after traveling through time, I realized that I really don't blame others. Konoha has forced others to survive, stealing most of the mission share of the Kingdom of Wind, so don't blame them for giving you a just backstab unkindly. Maybe that's why Konoha forgave Suna Ninja several times. Yet. *2. So, their ninja team, consisting of 1 elite jounin and 2 quasi-shadow masters, normal, set off. And Tang Ping also saw the situation of civilians in the occupied areas. The result is horrible. It's not that the Suna Ninja did anything wrong. To be fair, the ninja army attacking Suna Ninja village was only a few thousand people, so even a Superman wouldn't be able to do much harm with such a small number of people. The focus is on bandits, wealthy families, nobles, etc. They were very excited about the invasion of Sand Ninja. Some things that are usually inconvenient to do can be done now. Anyway, the Sand Ninja took the blame. In short, the bad things were all done by Suna Ninja, and we are innocent. Human life is like grass. It can only be said that in the ninja world, ordinary people and ninjas are two completely different lives. If you are a ninja, hundreds or even thousands of people will die. Heavy casualties, but for ordinary people, it's just a simple number. The reconnaissance mission was not difficult for their team at all, and they quickly collected a lot of information. And they also found an important trump card of the Sand Ninja. A monk with white hair and beard sitting in a cage covered with sealing runes was joining the Sand Ninja army. Fanfu, the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Do Ping muttered to himself. Others didn't know the other party's identity. Because the Jinchuriki of each village is the top secret of the village. Just like Uzumaki Kushina is the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, not many people in Konoha know. Do Ping knew it because he was a traveler. However, he didn't plan to report this information. Because he couldn't explain how he knew that the other party was the Sand Ninja Jinchuriki. After sending the reconnaissance information back, the 404 team also began to return. On the way back, when passing a village turned into ruins by fire, Hyaga Kangyu suddenly stopped and looked at a corner. What's wrong? Do Ping knew that the other party would not stop for no reason. There are people over there. Hinata Kangyu pointed to the ruins of the village that were still smoking. This kind of situation is not common in the war zone, but it is definitely not uncommon, but they have never stopped before. Because there are too many such situations, even if they want to intervene, how much can they intervene, so it is better to turn a blind eye. This is the only exception. Go and have a look. Do Ping also became interested. It must not be an ordinary situation to make Hinata Kangyu speak. As for Yamamakoji, he is the thug and engineer in the team, silent and reliable, and will not easily express his opinions. Soon, Do Ping saw the target. A blue-haired little girl, less than 10 years old, was lying on the ground, bleeding slowly from her waist. If she was not taken care of, she would die soon. This is... Do Ping squatted down, his eyes stopped at the palm of the little girl's hand. Because the other party had a pink prismatic crystal stained with blood in his hand, and there was a bandit's body not far away. It's a crystal made of chakra. Hinata Kangyu added, which was also the reason why she stopped. Crystal made of chakra? A beautiful blue-haired lady appeared in Dohei's mind. Honglian. The blue-haired lady who follows Orochimaru in the future and has the bloodline limit of crystal release. Calculating the age, the other party should be 8 or 9 years old now, and the blue hair also matches. It's just that the other party's skinny body and appearance are indeed a huge gap from the beautiful and strong appearance in the future. If it weren't for the unique bloodline limit of crystal release, it would really be unrecognizable. If it's the other party, then when he grows up, he will start as an elite jonin. Thinking of the other party's loyal dog-like character, Dohei took out a bottle of healing liquid from his tactical belt and gave it to the other party to drink before getting up. Take her with you. After saying that, he got up and left. Maybe he has accumulated too much luck recently, so he got this SR level character at one stroke. Loyalty and power. These 2 points are good, not to mention that the other party is also very beautiful. What else do you need with such a good-looking and capable female subordinate? And the other party has the potential to be an elite jonin. If enough resources are invested, there is a chance that she can even become a Kage. There is no way, mastering core technology is so arrogant. The worst may be Orochimaru. After all, this is considered to be robbing his future subordinate, but it is not considered robbing if the other party does not know. Orochimaru, I have a sentence MMP, I must say it today. What a lucky guy. Yamamakoji thought while looking at the other party's little face, and at the same time bent down and carried the other party on his shoulders. Yes, the other party is indeed lucky. In the cruel ninja world, such deaths can be seen everywhere, but the other party was saved by them. How could he not be lucky? Is it a bloodline limit? Hinata Kangyu turned her head and looked at the little blue-haired girl who was carried on the shoulders of Yamamakoji, like a straw, and asked hesitantly. A bloodline limit? It's not a cabbage. Until now, she still couldn't believe it. Yes. Doping nodded. At this time, he was in a very good mood. After all, he picked up a subordinate with infinite potential for free. At the same time, he was thinking about which subordinates Orochimaru would have in the future who could be intercepted. Orochimaru, please be a human being. There is no way, who let the other party have a good vision, it is better to intercept the other party than to train them yourself. On the way back, the team went to the river country first. Then in less than 2 days, they returned to Kikyo Mountain. At the same time, they didn't bring back the red lotus they picked up. What to bring back? They didn't plan to send talents to Konoha, so they placed the other party in the river country laboratory first and waited until this war was over. Just after returning, they were called to a combat meeting. The Sand Ninja Army will soon arrive at Mount Kikyo, so a combat meeting will naturally be held at this critical moment. Others can choose not to attend, but Doping will definitely not be absent. The combat meeting was held in the commander's office, not in the usual conference room, which means it was not a big meeting, but a small one. Doping stepping on the arrived. At this time, several people have been waiting impatiently. In addition to the Konoha F3, there is also a pineapple-headed man in the office, but he is not Narada, but a younger one. Nara Shikaku. He is also the leader of the Jonin squad and an elite Jonin. He came to Kikyo Mountain temporarily. Humph, some Jonins are so arrogant that they make us elders wait for a long time. Tanane Koharu said sarcastically. She is not very cunning, and her clan members keep saying that Uchiha Tohei is targeting her family. It is normal for her to take the opportunity to vent. I can't help it. Who made me busy? Unlike some people, I just sit in the office and rest every day. Doping also directly counterattacked with YYGQ. He didn't dare to do this before, because the other party was an advisory elder, and the family behind him was completely at the top of the food chain of Konoha. But now. Sorry, the strength he exposed was quasi-cage level, and if he added fairy arts, it was at least strong cage level, so he was afraid of nothing. With a sharp blade, the desire to kill arises. This is also the biggest reason why his personality is different from before. If you don't have the power, pretending to be a grandson is wisdom, and if you have the power, pretending to be a grandson is a turtle. Who told him that he can't lie down as a nobody now, so naturally he can't keep a low profile. You. Tatsune Koharu was shaking with anger. As an advisory elder of Konoha, even cage-level strongmen like the three ninjas and White Fang dared not be presumptuous to him, but he didn't expect such a kid to dare to talk to him like this. What, did I say something wrong? Doping is in a strong position and will not let anyone off the hook. The two families of Yudatan and Mito had just caused him trouble before, and he had not forgotten it. Now that he had the chance, he would naturally start a fight. No desire means strength. Other strong men have too many concerns, but Doping has no concerns, so he will naturally start a fight whenever he wants. Enough, this time we are here to discuss how to fight against the Sand Ninja, don't waste time. Denzo felt very comfortable when he saw Yudatan and Koharu being frustrated. He usually lets you stand on the side of the monkey, but he also knows that this is not the time to talk about these things, so he goes straight to the point. Just give the orders, I have no objection. Doping replied with a sneer in his heart. Let me follow the small meeting, if it succeeds, it will be the credit of you, the chief general, and the two advisory elders, and if it fails, it will be the fault of the decision-making level. Do you really think I don't understand? This method is considered to be brilliant in the ninja world, but it is still a bit low-level in the eyes of Doping, who has seen countless methods. Shikaku, explain our arrangement. Denzo frowned slightly and gave up the idea of causing trouble for Dohei now. The most urgent task is to deal with the Sand Ninja army, and those can be discussed after victory. Yes, Denzo-sama. Narashikaku began to introduce tomorrow's arrangements. The meeting ended quickly, and the next step is to wait for the attack of the Sand Ninja Army tomorrow. Chapter 109 Assistance from the Rock Ninja Old Iron. Thanks to the reward from Soul Polyhedron. The next day, the Sand Ninja Army has arrived. The murderous Sand Ninjas are like sand wolves that can tear everything apart. In the past, Dohei faced either small-scale raids or single duels. Today is the first large-scale battle. If he were an ordinary ninja, he would have to stay in a defensive position and prepare early. But he is not only a jonin at this time, but also a quasi-cage level strongman, so he naturally has privileges. It is to block the target when the enemy strongman goes to battle. The opponent assigned to him is Yekang. The other party has with the bloodline limit of Scorch Release, his combat power against humans is more difficult than that of Raza, but he is not as good as the opponent in range attack. Under the premise of restraint, it is reasonable to assign him to Dohei. Obviously, Danzo did not dare to assign opponents randomly, otherwise Dohei might turn hostile on the spot. Looking at his recent performance, it is clear that he is not a consider the overall situation character. So, Danzo and the two advisory elders are only good at bullying honest people. If they really encounter a wolf like Dohei, they will be silenced instantly. Standing on the Kikyo mountain fortress, looking down at the sand ninjas gathering in the distance, Dohei teased. It seems that the sand ninjas are really going to do it. This kind of attack cannot last long. Once the time is prolonged, even if Konoha does not fight back, the opponent will collapse. So you must go all out from the beginning. They have no choice. Hinata Kangyu on the side added a sentence. That's right, but you should be careful in the battle later. Doping reminded. Their team will definitely be separated in the battle later. Hinata Kangyu was not worried, the focus was Yamamakoji. His strength has never been hidden. Even though he is still a genin, his combat power is not weaker than that of a physical elite jonin. The enemy he faces must be not simple. Just as they were chatting, there was a new movement on the sand ninja side. Hundreds of ninjas suddenly stepped forward. No. Hinata Kangyu opened his white eyes as if he had discovered something. What's wrong? Doping looked at those ant-sized figures, and for the first time he envied the pupil technique, because he couldn't see anything. Those people seemed to be Rock Ninja. Hinata Kangyu said his discovery with some uncertainty. Rock Ninja. Doping began to think in his mind. Because this attack was caused by his butterfly wings, he really didn't have the advantage of prediction. But the reason is not difficult to guess. Now attacking Konoha, the two major ninja villages in Japan are the Sand Ninja and the Rock Ninja. It is normal for the two sides to join forces. And this time the Suna Ninja took the initiative to attack, maybe because the Uegakure village promised benefits that could not be refused, and sent troops to assist, so it would make sense to capture Mount Kikyo while Orochimaru was unable to go to war. Soon, hundreds of rock ninjas formed hand seals and slapped their hands on the ground at the same time. Earth Escape Super Earthquake Core. Joint Ninjutsu. It can be considered a characteristic of IWA Ninja. You can cast one Earth Escape together to have a qualitative change in power. Rumble. The earth began to roar. The ground between the Sand Ninja army and the fortress slowly rose up as if supported by an invisible force. A sloping ramp connects the fortress to the Suna Ninja army. This. Yamamakoji frowned. In this way, the defensive advantage of Mount Kikyo will be greatly weakened. Coupled with the advantages of the Sand Ninja army in terms of numbers and strength, Konoha will be in danger. Don't worry. Of course Tang Ping could see what his best friend was thinking. Because Konoha's trump card will only be more than he thinks. Even a powerful weapon like the Jinhyura key was brought, plus a golden flash who could enter at any time, not to mention the presence of a sage like myself. It can only be said that Danzo may lose, but Konoha will definitely not lose. But if Danzo doesn't lose, Dohei won't be at full strength. Without the other party's failure as a foil, how can you highlight your ability to turn the tide? Of course, the loss must be counted on F4. He had made the conditions at the beginning. As long as the senior management agreed, he would definitely take action with all his strength. But Konoha F4 didn't even give this promise, and they only wanted to kill the donkey. The current situation is indeed their fault. You can't let yourself put the overall interests first like White Fang and the filial son, and wrong yourself for the sake of the village, right? It's just a dream. I'll go there first. Tang Ping said hello and walked to the command office. Soon, he came to Danzo, Mito Kaden and Koharu and other 3 people. Nara Shikaku, and others were also there. Use the detonating talisman to blow up the passage for me. Danzo shouted an order. As long as there is this slope passage, the Sand Ninja army can avoid the traps and obstacles arranged in advance and directly reach the fortress wall, which is extremely detrimental to their defense. Whoosh, whoosh. Kunao with detonating talismans burning behind them were thrown out like a rainstorm. With the powerful wrist strength of the ninja, distances of hundreds of meters are not a problem at all if accuracy is not pursued. Boom, boom. Continuous explosions sounded. Pressuring people with money. Konoha made it clear that they would exchange money for the other party's chakra, and it would depend on whether the other party had more chakra or they had more detonating talismans. The next step also opened Tang Ping's horizons. A ninja siege is completely different from an ordinary person's siege. It is entirely about ninjutsu and the display of power by a strong individual. At the same time, they will not assemble, but disperse their attacks. The dodge ability is full. Often if you throw away your ninja tools and detonating talismans for a long time, you might not be able to hit them. Superhuman. Even a genin can deserve this evaluation. With incredible speed and mobility, combined with extraordinary strength, ninjas are beyond the reach of ordinary people. No wonder the Ninja World War has nothing to do with ordinary people, because they really can't get involved. What is that? It's a tailed beast. Panic voices kept ringing among the Konoha ninjas. Because a huge civet with violet patterns all over its body and a tail emerged from the Sand Ninja formation. I'm finally out, damn humans, I'm going to eat you. Strange sounds sounded on the battlefield. Soon, Shikaku suddenly became quiet, and then turned to look at Mount Kikyo. Careful. Use the barrier. Various command sounds sounded. Practice blank ammunition. A huge wind bomb with a diameter of several meters flew towards Platycodon Mountain. But when the missile was halfway through the air, a sealing barrier emerged out of thin air and swallowed it directly. Platycodon Fortress will not be destroyed so easily, and all kinds of defense methods are used. On the fortress wall. Sure enough, the Suna ninja sent out one tail. Danzo murmured to himself, looking at Koharu and Mito Kadobya who were sleeping, as if to convey some message. Do you want them to take action, or? Tang Ping naturally noticed this and thought to himself. To deal with tailed beasts, you must choose the right type. If it were a counter-person shadow-level powerhouse, it would be half the result with twice the effort. You can see this just by looking at Namikaze Minato and Reikage. To deal with the tailed beasts, they can only forcefully exhaust each other. But the special cage-level strong ones, that is, strong ones like Raza and Uzumaki Kyuyuna, can deal with tailed beasts much more easily. Type restraint is extremely important for ninjas. Let Katsuyuki take action. After going to bed, Xiao-chun finally nodded. The one who is best at dealing with tailed beasts on our side is Uzumaki Kyuyuna, who uses the sealing technique to defeat tailed beasts. Whoosh! A red-haired female jounin jumped out from the city wall and quickly rushed to Shikaku. There were no interceptors, but they were all easily beaten away. Big Huli, you'd better stay here, or don't blame me for beating you up. Uzumaki Katsuna shook her fist at Shikaku. And her actions made Tang Ping's scalp numb. It can only be said that he is worthy of being the protagonist. This is completely the rhythm of bouncing back and forth on the edge of death. Forget about normal-tailed beasts. With Uzumaki Kyukuna's sealing technique, he can really beat him easily, just like a mother beating her son. But the problem is that Shikaku's Jinhyuriki is Fenfu, not Gaara's noob. Although the opponent is not a perfect Jinhyuriki, it is definitely different. But Tang Ping is not worried. The mark of the Flying Thunder God is there on the opponent's body. Even if he is in danger, the opponent will not be in danger. Practice blank ammunition. Shikaku was completely cruel. He didn't say much and just launched an attack. However, when facing a ninja, the tailed beast's slow attack speed makes it difficult to hit. Boom! After Uzumaki Kyukuna avoided it, a huge deep pit was blasted out of the area under her feet, the kind that could be used as a swimming pool. This power! Tang Ping's eyes were profound. Even though he had known for a long time that tailed beasts were the strategic weapons of the ninja world and had the power to destroy cities and countries. But as his strength grew, he no longer had the intention to despise the tailed beast. Now that I have seen the destructive power with my own eyes, I know that it makes sense for tailed beasts to be used as a balance for the nuclear weapons of the 5 major ninja villages. Which village can withstand this destructive power? Just like a tank, it may be difficult for the opponent to kill a warrior, only the main gun and body, no other weapons attached. But if the tank, tailed beast, can't beat you, the strong one, can't it still beat your village? That's almost the feeling. Damn it, I'm going to beat you up. Uzumaki Kyokina glanced at the big pit beside her, her eyes became dangerous. Wow! Golden chains unfolded from her back and were bound towards Shikaku. You are from the Uzumaki clan. Shikaku dodged. Although it is fat, its speed is not slow. At the same time, it constantly controls the yellow sand to block the chain. But with my body shape here, if I continue, I will definitely get hit. The actions of both sides. This was like a signal for the Sand Ninja army to launch a formal attack. Chapter 110 Strong Dialogue in Shikaku's Fight. Kill. Konoha also stepped forward to fight. Although the entire Sand Ninja army attacked, unlike ordinary warriors who huddled together and charged, the ninjas attacked individually and in small groups. If they really want to be crowded together, they will be bombarded with ninjutsu and detonating charms. Magnetic escape. Placer gold. Countless gold dust swept across the battlefield like a wave, and several Konoha ninjas who couldn't escape were directly submerged. Luo Shat. Danzo rushed out. He is good at wind escape and is responsible for holding back the opponent. Boom, boom. In an area not far away, a large number of explosions sounded one after another. It's the IWA Ninja's demolition force, led by the Explosion Hunter. Nara Shikaku recognized the other party. Although Explosion Hunter is only an elite jounin, the threat to ordinary ninjas is not low. Let me do it. Staying silently aside, the transparent Mitarashi Zixiao asks for a fight. Can. Nara Shikaku nodded. As both elite jounin, Mitarashi Shixiao is not weaker than the opponent and can indeed block it. Soon, 10 puppets wearing white robes appeared on the battlefield. Konoha's side was completely injured and killed upon collision. It's Granny Cho and Ebizo. Nara Shikaku felt a little numb. No matter how resourceful you are, if your hard power is not as good as the premise, you still have no cards to play. Although there are still several shadow-level experts in Konoha, there is no way to escape, which is why Tsunagakure was beaten so passively by Tsunagakure with all his strength. The good news is that as long as they can hold on for a while, the Suna ninja who lack logistical supplies will retreat. The bad news is that the opponent's army, with the participation of IWA ninjas, has exceeded 4,000 people, while Konoha's side only has more than 2,000 people, a difference of nearly double. What's worse is that the strong ones are also at a disadvantage. According to the plan, the two elders in us are responsible for dealing with Cho and Ebizo. Shijiro, you secretly find an opportunity to take action. Nara Shikaku changed his tactics slightly. The original plan was for them and Uzumaki Kyokina to take action together to deal with the Cho siblings as quickly as possible, and then go to support the others. Unexpectedly, the other party invested even one tail directly, which changed the plan. In fact, Konoha is not qualified to criticize others, because they also sent the 9-tailed Jinhyuriki. Fire escape. Flame clothes. Tang Ping's body was suddenly covered with a layer of flame gauze. Because he saw Yakang. There is no way, the other party is too good looking, and he is full of momentum as soon as he appears. It is difficult for him to pretend not to see it. Fierce. Flames spurted out from the soles of his feet and jumped up. Rocket jump. Directly maximize his jumping ability. Yakang. Tang Ping roared in midair and rushed towards Yakang, as if he was extremely angry and wanted to compete with him in a matter of life and death. Boom. The right leg carried a flame-carrying Dulatu, and used the force of the fall to deliver an astonishingly powerful blow. Scorching escape. Yakang faced the attack without fear, crushing a fireball with his right hand to activate the burning shield. Boom, the collision between the two sides and the terrifying high temperature directly caused the surrounding ninjas to run away. Do Ping, who was fully fired, attacked and fished at the same time. As for his own safety, not to mention that he was a natural nemesis of Yakang, even if he was not, Hyaga Kengyu was fighting with a sand ninja team a few hundred meters away, and was fully prepared to attack at any time. He valued his own safety more than anyone else. Uchiha Do Ping. Yakang was very unhappy with the previous tie, so he intensified his offensive with anger. However, there was no chance to quickly solve Do Ping. The battlefield was divided into large and small areas. Blood and corpses appeared in this battlefield one after another. The battle was extremely tragic. But the sand ninjas still fought to the death. Because they knew this was the only chance. Once they missed it, there would be no next chance, no matter how big the loss was. However, no matter how big the loss of ordinary ninjas was, as long as one side did not have an overwhelming advantage, they could only slowly consume it. Even though the sand ninjas began to gain the upper hand due to their numerical advantage, it would not be possible to take down the Kikyo mountain fortress in a short period of time. Soon, an incident that caused a chain reaction on the battlefield occurred. "Damn you, you stinky fox!" With Shikaku's sharp and angry cry, a creepy chakra fluctuation appeared on the battlefield. Tailed Beast Ball. A giant purple-black light ball flew towards Uzumaki Kushina, who had several red tails spread out behind her. Tailed Beast Ball. It is the strongest attack that all tailed beasts can use. It is equivalent to a super version of the air training bullet. Once hit, even a city can be easily destroyed. The target of the attack was not Uzumaki Kushina, but Kikyo Mountain behind. Obviously, Shikaku knew that it was extremely difficult for the tailed beast ball to hit a ninja, so he chose to attack the enemy's must-see. Uzumaki Kushina could only choose to block it. Hold on. She gritted her teeth and caught the tailed beast ball with the Nine Tails chakra. Fortunately, with the Nine Tails chakra outer coat wrapped around it, the tailed beast ball did not explode, but was forcibly changed its flight direction, directly carrying her whole body into the sky. Kokona. Several panicked voices rang out. Only Dohei did not speak. It was not that he was not worried, but because she had used the real ultimate move, a flash of golden light flashed across. False ultimate move, forbidden technique. Real ultimate move, golden flash. Boom. A nuclear-like explosion exploded over Mount Kikyo, even the clouds were torn apart, and the violent gusts pressed down, causing everyone on the battlefield to subconsciously stop and separate. The power of the tailed beast ball is so terrifying. Compared to the training air bomb, the power of the tailed beast ball is not at the same level at all. It's just. Dohei found that several Konoha elders were not happy about the appearance of Minato Namikaze. Soon, he understood the reason. Because Minato Namikaze and Uzumaki Na were gone. Fuck. It turns out that he only came to rescue his wife, not to support her. The reason for this is very simple. Insufficient chakra, poor proficiency in Flying Thunder God. The current Minato Namikaze is not the Golden Flash a few years later. He is only Jiraiya's deputy general. If he is in his peak state, he can end the Third Ninja World War by himself. Now, he can only run away with his wife across a distance of thousands of kilometers, which is already the limit. I guess the third Hokage gave him this task. Bring the Nine Tails back to Konoha no matter what. So his actions can be understood. Damn stinky fox, where are you hiding? Shikaku angrily uses the practice bullet to vent. Except for the Nine Tails, other tailed beasts cannot use the tailed beast balls in succession, but the practice bullet, which only consumes chakra, can be used continuously. And the power of each practice bullet is equivalent to the lethality of high-level ninjutsu above level A. And it can be used infinitely. War Machine. No wonder the tailed beasts can become the trump cards of all the major ninja villages. Because there is no means of restraint or response, the tailed beasts can really destroy cities and countries by themselves. However, the situation in Konoha is awkward now. There is a lack of combat power on our side, and there is no one to stop Shikaku. At this moment, a voice sounded in Doping's mind. Doping Jonin, Lord Danzo, please use the summoned beast to hold Shikaku back. It is the heart-to-body technique of the Yamanaka clan, which can allow people in an area to hear what you say, but it is a one-way communication. Doping's mind is full of question marks. Does he really think he is a workhorse? He can also give this order. Under his own training, Taiki has indeed made a leap in strength. But it also depends on who he is compared with. Now it is just a baby under 5 years old. It is difficult for it to fight against the summoned beasts of the three ninjas alone. Now asking it to deal with the one-tailed Shikaku is completely asking for abuse. Just then. Moo. A huge hissing sound was heard. A yellow and black summoned beast with an elephant body and leopard claws appeared on the battlefield. It was the Night Taper. At the same time, the other party was also Danzo's summoned beast. To be fair, this summoned beast was actually not small, it could smash high buildings and flatten the ground. However, if the other party was compared with Shikaku, it was only a few times the size of the other party, like the comparison between a child and a pillow. Just seeing that Danzo was bleeding so much, Duping had to bite his fingertips and wipe it on the back of his right hand. Summoning technique. After making a seal, his right hand slammed heavily on the ground. Fortunately, the tailed beast Jade just now allowed Yekang to distance himself to avoid the aftermath, otherwise he would not have been able to use the psychic technique so smoothly. Relief. A huge white mist emerged. A three-legged crow with dark golden wings rose into the sky from the mist. Tai. Officially join the war. With a wingspan of more than 20 meters, it seemed to be the size of a passenger plane, attracting a lot of attention. Fierce, violent. Continuous fireballs rained down towards Shikaku. Each one is no weaker than a B-level fire escape. But for large psychic beasts, this is just A-level A. Containment. This is what Tang Ping had in mind. Mengmen GV is tired. Then I will really restrain you. Anyway, don't think that I will fight to the end. Countless yellow sand sprang out from the ground, blocking the falling fireball. Boom, boom. The fireball collided with the yellow sand, causing the surrounding ninjas from both sides to avoid it. Because Shikaku will not protect Suna Ninja. One after another, blank missiles flew towards Tai in the air. Shikaku would not just accept a beating and would directly use long-range attacks. Although you can control sand, sand cannot attack very far, so practicing blank bullets is the only option. Tailed Beast Jade is the most powerful. But let's not talk about whether it can be used consecutively. The charging time alone is enough for the target to easily avoid it. Flying advantage. This is the strongest point of Tai. Even among the tailed beasts, only Nanao Shijiki can fly, which shows how precious this attribute is. Practicing blank ammunition is very powerful and launches quickly. If you push it too far, it will only increase the distance. The further the distance, the longer the reaction time. Chapter 111. Danzo is happy to propose a broken leg package. Damn crow, if you have the ability to hit me with a fireball, come down if you have the ability. The guard crane will not eat you. Shikaku activated the taunt skill. If it is really a psychic beast with weak binding force, it might come down and fight. But Tai's obedience to Dohei was so high that he ignored Shikaku's taunts and continued to hover in the sky. From time to time he would break into the attack range and fire a round of fireballs, making full use of his guerrilla tactics. Shikaku was full of anger when faced with this situation, so a guy was unlucky. Dream Taper. Shikaku initially paid no attention to this psychic beast that used wind escape attacks from time to time. But when there is nothing you can do about Tai in the air, the opponent becomes a punching bag. Run, keep running for me. The practice blank bullet couldn't hit Taiki, but when used to hit the Dream Taper, it was absolutely accurate. If Shikaku hadn't been playful, he would have been blown to pieces long ago. Danzo felt extremely uncomfortable watching the psychic beast being ravaged. It's not a heartbroken psychic beast. He is not a weak character, it's just because the contrast effect is too strong. The psychic beast could contain Shikaku without any harm, but his own Dream Taper attacked and scraped the sand, and he was still humiliated like this. Damn Shikaku, damn Uchiha Dohei. Danzo cursed inwardly. Unfortunately, his surname is not Uchiha. No matter how much his mood swings, he will not be able to open the Sharingan, and it will affect his performance. Sand. A ball of placer gold quietly emerged from the ground and wrapped around Danzo's right leg. Ninja Darkness, you are getting old. Luo Sha mocked and activated the blood succession limit at the same time. Magnetic Escape. Sand Gold. Wow. Countless gold placers gush out from the ground around the place where the two men met. Before those cheating players came online, the battle of ninjas was not about the more powerful the better, but about whether they could hit the target. If you can't hit, no matter how strong the power of Mengtang is, it's still a waste if you can't hit. If it can hit, Kunao can easily harvest the lives of Jonin and even Cage level. Raza has never used large-scale ninjutsu before, because Danzo has rich combat experience and has no flaws at all. Now that I have the opportunity, I will naturally take action risking my life. Wind Release. True Blade Flurry. Danzo uses the ninjutsu to press the bottom of the box. Countless wind blades chopped up the flooded sand gold. Now that he has not obtained Sharingan and Wood Release, he naturally relies on Wind Release. If the two sides' ultimate moves collide, Danzo will naturally suffer a great loss. Feng Dun is good at cutting. If it were flesh and blood, it would have been cut into pieces. But who has ever heard that placer gold is afraid of cutting? As for avoiding, it's okay under normal circumstances. Now that his right leg is bound by sand gold, he can only resist on the spot. Die! Luo Sha's right hand firmly grasped the placer gold that bound Danzo's right leg. Click! The sound of broken bones was clearly audible. Faced with severe pain, Danzo endured the pain and used wind release on Raza, who was about to launch a follow-up attack. Wind escape. Vacuum Jade. Directly forcing the opponent to be unable to continue attacking. At the same time, out of the corner of his eye, he saw huge waves of placer gold approaching all around him. No, I can't fall here, I still want to make Konoha great again, proving that the teacher's original choice was wrong. Thinking of this, Danzo's eyes flashed with a sharp look. Tisk! He used wind escape to forcibly cut off his broken right leg that was wrapped in placer gold. Ninjas always avoid attacks rather than confront them. Just now they chose to resist because they were restrained. Now that they are no longer restrained, there is no need to continue to resist. Whoosh! Danzo left the placer surrounded, and then he ran away towards Mount Kikyo without looking back. I have no choice but to continue fighting Luo Sha. Is he going to die? As a noble consultant elder, how could he fight to the end like those ordinary ninjas? With Danzo's retreat, the situation took a turn for the worse. The most important thing is that Shikaku, who almost killed Meng Taper, must be stopped first. If the opponent is allowed to continue to fight, no matter how strong the barrier on Mount Kikyo is, it will not be able to withstand many attacks. Then, Nara Shikaku commanded. You will control it, and we will deal with Shikaku. Note that their side is composed of 2 advisory elders, Koharu and Mito Kitanen, plus Inakacho and Abarame Shijiro, who are lurking in the dark. Itself has the absolute upper hand. As long as we have a little more time, we can definitely defeat the 2 Sand Ninja advisors, Cho and his brother. But now that Raza has taken action, the opportunity has been lost and all we can do is find a way to deal with Shikaku. Buzz! Countless black spots covered the 10 Chikamatsu people controlled by Cho. It's a nano-poisonous insect. It's a pity that it was launched too early, otherwise it might have severely damaged the Cho siblings with one blow. The lurking Abarame Shijiro took action, and the 3-man team of Ino Shikacha also took time out and pounced on Shikaku, who was being harassed by fireballs falling from the sky. The one who rushed to the front was Akimichi Dingzao. This fat red-haired man wearing a battle armor took out the secret medicine and drank it. Terrifying chakra burst out from his body, even stronger than a shadow-level powerhouse, and then he used the secret technique of the Akimichi clan. The art of super doubling. In an instant, he turned into a giant dozens of meters tall. The terrifying size attracted Shikaku's attention. Maybe it felt something bad, a large amount of light gathered around its mouth. It's the tailed beast Jade. The firing action stopped suddenly. Shadow. Only countless spider web-like shadows were seen, tied to its shadow. Hi Yi! After Nara Shikaku exhausted the chakra in his body, he could barely control Shikaku for a moment, and loudly reminded his companions. The blonde and blue-eyed Yamanaka Hai, wearing a red cloth, activated the secret technique in an instant. The art of turning your heart around. Directly hit Shikaku. This is the secret magic of the Yamanaka family, which can hit targets in a straight line. If Nara Shikaku hadn't restrained the target with his secret shadow technique first, this blow would have probably missed, and the opponent could even have blocked it with sand. The conditions for its execution are harsh, and the power of the secret technique is naturally powerful. Shikaku, who was standing still, successfully let the giant Akimichi Choza get closer. Super Pusher. Akimichi Tingza, who is in the form of a giant, stretched out his hands and used a secret technique. Under normal circumstances, when using this ninjutsu, your hands may only be a few meters in size. But he is now in the state of super magnification, and his palms instantly become larger than Shikaku's, and he shoots forward with terrifying brute force. Even a steel battleship would be flattened by this blow. The only drawback is that it is easy to avoid. But Shikaku was being controlled by the shadow magic and the spiritual magic at this time, so he could only be pushed firmly. Boom! Shikaku's huge body was knocked away, and countless fragments were scattered. This shot will shatter the stars. As long as it is flesh and blood, it is impossible to survive, but it is not necessarily the case with a tailed beast. Shikaku was seen being pushed several hundred meters away and creating a crater in the ground. His broken body was being repaired by the yellow sand that continuously emerged from the ground. Obviously, it only takes a while to get back to the original state. From this you can see the difference between the Jinkra ki. The future Gaara will not be able to exert even 1/10 of Shikaku's strength. Tai. When Tang Ping saw this, he was also ready to show some seriousness. He also felt that Shikaku was too troublesome, so in order to avoid any accidents later, it would be better to let him withdraw first. Pepet. The sharp scream that resounded through the sky attracted countless eyes. The originally bright sky became dim, and the warm air became cold. Because all light and heat are absorbed by Tai at this time. Fierce. At this time, it was ignited with flames, lighting up the nearby area as if it had turned into a dazzling sun. Yes, Taiki is going to use his strongest attack. The super move that I used during the joint Chunin examination. Sunset. Taiki transformed into a blazing sun and struck Shikaku where he was. Magnetic escape. Placer gold. Luo Sha, who was originally preparing to attack the strong man in Konoha, saw this and went to defend with all his strength. Sand. Countless gold placers formed a cube above Shikaku. Even the 10 Chikamatsu people were manipulated by Cho to attack Shikaku. Puppet technique machine light shield. Layers of transparent light shields combined to form a large prismatic light shield, mixed in between Placer Gold and Shikaku. They all knew that without a war weapon like the tailed beast, it would be troublesome to break through the fortress, so they fought to resist at all costs. The dazzling sun hits the earth. First, there was a terrifying bright light, which made everyone subconsciously close their eyes or look away. Boom! Then came the thunderous burst of flames. The terrifying flames melted and eroded everything. Under this flame, both the Placer Gold and the machine light shield lost their defensive effect. Fortunately, this ruined the destructive attack lasted less than 10 seconds before ending suddenly, leaving only traces of flames ravaging the place. Tragic. Too miserable. Only the Jinchuriki was lying in the pit, surrounded by the almost melted ground. A devastating blow. Although the price paid is that Tai will not be able to play for a short period of time, it is definitely worth it. What a pity. Tang Ping sighed as he looked at the scene in the distance. It wasn't that he didn't want to go over to the last hit just now, but Ye King was standing in front of him, and he was in a desperate rhythm if he dared to take a step forward. This opportunity to kill Jinchuriki can only be missed. If you were a die-hard fan of Konoha, you would definitely feel regretful. But at most Tang Ping felt that he had lost the last chance, and if he missed it, he would miss it, so he didn't care too much. Both sides suffered losses from each other at this time. Konoha lost several high-level combat forces such as Uzumaki Kyuyuna, Denso, Akimichi Dingsa, the sequelae of the secret medicine, Taiki, unable to channel in a short period of time. Suna Ninja lost Shikaku, unable to fight for a short time, and Chogranni's combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. 10 Chikamatsu people were lost. Overall, Konoha is at a greater loss. It can only be said that in the past, Konoha F4 suppressed Uzumaki Yukina and prevented her from leaving the village. If you really train it well and rely on the opponent's superior strength and talent, how could you end up taking Shikaku Teijuudama by force? It's impossible to give the opponent a chance to use it, okay? Combat experience. It's too important for ninjas. Several signal flares were fired over the fortress. It is a signal to shrink the defense. I hope that next time we meet, you will be satisfied with the surprise I brought. Tang Ping left a sentence and retreated. Although he still has a lot of chakra. But the company is off work, and you, a part-time worker, still work hard overtime to create wealth for the leadership? And you can't get any commission, so you roll up the yarn like this. On the contrary, if he goes back this time and takes action next time, it will be his turn to take the stage. A stage that allows him to obtain corresponding benefits for every bit of strength he displays. What's the meaning? Ye King was completely confused, but he had no intention of stepping forward to stop him. Because it can't be stopped at all. It was like he wanted to retreat, but Tang Ping couldn't stop him. Under the premise that the difference in strength is not big, at their stage, it is easy to defeat but difficult to kill. Chapter 112 My Immortal Mode is already hungry and thirsty JPG. Chapter 112 My Immortal Mode is already thirsty. JPG. Don Haida, Jianan, please go to the general's office. A messenger ninja came to see Tang Ping as soon as he returned to the fortress. I almost didn't say the word sir. There is no way, Tang Ping's performance on the battlefield is too good. The one-on-one fight against Ye King was okay, but the psychic beast's last attack, sunset, was completely devastating to the world. How could it not be admired? Tang Ping, who nodded slightly, looked at each other at Hinata Kangyu not far away, and then followed him. Shrink the defense line. Refers to using advantages such as barriers, terrain types, etc., to delay time. If the opponent has Shikaku, this tactic will not work. That's why Shikaku changed his target decisively before and chose to deal with Shikaku first. Unfortunately, the attack was not fatal. Fortunately, Yadohei used the psychic beast to make up for it in time, otherwise the situation would have collapsed. Arriving at the familiar office, Tang Ping smelled the smell of blood. It's Danzo. Previously, only his right eye and right hand were covered with bandages, but now he has a right leg, and it seems that the entire right half of his body is wrapped in bandages. If it weren't for the difference in appearance and age, you might have thought that the other person was born in Kos. Can't laugh. Don't laugh. After all, he was hurt for Konoha, so it would be too much to laugh out loud. Unless you can't help it. Ha ha ha. Tang Ping finally chuckled. Who would have thought that as the leader of the Roots, the notorious Shinobu Namiya would be in such an embarrassing situation? Hearing his laughter, several people in the office had different expressions. Among them, Mito Kabuto and Kohara, who moved to bed, were angry, and Nara Shikaku wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh, and had to pretend to be angry. Uchiha Dohei. Danzo growled in a low voice, "What are you laughing at?" Of course he knew what Tang Ping was laughing about, so just asking him to tell it would be a handle. Laughing at the injured general is no small matter. I remembered happy things. Tang Ping is not mentally ill, and of course he knows that there are things he can do and cannot say. You. Danzo naturally knew that Dohei was lying, but there was no evidence. If it were an ordinary person, he would naturally not need evidence. With his status, he could directly grab it at the root and do whatever he wanted. But whoever wants Tang Ping as the target needs evidence. Okay, now let's think about how to deal with the Suna ninja's attack. Xiao Chun interrupted the two of them when they went to bed. She naturally hates Tang Ping, but she understands that now is not the time to waste time. That's right, now it's the turn of several consultant elders to start taking care of the overall situation. As long as I don't have the overall situation, I don't need to take the overall situation into consideration. JPG. I feel that if we continue to be led by certain people, it will be impossible to hold on to Mount Kodan. Tang Ping started spraying directly. He will not show mercy just because the other party has a broken leg. That is to say, Raza didn't kill Danzo, the crouching dragon, otherwise Konoha might have been able to rise. Are you implying that I am incapable? Danzo could naturally tell that these words were referring to himself. No, I didn't hint at that. Tang Ping shook his hand. What I said was... He stopped acting altogether. Anyway, the feud between him and Danzo was no secret. During the graduation examination, the other party was planning to use Kakashi to kill him in order to strike a blow against the Uchiha clan. Can't he settle old scores now? Before the time travel, what Tang Ping hated most were those protagonists who constantly compromised with the enemy for the sake of the overall situation. If you don't take revenge immediately, do you have to wait until your enemy has enjoyed enough? With his current strength, it is not a problem for him to run away with the few people he cares about. At most, he will not have a place to have fun, absorb resources, or enjoy himself, and Konoha will be destroyed. Be strong when you have no desires. This is also the reason why Konoha F4 would be at a loss everywhere when facing him. Because Tang Ping can ignore the overall situation, but they can't. You. Danzo was extremely angry. This is already a blatant show of strength. When did he, the leader of the Root and Shinobi Yami, ever suffer such humiliation? What? You are a poor commander and you are not good in combat. How can you continue to be the commander? Tang Ping continued to attack. At the same time, he also implicitly placed his own position on the position of for the sake of Konoha and hating the other party's lack of fighting spirit, rather than simply a personal grudge. Personal grudges cannot be used as a reason to attack when the village is in danger, so try to cover it up. Even if everyone knows the real reason. Some things can be done but cannot be said. I do all this for Konoha. Danzo retorted. Because Tang Ping's accusations were indeed well-founded, and he did not perform well as the main general, so he was ready to put aside the facts. Especially the defeat to Luo Shat, there is no way to wash it off. As the commander-in-chief of the ninja army, I don't ask you to win, but at least you can't lose. If you can't win, can't you just delay time? This is also the reason why the main general must be able to fight. Everyone is doing this for Konoha, is it for yourself? Tang Ping implied something to the others. Are you kidding? You are doing that for Konoha? I am embarrassed to point it out to you. You are just coveting the position of Hokage. You are despicable. You too, can you temporarily join forces to repel the sand ninjas before discussing other matters? Under the pressure of Mito Kadoen's gaze, Narashikako gritted his teeth and spoke. Naturally, he didn't want to be involved in this vortex, but the situation forced him to stand out. If we continue to let this kind of insect sit in the position of commander, do you think there is a chance? Tang Ping directly stated his intention. Yes, he wanted to kick Danzo out of the position of commander-in-chief. Anyway, the other party has already taken the blame, and Kikyo Mountain is about to be breached. Even if the situation can get any worse, it is time for me to perform the drama of turning the tide. My sage mode has been thirsty for a long time. JPG. Uchiha Dohei. Danzo's eyes were red and he almost transformed into a member of the Uchiha clan. The position of commander-in-chief is the stepping stone for him to become Hokage. How could he be willing to be kicked down? Of course, if you, Lord Danzo, want to continue to sit in the position of commander, I have no objection. Tang Ping's words silenced the other party. Before the sand ninjas' attack, the position of the commander was a hot potato, but now it has become a hot potato. If one is not capable of sitting on it, the same fate will happen to Danzo now. The main general must play in the field. Not having the ability to take this position is no different from suicide. If Danzo goes into battle again later, the probability of death will be very high. His strength was barely at the quasi-cage level before, and now he has a broken leg. Even an elite jonin might be able to fight him on equal terms. It would be strange if he survives against a strong sand ninja. Therefore, Dohei is really not afraid that Danzo will stay in the position of commander. As for the option of not fighting and pretending to be dead, it simply does not exist. Danzo is not the commander-in-chief, so I can't let you come. Mizuto Minion made a sneer. He wondered whether he should take over as the commander-in-chief temporarily. Danzo was so badly injured that he was indeed not suitable to continue serving as the commander-in-chief. That would mean his death. It is our duty to restore the glory of Konoha. Tang Ping nodded. Things have come to this stage, and he is unwilling to waste this opportunity. Don't even think about it. When Yutane Kohara was about to scold him, Danzo interrupted her with a wave of his hand. He said word by word. Okay, I can give up the position of commander. If it were before, he would never give up the position of commander no matter what. But now it's different. The Sand Ninja army will soon break through Mount Kikyo, and then the commander-in-chief will bear the greatest responsibility. In other words, he won't have much responsibility this way. It can even be used to threaten Uchiha. You don't want the village to fall into crisis because of the failure of your people, right? Let them serve as the main force to stop the Sand Ninja army. It's totally killing two birds with one stone. Not only can he save Konoha, but he can also take the opportunity to destroy the evil Uchiha family. I have to say that Danzo's mind really works very quickly when he is not in public. What a talent! The existence of this sleeping dragon of Konoha is definitely the key to the balance of the 5 major ninja villages. Otherwise, with Konoha's current conditions, it can win with just a normal attack with its eyes closed. I am willing to lead everyone to repel the Sand Ninja, but you must guarantee with your family that the position of the Chief General will not be changed within 5 years, and you must obey orders and not announcements. I need to completely solve the threat of the Sand Ninja in Konoha this time, and at the same time. Doping stated his conditions. Unexpectedly lenient. He just wants to be the Chief General for 5 years, and his power will remain within the previous range. What's wrong with this? The few people who were originally prepared for a big loss were all a little stunned. From these conditions, Doping is really a good boy who implements the will of fire. Some words need to be timely. If it was before the Sand Ninja army attacked, he would be ambitious because the position of the Chief General can only be held by the Hokage. But now that Konoha is in danger, the Chief General is the most risky position, and he is willing to sit on it, and said that he wants to completely solve the threat of the Sand Ninja. If this is not the will of fire, then what is it? As for the 5 years, obeying orders but not announcements, and the like are all minor details and are not a big deal at all. By the way, there is no such thing as the lower class rebelling against the upper class or holding the army to be powerful in the ninja world. After all, it was the Warring States period before, and it has only been a few decades since the country and village were established. With the constant brainwashing of the nobles, the ninjas may kill and set fire, but their minds are really simple. Therefore, Tohei decided to give the ninjas a little political shock in the future. Okay, we agree to your conditions. Mito Kato and Enyuta Koharu looked at each other and nodded silently. As for Narashikaku, he did not express his opinion. The three tribes of Ino, Shika, and Jo have always been very upright. Whoever is in power will follow him. So, Tohei naturally became the chief general again. And this time is different from before. There is no word temporary, but he really ascended to the position of chief general. The conditions discussed at the same time were that the three advisory elders, the Inoshikajo and other ninja clans would guarantee with a family reputation, not individuals, which would eliminate the trouble of not admitting the responsibility. In the ninja world, people would really do anything to maintain the family reputation. Referring to the efforts made by the Yamaji-un clan to revive the family reputation, you will know how strong this guarantee is. Unless all 6 ninja clans die, this guarantee will lose its effect. Brothers, you don't treat me as an outsider. Good subscription. Starting tomorrow, there will be 3 guaranteed updates, and bursts from time to time. Chapter 113 Crazy Counterattack Plan. Now, please leave my position, Elder Danzo. When Doping and others ordered the ninja to leave and conveyed the news that he became the main general to others, they directly drove him away. Danzo really wanted to kill people. Even if he was no longer the main general of an army, he was still the advisory elder and the leader of the root of the village. In addition, his right leg was broken, and he didn't even let me sit. Danzo, this is not the time to fool around. Tanzo's words almost broke Danzo's defense. Is he fooling around now? It's obvious that it's Uchiha Tohei who's fooling around. However, Danzo also understood that they needed help from the other party, so he endured the pain in his heart and stood up with his crutches, standing in front of the table. There was only one chair in the office. He just lost a leg, so it's easy to imagine how painful it was to stand, but he didn't want to miss any of the next decisions, so he didn't take a rest. The other 3 knew that Tohei did it on purpose. But no one pointed it out. Danzo had attacked him several times before, and now he's venting his anger like this. It's not impossible. If it was a strong man like White Fang, he could use the overall situation and for the village to suppress the other party. But Tohei kept talking about the will of fire, but he didn't act according to the will of fire at all. That's right, he was learning from Konoha F4, the will of fire is only talked about but not practiced. Okay, Shikaku, tell me how to deal with it. After sitting in the position of the commander, Tohei went straight to the point without wasting a second. Before that, he would always confront Danzo and never talk about business. I think. Narashikaku said the backup plan he had thought of long ago. Before thinking about victory, think about defeat first. As the Konoha military advisor, he had considered these things long before the Sand Ninja attacked, so he spoke in an orderly manner, and even Danzo had to admit his ability. Specifically, it is to use traps, mechanisms, and barriers to delay time regardless of sacrifice. Time is on Konoha's side, and both reinforcements and logistics have advantages. As long as they can delay, they will definitely be the winners in the end. After listening. Well, you said it well, don't say it again in the future. Tohei gave an evaluation. What? Narashikaku's eyes were full of confusion. This was his carefully prepared plan. How many people will be lost according to your plan? Doping pointed out the key. Yes, there is indeed no problem with the tactics, the problem is the number of people who will die. Too many. At least most of those cannon fodders and genin will die. They are simply treating people as if they were not human beings. However, thinking that this is a cruel and dark ninja world, Doping also put away his pity. He is not a saint, he just hates unnecessary sacrifices. For the village, no matter how many people die, it is worth it. My roots have also sacrificed a lot. Tuanzang seized the opportunity to stab. Doping rolled his eyes. Tisk, the reason why your root suffered so much is because of the inhuman experiments and training, do you really think you don't know? Whether it was the kind-hearted Mitaman or the female Uchiha Koharu, they were not unusual, as if they were used to it. They also fought their way out of the battlefield and had become indifferent to sacrifice. I think, why should we delay time instead of actively counterattacking? Doping asked back. Yes, this is the key. In Narashikaku's plan, Konoha was always in a passive state of being beaten, completely using sacrifice to buy time. Active counterattack. Narashikaku's face was a little bitter. If possible, he would also like to make such a plan. The problem is that no matter the number of ninjas or the strength of the strong, they are not as good as the Sand Ninja army with the support of Rock Ninja. I have a plan. Doping said his plan. No, absolutely not. Yudin Koharu rejected the plan subconsciously in fear, because the cost of this plan was too high. Yes, the loss is too great. Midaman also shook his head. However, just because they were opposed, it didn't mean that everyone was like that. Danzo frowned, but didn't object. He felt that this plan was very much to his liking, and it would be great if he had come up with it. However, the person who proposed this plan was the brat Uchiha Dohei, so he naturally couldn't support it out loud. It's not impossible. Narashikaku pondered for a moment and directly gave a different opinion. Because he found that the plan was really feasible. Although the price to be paid was very high, it was definitely better than his previous plan. The most important thing was that once this plan succeeded, it would ensure that the Sand Ninja would not pose a big threat to Konoha for a long time. This was extremely important for Konoha, which was being watched covetously by several major ninja villages. Shikaku, you. Koharu Utane didn't expect that Shikaku would agree to this crazy plan, and was interrupted just as he was about to say something. Is there a problem with the execution? Dohei ignored Koharu Utane and Mito Kado-en, and asked Narashikaku about the execution. No. Narashikaku may not have such a wild idea, but he is confident in his execution and gave a direct guarantee. Well, the task is up to you. Dohei made the decision decisively. He is not like the Konoha F4, who would delay and argue for a long time before making a decision, and any good opportunities would be delayed. Yes. Narashikaku's expression was brightened. Working with the Konoha F4 is completely torture, and now meeting a superior like Dohei who can make a decisive decision is indeed a relief. Fortunately, he still has reason and knows who he is, otherwise he would have said Shikaku has never met a wise leader. After deciding on the tactics, Konoha began to change. Defeated? The Sand Ninja army attacked Mount Kikyo, forcing the Konoha ninjas to fight and retreat towards the top of the mountain. One by one, the Sand Ninjas rushed into the fortress. The long-awaited victory was just around the corner, and everyone was vying for the first place. Yes, as long as they could occupy Mount Kikyo, even if they failed to break through Konoha village in the end, they could occupy the southwest area of the Land of Fire. For the Sand Ninjas born in the cruel desert, they could give everything for it. So, even Cho and Ebizo led the attack despite their tiredness. On the other side, Dohei arrived at the top of Mount Kikyo. Although the several hundred meters high Mount Kikyo was transformed into a fortress. But in fact, only the mountainside and the foot of the mountain were not transformed, and the rest of the area looked primitive and simple. However, now there are continuous Konoha ninjas coming to the top of the mountain. What are you doing? I don't know. Why don't you let me continue fighting? Does Uchiha Dohei know how to command? Some ninja school students are not used to the battlefield, so they whisper. And those old birds, even if they have great doubts in their hearts, only communicate with their eyes, but do not speak. A large number of defeated Konoha ninjas were forced to the top of the mountain by the attacking Sand Ninjas. If they were forced to this point by the previous style of fighting to the death, it would be a question how many Konoha ninjas would be left. But now? Most of the Konoha ninjas are here, such as ninja school students, medical ninjas, and government ninjas, who have retreated to the top of the mountain in advance. The loss is so small, naturally because of a characteristic of ninjas. Dodge points are full. As long as there is space to retreat, the casualties will not be too great. Unless it is defending or the combat power is crushed. Now the Konoha ninjas exchange space for survival, and retreat if they can't hold on, so the casualty rate is naturally greatly reduced. On the contrary, the radical sand and rock ninjas were trapped by traps and mechanisms because they rushed too fast, and the loss ratio was several to 1, with at least hundreds of people lost. But it was all worth it. For the village, no one would back down. Standing at the front, wearing the fiery fist gloves and a black tights, Dohei looked very handsome and glanced around. Mito Kado-en, Yuditen Koharu, Shimura Denso, Narashikagai, Mitarashi Shishi, and so on were all there. Behind them were the Jonin, Chunin, and Genin, and the two teammates were among them. Thousands of ninjas gathered, with amazing momentum. And Dohei looked seriously at the only passage up the mountain below. Platycodon Mountain is full of traps and traps. Only by taking this road can they successfully reach the top of the mountain where they are standing. Going around from other places is a complete suicide, so they are not afraid of the other party not taking this road to attack. Everything is ready, all we need is the east wind. Behind the team. Tisk, what a stinky fart. Uchiha Obito looked at the high-spirited Uchiha Dohei standing in front of the ninja army and muttered. And Tang Ping also saw the figures rushing towards him. The Sand Ninja army has arrived. This also means that his crazy counterattack plan has officially begun. After today, the entire ninja world will echo his name, and this battle will become a classic. Chapter 114 Explosion is Art. Headed by Raza, Yakang, Cho, Ebizo, Carry, and so on. Behind him are a large number of ninjas. As long as the last guarding force of Dohei and his team, who were forced to the top of the mountain, are eliminated, Mount Kikyo can be completely occupied. Dohei remembers very clearly that the Third Ninja World War represented the complete defeat of the Suna Ninja. The Battle of Platycodon Mountain. The same thing happened here. This moment is just like that moment. It seems that Platycodon Mountain is destined to give birth to a classic scene. Soon, the Sand Ninja army stopped. Luo Xia and Yekeng stepped forward. Everyone can see that the fourth Kazekage of the Suna Ninja will definitely be born from the two of them, so it is normal for the two to represent the Suna Ninja. Uchiha Donhei, if you lead your troops to surrender, I guarantee in the name of Suna Ninja that you will get the treatment you deserve. Luo Xia gave the conditions loudly. This is also a temptation. Because Konoha's reaction was beyond their expectations. We have already faced the Flying Dragon, and victory is within our grasp, but we cannot be careless at such a critical moment. In terms of scheming, Yakeng of the Idol faction cannot compare to Luo Xia, so he acts as the atmosphere team and thug. No matter what competition the two have in private, their interests are aligned at this time. You Suna ninjas surrender now, and I guarantee in the name of Konoha that the slaves will be treated as they should. Dohei received the signal from Narashikaku that everything was okay, and then gave the start signal. Explosion is art. These words are a signal, and they are also the mantra of the future Path Star. He is now using them as a signal. What art? Luo Xia was confused and had no idea what Tang Ping was talking about. Just when he was about to order an attack, he heard the chaotic sounds of the sand ninjas behind him. Look! It's a detonator. Retreat, retreat quickly. On the cliffs tens of meters high on both sides of the road leading to the top of the mountain. Layers of camouflage fell down, revealing the burning detonating talisman above, which can be triggered by a variety of means. Yes, Tang Ping's ultimate killing move is exactly this. Explode the Platycodon Mountain to pieces. During the retreat to the top of the mountain, disguised detonating charms were planted throughout the fortress. When detonated at the critical moment, they could cause huge damage to the sand ninja who entered the fortress. The sky is the limit. This tactic has never been used before. Because the ninjas only have a few tactics that come and go, and they are all based on hard strength. After all, this is a ninja world where great power belongs to itself. If you have time to study tactics, you might as well spend more time improving yourself. But as a time traveler, Tang Ping absorbed countless kinds of knowledge in that era of information explosion, and any idea was the crystallization of countless wisdoms. The inspiration for the tactics came from the descendants of Keijiro village, a village that was destroyed by Konoha. The other party spent decades burying a large number of detonating talismans in Konoha village, preparing to blow up the village. The counterattack plan was born. Furthermore, Dohei asked Narashikaku, the best tool, to execute the plan. With his execution ability, he was enough to realize the plan. Careful! Luo Xia reminded loudly. Looking at the burning detonating symbols, his heart felt extremely cold. Sand. Driven by the limit of his blood inheritance, a large amount of sand gold rushed crazily towards the sand ninja behind him. This is not to attack them, but to use sand as a buffer layer to resist the damage of the detonating talisman. Yakang's reaction was different from Luo Xia's. She is not good at protection, so she directly chooses to charge forward. So tenacious! Tang Ping muttered to himself as he looked at the other party's reaction, but all dreams cannot be realized with a strong will. Even without him, under the control of destiny, the Jianmia family, soon a ninja can only act as a supporting role and clown, with no chance of standing on the leading role. Lord Tanghei. Matere Zixiao called for a fight, trying to stop Ye Keng who was rushing over. But it was blocked. Because Tang Ping's body was covered with a layer of flame clothing, it was enough to illustrate his attitude. Although all this sounds long, it is actually very short. The ignited detonating talisman just exploded at this time. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of detonating symbols exploded at the same time, and the power was completely devastating. And each detonating talisman is as powerful as a high-level fire escape. Using such a terrifying number of detonating talismans together is equivalent to tens of thousands of high-level fire escapes being used together. Help! Get out of the way! Ah! These sounds were drowned out by the explosion. Thousands of sand ninjas, most of them were killed entering Mount Kikyo is to break through the fortress as soon as possible. Facing the simultaneous explosion of detonating tags, the outcome can be imagined. Of course, the ninja's ability to save his life is not weak. But even so, after a round of explosion, at least thousands of sand ninjas either died or lost their combat effectiveness. That is, Dohei used Mount Kikyo as a trap to gather the sand ninjas together. If this trick was used in a wide place, it would be good if a few of them could achieve good results. It took less than half a minute from the use of the detonating tag to the end. But this half minute was a complete nightmare for the sand ninjas. The ninjas from the same village who were just around were either injured or turned into corpses. The entire Mount Kikyo was turned into ruins. In other words, this fortress was completely ruined. And this fortress was built at the cost of countless manpower and material resources of Konoha. It would be like countless money wasted if it was gone. This is also why Koharu Udadan and Midaman opposed it before. It's too expensive. The cost of this counterattack plan is too high, even the wealthy Konoha can't afford it. But in Dohei's opinion, it is worth it. Saving people and losing land, both people and land are gained. Saving land and losing people, both people and land are lost. He is familiar with this proverb. As long as people are in the fortress, it can be rebuilt at any time. On the contrary, without the ninja army, even if the fortress is still there, it will belong to the sand ninjas, and it will become an obstacle to Konoha. It is precisely because of these considerations that he decisively used the fortress as a trap to severely damage the sand ninja army. Thousands of casualties. It is definitely a heavy blow to the sand ninja army, which has less than 4,000 people after the previous battle. But in this way, the sand ninjas will fight desperately. After all, without the Kikyo mountain fortress, it is useless for them to occupy this ruin. The strategic initiative. From the moment Kikyo mountain was blown up, it has been completely in the hands of Konoha. The only thing they can do at this time is to annihilate the ninja army in front of them, so as to weaken Konoha's strength to make up for the loss. Uchiha Dohei. Rose's heart-wrenching roar made everyone feel what he felt. Pain. It hurts so much. There weren't many sand ninjas to begin with. Losing so many at once was almost heartbreaking. How could Rosa, who regarded the village as his home, not be furious to the extreme? Ye Keng was also full of killing intent. Obviously, Dohei had become the target of both of them. Uchiha Dohei. She murmured the name of the boy in front of her, and self-blame kept gnawing at her heart. You know, she had a chance to kill the other party before, the time she saved Honda Ying. If she had acted recklessly at that time, there would not be today's tragedy. The commander is too hateful. No matter what it is, it will all be counted on the commander. Of course, the same applies to merits. For Konoha. Dohei looked at Ye Keng and Rosa and shouted the order to attack. The sand ninjas are now in a state of confusion and chaos because of the explosion, so they must not give the other side a chance to regroup. Even if the sand ninja army loses nearly 1,000, the remaining number is still larger and stronger than Konoha. If they can't seize this only opportunity, they will lose. Now, they have no defensive advantage. For Konoha. The pale-faced Akimichi Choza, sequelae of the secret medicine, roared, and then led the troops to bypass the positions of Dohei, Yekura, and Luasha, and rushed towards the sand ninja army behind. And Luasha and Yekura both stared at Dohei, the chief, and did not stop the Konoha ninjas who bypassed from both sides. It is the norm on the battlefield for the strong to restrain each other and not to attack ordinary ninjas. Unless the opponent is defeated or the opponent has no corresponding strong, everyone will abide by this unspoken rule. Because you can slaughter the opponent's ninjas, they can too, it is a rhythm of mutual harm. From a high position, a desperate battle, plus the enemy is in a negative debuff state, and in the best condition, there are two strong men who can hold him back, there is no reason why we can't deal with it, right? Doping looked at the Konoha ninjas rushing down like a tide, and this thought flashed through his mind. Of course, the prerequisite for victory is that he can withstand the siege of two young generation Sand Ninja Cage level strong men. Otherwise, even if there are many advantages, the main general will lose due to the loss of morale. Go, let's start this pleasant battle. A smile flashed across the corner of Doping's mouth. After all the friendly forces left, he could do whatever he wanted. Chapter 115 The Shocking Appearance of Sage Mode. Pa! Doping put his hands together to enter Sage Mode. Sage Mode is not so easy to enter. Like Jiraiya, it takes several minutes to enter once. The future Prince Naruto, because of his own whirlpool constitution, developed a method for the long-term shadow clone to stand by in Maiboku Mountain. The most amazing thing is the Great Pillar. You can enter by clapping your hands, without the need for pre-shaking and props. Dohei's current posture is similar to the Great Pillar, but between his palms, you can see the green liquid soaking into his body. Tang Chuan. This highly condensed natural energy was absorbed by him, which omitted a lot of steps. This is also his unique advantages. If you see whether Jiraiya and Naruto can get the toad oil from MT Maiboku, you will know how precious this liquefied natural energy is. What's this? Careful. Yekeng and Luo Xia looked at each other and both saw what the other wanted to say. And they won't wait stupidly for Tang Ping to complete his preparations. Let's bury our dead Suna ninja with us. Luo Xia waved her right hand. Whoa, whoa. A large amount of placer gold condensed into thousands of gold and shot towards Tang Ping. Ninjas have high attack and low defense. When faced with attacks, they must find ways to defend or dodge. It is impossible to resist directly. Fierce. A pillar of fire swallowed up thousands of sand gold. Then the golden red flame pattern spread from the center of Tang Ping's eyebrows, and a domineering and fiery aura began to spread. The movement on the top of the mountain was noticed by both parties fighting. Even though the fight was fierce, they all knew that the battle on the top of the mountain would greatly affect the situation, so they would naturally pay attention. This is... No way. How is it possible? Isn't the immortal mode only available in the three holy places? Konoha F3 looked at each other. They had seen magic before, and they vaguely sensed something. What is that? And Granny Cho, who controlled several puppets and managed to resist the siege, also had a look of fear. Although she didn't know the immortal mode, the intuition and experience of a shadow-level expert let her know what terrible changes had occurred on the top of the mountain. Stop them! Although Narashikaku didn't know what happened on the top of the mountain, he knew that it would definitely be beneficial to his side, so he commanded the Konoha troops and stopped the sand ninja who wanted to rush to the top of the mountain. On the top of the mountain, Tang Ping still didn't know how many people were shocked by the immortal mode he displayed. At this time, he was struggling to control the huge natural energy. He had not fused much natural energy before, but this was the first time he had fused such a large amount of natural energy, so the level of difficulty was naturally not the same. Let the flames purify everything. Tang Ping opened his golden and red pupils. At this time, he seemed to be an immortal. No wonder it's called immortal mode. This change is indeed too exaggerated. The entire immortal mode entry time was naturally very short due to the assistance of Tang Chuan, so it was not interrupted by Luo Xia and Yekeng. Burning escape. Killed by steaming. Yekeng pushed the two fused fireballs around him toward Tang Ping. Although the limit is more than fusing two, it takes a lot of time, so only two are fused. A fireball the size of a wheel, carrying terrifying heat, crashed into Tang Ping. Magnetic escape. Placer gold. Luo Xia also assisted, controlling the placer gold to squeeze from the middle of both sides of Tang Ping, blocking Tang Ping's dodge space. Although the two are competitors, they work together in perfect harmony. It's just... Tang Ping's reaction was beyond their expectations. Snap. Facing Zhou Dun, he stretched out his right hand to catch it without hesitation, and the placer gold on both sides also collapsed under the impact of the sudden flames. Yes, it wasn't ninjutsu or anything else, Dohei simply caught the scorch release with his right hand. Is the blood inheritance limit of the fusion of wind and fire? It is indeed not weak. Tang Ping easily crushed the fireball in his hand. Immortal mode. comes with various powerful abilities. For example, the power, perception, etc. brought by MT Miyamoto Sage Mode. As for Tang Ping's Sage Mode, although his strength and perception have also been improved, the biggest improvement is his fire control ability. Controlling fire is like instinct. That's why you can crush the fireball so easily without letting it explode. If it were you, that should be enough. Tang Ping looked at the two of them and said. It was the first time he used Immortal Mode against an enemy. He felt that two shadow-level experts were indeed qualified to unleash the potential of Immortal Mode. He rushed in front of Yekeng and punched out hard with his right fist. Relief. One punch will knock the opponent away. At this time, Dohei's strength was no weaker than that of a Taijutsu-type Jounin, which greatly improved his melee combat ability, as well as his speed. Transformation in all aspects. Of course, it was because Yekeng didn't expect his changes that he was blown away as soon as he met him, but it wasn't because his strength was so bad. Whoosh, whoosh. A dense sound of breaking through the air sounded from the side, interrupting Tang Ping's pursuit attempt. It was Luo Xie who controlled the placer gold to condense into Qianben and shoot. Good cooperation. While Tang Ping admired him, he could only give up chasing Yekeng and use the teleportation technique to avoid it. At this time, he was still familiar with the Immortal Mode and was in no hurry to use all his firepower. I have also used the Sage Mode when practicing before. But I have never integrated so much natural energy, so I naturally need to get familiar with it first. Physical skills. Without using any ninjutsu, Dohei was able to survive for several rounds under the siege of two shadow-level powerhouses with just his taijutsu. It was just one word, and he wanted to say it again. His Sage Mode is not specialized in physical arts, but it can still be improved so much, which shows that Sage is indeed a change in the essence of life. But it's okay, let's get to the point next. Okay, the warm-up is over. He jumped back after a somersault, and then lightly snapped his fingers with his right hand. Snap! A white flame emerged, wrapping around the body as if alive, forming layers of flame gauze, looking holy and light. But good looking does not mean weak in power. If you are a strong person with keen perception, you can understand the horror under these layers of white gauze. Immortal magic. Flame clothing. Using magical chakra to activate, multiple layers of flames are superimposed, and the power is completely different from before. Said without politeness, as long as Tang Ping releases his restraints, he can easily turn a few dozen meters into a restricted area for life, ordinary people. After putting on the flame robe, Tang Ping's threat instantly increased by several levels. Because of ninja taijutsu, the power is completely different in the flame-clothed state and the non-flaming clothed state. And fu! A ball of pure white flames flew forward against the ground. The dark fu in Immortal Mode is faster, more powerful, and the most important thing is that it can be controlled. Can slightly affect the flame speed and direction. Just this change has greatly improved Tang Ping's combat power. Think about it, the two abilities of kaleidoscope of the two pillars in the future, one is Amaterasu, and the other is added with Earth Life, that is, the ability to control Amaterasu flames. And Tanghei's Sage Mode is equivalent to a super-enhanced version with Earth Life. Because you can control all aspects of the flame, not just the shape changes of Amaterasu. Sand. Luo Xia controlled the placer gold to block Enfu's front, but was bypassed by Enfu and continued to rush towards him. How is that possible? Faced with this situation, he did not dare to block it and directly chose to take off. It's just floating. Do Le2. Tang Ping jumped over and his right leg was struck down like a battle axe. Relief. Luo Xia blocked her head with her hands, but she was blasted to the ground. Whoosh, whoosh. A few kunao stopped Dohei's pursuit, and also gave Luo Xia the opportunity to control the placer gold to catch himself, so as not to touch the pure white flames. This color of flame is different from ordinary flames. Even with a body blessed by chakra, it can easily cause huge damage. Yekeng and Luo Xia joined forces and were barely able to cope with Tang Ping's offensive, and even gradually gained the upper hand after getting familiar with it. But they all know that this is just a trial, and their strongest ninjutsu has not been used yet. Burning escape. Killed by steaming. Yekeng seized the opportunity and blasted Tang Ping away with a scorching escape. Luo Xia also controls sand gold to cooperate with the attack. Relief. Just when Dohei blocked Senbon's shot with Oniyaki and landed on the ground. Careful. Narashikaku's reminder sounded from a distance. Because I don't know when, a figure emerged from behind Tang Ping. Chapter 116 Immortal Magic Zhu Rong's Real Body. Thank you guys for your subscription. Chapter 116 Immortal Magic Zhu Rong's True Body. Thank you guys for your subscription. Go to hell. Hunting laughed wildly and punched the prey in front of him. If you hit it, you can use explosive escape to smash the opponent to pieces. Even a shadow-level powerhouse would not be able to avoid his attack when surrounded by two shadow-level powerhouses. Snap! The fist blasted out with all its strength is flashing with explosive light, and it will explode as soon as it touches the target's body. Even a big mountain can be shattered. However, when Xiao's fist was about to touch the target, he suddenly stopped. It wasn't that he suddenly softened, but because his neck was caught and lifted up first, and his fists dropped as if they had lost support. Do you think I can't sense the art of diving in the earth? Tang Ping looked at the other party mockingly. Joke. Immortal mode is improvement in all aspects. Even though Tang Ping was not specialized in perception before, after entering the Sage mode, his perception naturally entered the shadow level. At the shadow level, how could he not notice the other party's movements? You. Carrie was angry and prepared to fight back, but found that a large amount of fire escape chakra had poured into his body, making it impossible to use his own chakra and unable to move his body. Whoosh, whoosh. A large amount of placer gold senbon and several kunao shot out. Fire pillar formation. The hall remained motionless. Fierce. Multiple pillars of fire erupted from the ground 2 meters away, knocking away all thrown attacks. Don't think that flames have no power. In the world before time travel, dozens of tons of heavy fighters could rely on flame propulsion to reach speeds above sound, which shows how exaggerated the power is. Of course, this kind of explosion cannot be sustained, and the timing must be clearly seen to use it. If you want to use this to develop your own defensive ninjutsu, you need to form seals under normal conditions, but you can release them without seals in Sage mode. While blocking the long-range attack, Tang Ping also used a move. Qin Yu Yang. Use your right hand to pinch the opponent's neck. The fire escape chakra injected into the opponent's body responded like this. Boom! Countless flames erupted from the opponent's body, turning the nearby area into a sea of fire. Only Tanghei can perform this ninjutsu of Qin Yu Yang. The first is to be able to finally control the fire escape chakra, so as to ensure that the chakra with changed properties is injected into the target's body, while suppressing it from directly erupting. Then, control the opponent throughout the whole process and not give the target any chance to escape, which means that Qin Yu Yang himself has to bear the flames that burst out. Let's try someone else? The flame doesn't care whether you are the user or not. Therefore, the most important thing when using this nintaijutsu is that your own fire resistance must be high, otherwise you will die together. But the harsh conditions of use also mean that it is powerful. Once one is injected with fire escape chakra, not only is it impossible to use ninjutsu, but the body is also unable to move, so it is naturally extremely difficult to escape. Hunting. This elite jounin was defeated kill instantly. The strength of the Sage mode was fully demonstrated. Facing the siege of 2 cage-level ninjas, an elite jounin sneaked up and was able to kill one of them. At this time, the explosion hunters could not survive, and even their bodies were turned into ashes by the terrifying flames, leaving no residue. Trampling, trampling. Dohei walked out of the flames and came to the stone in front of Yekeng and Luo Sha. With the power of killing elite jounins in one strike, he actually had the upper hand in terms of momentum. Is this Sage mode? Luo Sha asked in a low voice. After fighting for so long, it is natural that he could not have no guesses. The Sage mode is a secret for small ninja villages, but it is not for major ninja villages. Not to mention that the god of ninja Senju Hashirama has mastered it, just now Jiraiya has mastered it, and the major ninja villages will naturally have records. The reason why the 3 holy places are called holy places is because they have mastered the inheritance of the Sage mode. But they didn't expect that they would meet a sage now. Yes. Doping nodded and admitted this. Since it has been used in public, he will not keep it secret. Sage mode is not the point is that Tang Gu must be kept secret. Anyway, he won't say it, and he doesn't believe that anyone dares to force him to say it. Sage. I didn't expect that Konoha has another sage. Will the Sand Village never rise? First there was the god of ninjas, then there was White Fang, and now there is you. Luo Sha sighed in a complicated tone. Because he felt that the Sand Ninja was too unfortunate. Every time they wanted to rise, there would be these geniuses blocking the way. Nonsense, you sand ninjas don't have alien blood, how can you rise? Dou Ping secretly curled his lips. The entire ninja world is a toy of the Daikon family. You ninja villages without the blood of the celestial dragons also want to rise? How many dishes did you drink? If you eat a few more peanuts, you won't dare to think like this. Even without me, you sand ninjas wouldn't have succeeded. Dou Ping spoke the truth. Konoha is the protagonist of the ninja world. If he wasn't there, maybe a few strong men who broke through on the battlefield would emerge from there, or it wouldn't be surprising if they had secret techniques. Lies don't hurt people, the truth is the sharpest knife. After listening to Dou Ping's truth, Luo Shat and Ye King fell silent. Of course, they didn't lose their fighting spirit. As cage-level strong men, their wills were as strong as steel, and this was for the last fight. Even if they were immortals, it didn't mean they could admit defeat. Fireballs appeared beside Ye King, and she pushed the burning release to the extreme. 6 fireballs surrounded her. Each of them was a scorching release that consumed a lot of chakra. If they were used together, the power would be even more amazing. Sand, sand. The soil on the ground around Luo Sha was constantly converted into gold sand by his blood limit, preparing for the next big move. Do you want to dance too? Dou Ping sighed. He had no grudge against the sand ninja, at most they were hostile because of their positions. However, it seemed that the other party did not think so. Even though he knew that he was now a sage, he had no intention of giving up, but was ready to fight to the death. The 6 fireballs around Ye King gradually merged. The light began to distort, and countless heat waves spread and set off a violent gust of wind. The sound and light effects were full. But the other one next to him was even louder. Rosa made seals with both hands. Countless gold sand began to rise into the air, forming a huge golden cube. It was not impossible for Dou Ping to dodge the ultimate moves of the 2 cage-level masters, but it would definitely be a major blow to morale. Ninjas are so contradictory. When performing a mission, no matter what means, it doesn't matter, but when fighting on the battlefield, they are more samurai than samurai. And Dou Ping had no intention of avoiding it. This kind of opportunity to show off in front of others is something that he, a fun-loving person, would never want. He formed seals with both hands. Fire Armor Incarnation. First, he used this A-level ninjutsu. The half of the flame giant enveloped him. The next step is the key. Just as the 3 of them were preparing to use their strength, the ninja armies of both sides knew that the next attack would determine the outcome of the battle, so they naturally watched subconsciously. Even the strong men of both sides tacitly stopped. This was to restrain each other and prevent anyone from interfering with this duel. The hunting just now is the best example. Just as the sound of the battlefield was getting lower and lower, a voice sounded. Immortal technique. Zhu Rong's true body. Dou Ping slowly formed seals with both hands. And as he moved, rain. Layers of flame gauze wrapped around the half of the flame giant. In this process, the half of the flame continued to grow, and a large amount of flames were woven into the lower half of the flame giant. 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. When the flame giant stopped growing, it was already 30 meters tall, and there was an extra layer of red armor on its body. Yes, the magic that Dou Ping used with the magic chakra was the real Zhu Rong's real body, not just the upper body. It was also his real super killer. What is this? So big. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Looking at Zhu Rong's true form, the flame giant wearing red armor, the ninjas on both sides of the battlefield were almost speechless, and some were muttering to themselves without knowing what they were talking about. It's so shocking. The Uchiha family calls Susanna the power of God, which shows how strong the impact of this giant is. Now, Dohei also has his own Gundam. It's just that his Gundam consumes too much, and it can't last long for him at this time, so he must fight quickly. Chapter 117 Immortal Magic, Tian Kong Yun Sword. That's great. Tang Ping himself stood high above the head of Zhu Rong's real body, extremely satisfied with his immortal magic. This is the real magic. Rather than using Senjutsu Chakra to promote ninjutsu, it is said to be Senjutsu. It's just that, the magical magic is strong, but the consumption of magical chakra is like a water pump. It's hard to resist. Zhu Rong's real body alone has lost most of its magical chakra. This is not a blood inheritance limit, but developed by himself, and the endurance is indeed not good. Fortunately, when he created this magic, he also used the knowledge of sealing to seal the flame in Zhu Rongjian's body, thus saving most of the cost. Otherwise, Tanghai's chakra must at least double the current basis to barely support the use of immortal magic. Of course, such terrifying consumption brings terrifying power, and now is the time to show it. Just when Tang Ping became familiar with the magic of immortality. Burning escape. Killed by steaming. Ye King struck this full blow. After the 6 fireballs merged, their power had reached its limit. The fireball, which was as big as a hill, flew towards Zhu Rong's true body. The air in the place it passed was distorted and the strong wind avoided it. Not far away was Luo Sha, who looked pale and was obviously equally desperate. Magnetic escape. Placer gold cube. A huge cube, much larger than last time, flew towards the head of Zhu Rong's real body. Faced with the strongest blows from 2 shadow-level experts, Tang Ping not only did not feel worried, but also laughed. That's right, that's right. If there is no threat, it would be a shame. Although he likes to torture food, in order to let himself know more about the limits of Zhu Rong's true body, why should he be a little threatening? At the same time, another magical method he conceived should also be revealed. However, this is not so much an immortal technique as an improved ninjutsu, and its complexity is far lower than that of Zhu Rong's real body. Immortal method. Tian Kong Yun sword. Tang Ping drank softly and grasped with his right hand. Zhu Rong's real body also responded in the same way. But unlike him, Zhu Rong's real right hand suddenly burst out with countless sky-blue flames, and then compressed and condensed it into a 20-meter-long sword. Then he stepped forward and slashed upward. Phew! The air was cut open, creating a huge gust of wind. A crack several meters wide and unknown how deep was cut into the ground. The blue blade was like an invincible sword, cutting away everything in front of Zhu Rong's true body. In the light and crisp cutting sound, the huge fireball that hit was sliced apart easily, without any lag at all. No way. In addition to the difference in power, it was also because Tang Ping Tian defeated Ye King, defeating the opponent. The blade continued to pick up. Hit the huge golden cube floating in the air. Fierce. Endless blue flames emerged from the blue blade, making it slice through as smoothly as a hot knife cutting butter. Thousands and hundreds of thousands of tons of placer gold cubes instantly turned into scattered sand. A golden rain fell from the sky. JPG. Please do not make unnecessary interpretations. And Zhu Rong's true body was bathed in this golden rain like a god. Tian Kong Yun sword. It is an immortal technique compressed and condensed from the Orakai, but it has changed from an instantaneous burst to a continuous output. Sky blue represents its terrifying temperature. Compared with the red flame of ordinary fire escape, it is more than 1 level stronger. It was even stronger than the blue-white serpent in the previous experiment. Boom! The earth roared. The sword just cut off a corner of the mountain top, and half of the mountain front began to slide to the ground. Natural disaster. No matter who it is, this is the feeling when they see the sword of Zhu Rong's true form. The battlefield became extremely quiet. Even though the Suna ninja and the Konoha ninja were close at hand, no one took action, but stared blankly at the red-armored giant standing on the top of the mountain. Faced with this kind of existence, human power is simply unmatchable, and it will also make people lose their will to fight. Just like playing ranked games, if you are in bronze level, you will not lose your fighting spirit even if you face silver or gold level enemies. But facing the strongest king, you will not have the thought of winning, you will only think of defeating and restarting. The ninjas at this time felt the same way. Do you want to dance again? Tang Ping's voice rang out from Zhu Rong's true body, and at the same time, the Tian Kong Yun sword began to shake, and there was a faint sky blue light flickering. This is because it has reached its limit. It's not the limit of immortal magic, but his limit. At this time, Luo Sha and Ye King, who were exhausted, were extremely weak and unable to fight anymore. Humph, if you want to kill, just kill. Ye King, as a strong-mouthed king, will not give in. We lost today, but soon a ninja will win one day. Luo Sha's face was calm. Ninjas are a profession that is accustomed to life and death. They are not afraid of death, they are just worried about the future of the village. That's a pity. Tang Ping held the Tian Kong Yun sword high in his hand and was about to swing it down. A slight smile crossed the corner of his mouth. Ta-day. In the intensive collision sound, a large centipede-like puppet broke out of the ground, then swallowed Ye King and Luo Sha beside him into its body, and then quickly burrowed into the ground. Don't even think about escaping. Tang Ping swung the Tiankanjiun sword with all his strength, but the sword turned into flames and dissipated in mid-air. Well, it's definitely not that he's letting off steam, it's just that he can't hold on anymore. And not only that, Zhu Rong's real body also began to burn. Retreat. Ebizo released the signal flare. This is their last chance to retreat. Following the order, the originally frightened Sand Ninja army reacted and began to flee. As for the wounded, I can only give up temporarily. Everyone knows the mobility of ninjas. Following this order, the Sand Ninjas quickly withdrew from the battlefield like a frying pan. On the Konoha side, everyone subconsciously looked towards the top of the mountain. Even Narashikaku is like this. After this battle, Tang Ping's status as the commander-in-chief is truly secure, and no one is dissatisfied with it. No need to chase, Shikaku, command the Jonin to clean the battlefield and place the wounded. Tang Ping walked out of Zhu Rong's real body, which turned into flames and dissipated. At this time, he had exited the immortal mode, the flame pattern between his eyebrows disappeared, and his pupils returned to black. But even so, no one dared to look directly at him. Even Danzo doesn't dare to have any evil intentions for the time being. It's so scary. The power of the sword that broke the mountain just now even made him feel like Hashirama is alive, how could he not be afraid of it? Yes. N. All the Jonins accepted the order at the same time. Seeing this reaction, Tang Ping was extremely satisfied. He knew that from now on, this ninja army was completely in his hands. At least his orders will not be disobeyed as long as they are not rebelling. There is no other way, Ninja Mujiang. Orochimaru, who acts cold-bloodedly and unscrupulously, has countless people pursuing him, not to mention him. For ninjas, weakness is the original sin. As long as you can fight, you are charming, and there will definitely be countless people willing to follow you. This is also the reason why Tang Ping defeated Luo Xia and Yekeng head-on. There is no better proof of strength than defeating two shadow-level warriors in one fell swoop. As for why Luo Xia and Yekeng should be spared, as well as the Sand Ninja army? The reason is not difficult to imagine. Respect yourself. If there was no threat from the Suna Ninja, the village's senior officials would definitely be thinking of ways to get rid of him day and night. Now that Suna Ninja is left behind, the Southwest Ninja army will not be able to defeat anyone but themselves. Of course, Tang Ping has absolutely no intention of having fun. The ninja world would be much less fun without Suna Ninja. The most important thing is that he will not think about Konoha wholeheartedly. I just want to die now. If I think about you with all my heart and lungs, I will only do this unless all the will of fire is flowing in my blood. As a time traveler, and having not been raised by the will of fire Pua since childhood, his behavior was normal. The future Urjuzi is considered a normal person, but Prince Ming is completely in the advanced stage of Mary's disease. If someone kills your friend's whole family and destroys his entire clan, you still want your friend to forgive him? Simply. Anyway, Tang Ping is extremely unhappy with the protagonist with such a distorted outlook on life. But that will happen later. Now he needs to recover first and deal with the follow-up before talking about anything else. While they were busy, the information about the Battle of Platikodon Mountain also aroused reactions from all parties. Chapter 118 Chain Reaction and Zaiwai. Border of Earth Kingdom, IWA Ninja Camp. A ferry. The short old man with a red nose looked at the information in his hand and looked toward the southwest. Lord Tsuchikage, do we still need to send troops to support the Suna Ninja? The Jonin squad leader asked Onoki in a low voice. The reason why the Sand Ninjas' offensive was so powerful was because of the strong support of their IWA ninjas. Now that the opponent has been defeated, their strategy has to be adjusted. No. Onoki shook his head. Because he knew that there was no hope for the Suna Ninja. No matter how much resources they invested, it would be impossible for the opponent to break through the Mount Kikyo where the sage was stationed. Even if there is no fortress in Mount Kikyo at this time, it will be the same. The supplies are provided as agreed. Finally, Onoki added. Even if the Suna Ninja is defeated, they must let the opponent hold back the Southwest Ninja army. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the IWA Ninja to face Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato. Plus, with this newly born sage, let alone invading the Land of Fire, it would be good if they were not counterattacked. Then shall we stop our attack? The Jonin squad leader was worried about another thing. Now they are attacking Konoha. Now that they are free, they must be careful. Don't worry, Konoha won't have the energy to support. Onoki's eyes flashed with wisdom. No one wants to see a Konoha that survives the Ninja World War safely, so some people will naturally end up sharing the pressure for IWA Ninja. Hidden Cloud Village, Raikage's office. Those guys who were playing in the sand were defeated by a kid. They are so incompetent. A strong young man with dark skin and light yellow hair was taunting Suna Ninja. Relief. He looks similar to the young man, except that he is stronger and has a long beard. The yellow-haired old man punched it and sent it flying into the wall, making it impossible to get it out even if you tried to dig it out. The Sandame Raikage put away his fist and shouted. "AI, didn't you see that Uchiha Brat first used the detonating tags to severely damage the Sand Ninja army, and then used the Sage Mode to defeat Luasha and Yekang?" The third Raikage was very dissatisfied with his son's reckless character, who only saw the Sand Ninjas defeated. "Dad, it's just Sage Mode. As long as you take action, you will definitely defeat the opponent. The Sand Ninja is too weak and that's why he lost." AI, the future fourth Raikage struggled to climb out of the wall. And everyone is used to their way of communication. Not seeing such a big noise, those ninjas who were protecting in secret seemed to have heard nothing. Uchiha Tohei is a young man with great strategy and strength. He will definitely become an obstacle for our Hidden Cloud Village in the future. We need to do our best to collect intelligence on him. The last man in the room spoke. "Then I'll leave it to you, Tutai." The third Raikage nodded and handed the task to his most trusted confidant. Earthen Platform. She is completely a mainstay like Granny Cho of the Hidden Cloud Village, and another similar one is Master of the Mist Shadow Village. These are elders who are willing to sacrifice everything for the village. From the comparison, it can be seen that Konoha really had to commit so many sins to have a sleeping dragon like Danzo. Simply invincible. He is an expert in civil wars but a novice in foreign wars, yet he is the leader of the violent fighting faction. Lord Raikage, should the border troops retreat first? Tutai came this time not only to deliver intelligence about the Battle of Kikyo Mountain, but also to ask whether to withdraw troops. He thought it would be best to stop here, since there was no outcome and no losses. "No, I will rush to the front line and attack directly." The third Raikage gave a decisive order. He naturally understood that now was not the best opportunity to attack. But if they don't take action, the Uegaku ninja will retreat soon, and Konoha will be able to survive the Ninja World War. Cutting leaves. It's complete tacit understanding among the four major ninja villages. Who made me do that? If I don't cut you, it will be my turn to be cut when you grow up. The four major ninja villages have the same goal on whether to let Konoha be weakened or to be weakened themselves. Therefore, whenever there is a war in the ninja world, Konoha will be besieged by several major ninja villages, not because the other party has done anything wrong. It's because your potential is too great, but your strength is not strong enough. In the ninja world, weakness is the original sin, but evil is not. Yes. Tutai took the order and retreated. So, following the order of the Raikage, the Hidden Cloud Army, which had originally been stationed at the border of the Moon Country, directly crossed the border and headed towards the Fire Country. As for the Kingdom of the Moon and the Kingdom of Hot Spring that stand between the two great countries, neither the Cloud Ninja nor Konoha should pretend that they do not exist. Starting a war on your territory is a sign of respect for you. The reason why we keep small countries like you around is to serve as buffers and battlefields. Now is the time for you to play your roles. Now we can understand why the Akatsuki organization was born in the Rain Country. It is really that big countries are not treated like human beings. Mist Shadow Village. In this ninja village shrouded in fog, only one order came out of the Mizukage's office at this moment. Freeze your hands. Led by the Mizuno Tsuki, Ice Release, clan, and with the secretly assembled Mist Ninjas, they headed straight for the southeastern border of the Land of Fire. Before this, the Mist Ninja had been constantly harassing the Land of Fire. However, at that time it was only small-scale individuals or families, and this time it was the Mist Village that took action. Therefore, the Konoha village, which had just defeated the Sand Ninja, had to face an even more serious situation before it could catch its breath. It's just that the Cloud Ninja and the Mist Ninja have just launched their attack, and Konoha has not received any specific information yet, so it is still in the midst of celebration. How can we not celebrate after defeating the Sand Ninja that was already in front of us? However, there was silence in the Hokage's office. Konoha's F4 group is holding a small meeting here. Hold big meetings for small matters and small meetings for big matters. Almost all important matters in Konoha are decided in such small meetings. Kodan Mountain has become a ruin. It was impossible for Danzo, Utane Koharu, and Mito Kadoen to stay there and eat sand, so they went straight back. It is definitely not because he felt unsafe staying with the Uchiha brat who was always unethical and had amazing strength that he came back. Now that the Sand Ninja's attack has been defeated, shall we discuss our next response? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette and then spoke. Konoha has been in danger recently and he couldn't even sleep well, so how could he dare to relax? Now he is finally in a state of the sky is clear, the rain has stopped, and I am fine again. Danzo spoke first. Hiruzen, there is nothing to discuss. Just let that brat Uchiha Tohei lead the ninja army to counterattack the Kingdom of Wind. He is a typical fighter and he dares to strike hard when he has the upper hand. He never considered whether it would work or whether there would be any problems. The main feature is the fighting nature. No, the Sand Ninja army is still strong. If something unexpected happens during the counterattack, we might be in danger. Mitamanen expressed his concerns. The situation has finally been eased, so you, Danzo, must not lose again. Even if the sage of the southwestern ninja army is in charge, the Sand Ninja are completely invincible. However, if the enemy's army is dispersed and engages in guerrilla warfare, it will be useless no matter how strong they are. The most important thing is that Kodan Mountain is gone. If no one is in charge, aren't you afraid that the Sand Ninja will kill you? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who understood the meaning of these words, nodded slightly and felt that this suggestion made sense. As for sleeping with Xiao Chun, it is more straightforward. Most of Konoha's supplies have been consumed, and rebuilding Mount Kikyo will cost even more. Let's wait until supplies are abundant. She almost pointed at Danzo's nose and cursed. If there is no logistics, just make a fool of yourself. It's no wonder that she was so angry that she was consuming more and more funds, which directly led to a large amount of bad debts. Forget it in normal times, it would be troublesome to have so many things missing during the war. Then let's talk about counterattacking the Kingdom of Wind later. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen had this plan, he had to listen to a few people before making a decision. I can't bear the blame. This is his biggest shortcoming. Otherwise, Danzo would not have been allowed to create a route to take the blame. In this way, not attacking the Kingdom of Wind was the advice of the advisors and elders, not the sole decision of the Hokage. However, even if we don't attack the Kingdom of Wind, do we still have to drive the Sand Ninja out of the Kingdom of Fire first? Sarutobi Hiruzen changed the topic and revealed the main reason for holding this small meeting. Yes, he may not attack the Kingdom of Wind immediately, but he will never allow the Sand Ninja to continue to occupy the southwest region of the Kingdom of Fire. Konoha's military expenditures are allocated by the daimyo. The reason why they give money is to let Konoha protect the Fire Country. Now that the Wind Country occupies so many areas, do we still need to allocate funds? When talking about this topic, the office instantly became lively. Chapter 119 Title, Purifying Flame. Why is driving away the Sand Ninja army entrenched in the Land of Fire so important? Because this is a good opportunity. What a military exploit! Attacking the Kingdom of Wind is too dangerous and difficult. But it is much easier to regain lost ground. And during the recovery process, the loot captured was also extremely rich. Combat achievements and benefits. Just ask you if you want it. In this regard, Konoha F4 will definitely want it. Zenoroken died in the hands of the Suna ninja. In order to avenge him, the Tenor clan is willing to act as a vanguard to eliminate the Suna ninja. When I went to bed, Xiao Chun played the dead card. Moving to bed, Ye Jian was the former leader of the Firewind border camp. He was killed by Ye Kang, who acted as the vanguard during the Sand Ninja invasion. Mentioning the other party's name now is naturally to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen to hand over the vanguard task to the Transfer clan for the sake of the other party's death fighting for Konoha. It can only be said that Koharu, who is sleeping in bed, understands Sarutobi Hiruzen. The dead are great. Once this card was played, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to think more about it. Faced with this kind of death card, both Mito Kadoyan and Danzo were speechless. Even though he knew that the other party was sitting in that position for profit, he did die on the spot, which fully proved the will of fire. Leave the vanguard to the sleeping clan, and let the remaining people be drawn from the major clans. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a fair decision. But there is a serious problem here. Drawn from major families. Not even a word about civilian ninjas. Tisk tisk. He knows how to be a Hokage. Because his base is the major families of the Hokage family, if he really takes care of the common people, then his position as Hokage will be unstable long ago. As for civilian ninjas? Forget about shouting slogans, don't lie to yourself. Why don't you first look at how many civilians there are in Konoha's middle and higher UPS? By the way, I think it's best for Shinashuk to be the commander-in-chief of this unit. Did you say that? After moving to bed, Koharu recommended someone to be the leader of this newly formed ninja army. Shinashuk. His full name is Sarutobi Shinashuk, and he is also the current ANBU minister. This position was previously held by White Fang, who also served as the Jonin squad leader. With two extremely important positions in hand, it is no wonder that he will be recognized as the next Hokage. By the way, Sarutobi Shinashuk is not only a member of the Sarutobi clan, he is also the eldest son of Sarutobi Hiruzen. No, Shinashuk is still young and not qualified to be a general. Sarutobi Hiruzen refused. Even if the other party has been trained by me since childhood, he is still only an elite jounin now. For ordinary ninjas, this is definitely a super genius, but for the son of Naruto, this strength is a bit too much. No matter how young you are, you can't be younger than that brat Uchiha Danhei, right? Xiao-chun, who was sleeping in bed, gave a ready-made example. Uchiha Danhei. He is only 14 years old this year, but he has already become the CEO. No, he has already taken the position of commander. No one will take the previous temporary generation seriously. But now he has truly taken the position of commander, the kind that is unquestionable. Yes, there are already examples. It is nothing to let the ANBU minister serve as the leader of a party. That's right Hiruzen, my sister is so miserable. Please do your best for the village. Mito Minion also joined in. Why? Of course, this is because only if Sarutobi Shinashuk takes over can the interests of him and the family behind Koharu's bed be guaranteed. They don't have Danzo's ambitions, they just want to maintain the current structure. Then relying on the Sarutobi clan is naturally the best choice. If you want to become Hokage, you must become a captain, otherwise you won't even be eligible for nomination. Now you know why Danzo wanted to take the position of chief general before? This is the best opportunity to push Sarutobi Shinashuk to the position. All the elites are drawn from the major ninja clans, and how can they lose by beating the sand ninja whose morale is low? Hearing this, Danzo's fists hardened. Hokage is mine. At the same time, he secretly roared in his heart. Anyone who wants to sit on the position of Hokage will be regarded as an opponent by him. That's why he hit White Fang hard. However, Danzo didn't want to destroy the other party, he just wanted to teach him a lesson so that he would have no chance to sit on the position of Hokage, but he didn't expect that kind of situation to develop later. From this point of view, Danzo is really pure. He eliminated Uchiha and sat on the position of Hokage. Everything was done for this purpose. Let Shinashuk be the chief general. If the Sand Ninja army counterattacks, Danzo wanted to use this to dispel the plans of his two friends. After all, although the Sand Ninja was defeated, it does not mean that there is no counterattack force. There are at least more than 2,000 Sand Ninjas, and among the strong ones, only the elite Jonin of the Hidden Rock Village, Kari, was killed. Once they encounter those cage-level strong men, it will be bad. Don't worry, with the protection of the elites of the major families, there is no need to worry even if there are cage-level strong men. Koharu Yudatan is full of confidence. If it is a ninja army composed of civilian ninja troops, you may still have to worry. But the elites from the major families are far superior to civilian ninjas in terms of training and strength. With them protecting Sarutobi Shinashuk, there is no need to worry even if there are cage-level strong men. How can Danzo talk to two people alone? The key is to make Sarutobi Hiruzen tempted. This is indeed a great opportunity to brush merits, and the danger is not great. In the end, Sarutobi Shinashuk came forward to form a 1,000-man ninja army to expel the Sand Ninja army, and it was decided. As for the original Southwestern Ninja army? Of course, he was responsible for guarding Mount Kikyo to prevent the Sand Ninja from passing through here and attacking Konoha village. This reason is fair and aboveboard, and there is no flaw at all. After the meeting, the official order was immediately sent to the Southwestern Ninja Army to cooperate with the new ninja army that was about to be formed. Mount Kikyo. It had become a ruin at this time, with tents everywhere, forming a temporary camp. Even without a fortress, everyone was more relaxed than before. Who let the purifying flame sit in charge? With such a commander, the sense of security is directly maximized. Purifying flame. Yes, this is the title of Dohei. The title that was won by killing was not given by others. The title of 3 ninjas given by Hanzo was insulting in nature, and it was only later that it was finally whitewashed into an idol group by relying on the performance of the 3 people. And Dohei's title of Purifying Flame is indeed very appropriate. The first 2 characters come from his words "let the flames purify everything" when he entered the sage mode, and the last 2 characters refer to his proficiency in fire escape. It can only be said that there are only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. It is precisely because this title is appropriate and vivid that it spreads quickly in the camp and spreads rapidly. The river not far from Kikyo. As the commander, Uchiha Dohei has been occupying this place. Fishing. He threw all the things to Narashikaku, who helped temporarily. But no one expressed dissatisfaction. Just kidding, a sage who defeated 2 cage-level strongmen head-on is completely right to say anything. When you are strong, everything you say is right. At this time, Dohei realized this. What's the matter? Looking at the little fat man coming, he asked casually. Is it a bit? Honda Ying still has some integrity, so he seems a little embarrassed. The Honda Chamber of Commerce. Do Ping stretched out his voice. The other family's Chamber of Commerce wants to become a supplier to the Southwest Ninja Army, and this power is naturally in the hands of him as the chief general, so it's not too easy to control his best friend. The title of Purifying Flame is only worthy of you, Do Ping, and there is absolutely no flattery, it's all recognition. Honda Eagle immediately changed his words. Yes, the title of Purifying Flame was not passed down by the Sand Ninja. It was Do Ping who came up with it himself and then let Honda Eagle spread it. With this title, he is not afraid of being called Konoha Birdman, Blue Flame and other embarrassing names in the future. Don't think it won't happen. Konoha White Fang, Evil Eyes, Ninja Dark, and other embarrassing names are not rare. Anyway, Do Ping doesn't want to be socially dead in the future. So he immediately gave himself the title of Purifying Flame. Although Purifying Flame is more domineering and sounds better. But think about the Shamat hiding in the mountain cemetery, the filial son hiding in the Pure Land, and Kagaya hiding on the moon. It's better not to steal the show for now. His strength won't allow it. Wait until he can punch Madara and kick the filial son before using such a stealing title. After Honda Ying finished talking about the title, and mentioned another thing by the way. Someone has come to the village. Chapter 120 Chi, Dian Orphanage. The top of Kikyo Mountain. After roughly leveling the ground, the main tent was set up here. As for the cleaning work, just use earth escape to solve it. However, no one used ninjutsu to build the fortress. Before crossing over, Du Ping didn't understand the reason. There is such an extraordinary profession as ninja, but the productivity of the ninja world is so backward. But after crossing over, I understood. The chakra of ninja comes from extracting cell energy. In short, using chakra is equivalent to Kryptonian. Therefore, except for fighting, who dares to use chakra indiscriminately? Now Kikyo Mountain, caravans are transporting materials and rebuilding the fortress, which looks very lively. In the main tent, the layout is similar to the previous one, with a map on the side and only one table and chair. Anyway, there are only a dozen senior ninjas, and they can stand anywhere. Du Ping made his final appearance. It's not that he was late on purpose, but when Honda Ying went to inform him, others had arrived first. The number of Jonin can tell the difference between Jonin and middle and lower ninja. Jonin who died on the battlefield rarely died unless they ran into a cage-level strongman or an elite Jonin with secret techniques. The ability to save lives is too strong. In the previous tragic war, only a few unlucky Jonin died on the Konoha side. The number of Jonin who died in the Sand Ninja army barely broke through double digits, and only one elite Jonin died, and that was a rock ninja. I have to say that before crossing over, I didn't treat Jonin as dry food, and I thought that only lower ninja could save the world. But when I really came to the ninja world, I realized that the special status of Jonin was not for nothing. It's really strong. Lord Dohei, this is the village order. The messenger ninja handed over the order scroll respectfully. Formal orders are all written documents, not what you say. If the route pretended to be the Hokage's order, it would be a private order, not an order from Konoha village. Do Ping made hand seals with both hands to unlock the seal of the scroll. There were many words on it, but there was only one key content. A new special force was formed in Konoha to help him drive away the Sand Ninja army, and asked him to cooperate with the other party's actions. Looking at it horizontally and vertically, Doping only saw two words. Be a dog. Let him lead the Southwest Ninja Army to be a dog for this new ninja army. Fortunately, the conditions he mentioned before had the restriction of preventing the village from interfering with the Southwest Ninja Army, otherwise it would not be a new ninja army, but a direct fuss about the Southwest Ninja Army. Sir. Narashikaku found that Doping exuded a dangerous aura and called out softly. This was to remind him that this was not private, but a public occasion. Well, you guys can also take a look. Doping put down the scroll and motioned the other party to pick it up and take a look. After picking up the official order from the village, Narashikaku paused. Not good. With his intelligence, he could tell what the order meant. What a shame. The village established a new ninja army, which was equivalent to dividing the power of the Southwest Ninja Army. If it was just like that, but they also wanted the Southwest Ninja Army to cooperate, which was basically riding on their heads and directly undermining them. No wonder they exuded that kind of momentum just now. Silently handing the scroll to others, Narashikaku was thinking about how to make up for it. But he couldn't just ignore it. Because this ninja army had the share of the three tribes of Ino, Shika, and Jo. At this moment, he regretted that he hadn't followed the three elders of Danzo back to the village before. If he was there, he would have stopped it, at least he wouldn't have been so shameless. After reading it, everyone was silent. To be promoted to a jonin, unless he was really good at fighting or had connections, his IQ couldn't be low, and he could naturally see the subtext of this order. It's just that the village has already decided, and they have no choice but to obey. Doping looked at the reactions of these senior ninjas and said easily. It seems that the village knows that we are not strong enough now, so it specially formed a team to help share the worries. This matter is handed over to you. He was really happy. Because there is fun to watch again. Do you really think that the Sand Ninja is a softa that anyone can pinch? But even if he wants to have fun, it doesn't mean that he wants to assist Fang. So he directly said that he would hand over the task to them, which also means something. I won't participate. Does he really think that he, the commander, has no temper? That is, he wants to have fun, and he also wants to use this matter to make some exchanges, otherwise he will show the other party a little color. Big. When Yamanaka Inoichi was about to say something, he was stopped by his friends with his eyes. It's good that they can agree to this order. Isn't it too much to treat a shadow-level strongman as a nanny? If it was Orochimaru, Yamanaka Inoichi would definitely not say anything. But Tohei was too young, and even if he had seen his terrifying strength, he would still subconsciously look down on him. So, this order was officially passed. Next was the affairs of the ninja army. However, these affairs did not require all the jonin to be present. Sir, these are the purchase lists, and you need to sign them, A&D. Narashikaku handed over the documents one by one. Some things must be signed by him as the commander. I think the cooperation of the ninja army is there are too few chambers of commerce, should we add one more? Doping looked at the purchase list in his hand, and most of the chambers of commerce on it were major ninja clans in the Hokage system, so he spoke. He didn't play hints, but made it clear. Honda Chamber of Commerce has a good reputation. What do you think of including it as a supplier, Lord Doping? As a smart man, Narashikaku knew the relationship between Doping and the fat boy Honda Eagle, and told the Chamber of Commerce behind the other party. Since you said it, let's add it. Doping nodded, listening to the advice. Well, this feeling of being both a leader and a ninja is good. No wonder the supervisors and managers before the time travel like to play like this. By the way, if I want to build an orphanage, will the village have any objections? After dealing with his best friend, Tohei talked about business. Orphanage. But it's a killer. Many civilian ninjas in Konoha come from orphanages. They have been brainwashed and pua since childhood, so they believe in the will of fire and their loyalty is maxed out. So the orphanage itself is a talent training base. Don't think that Tohei's position as the chief general is very stable now. But he knows very well that this is because he works hard for Konoha village. If he has a conflict with Konoha that day, they will backstab you on the spot. Just like Orochimaru. As a famous Sunin, he has countless military exploits, but once he is liquidated by the village, he can only flee alone. With this example, even if Tohei becomes the chief general, he will not value this position too much. He only sits on it to make money and resources. Of course, having fun is also a reason. No, except for the village, no one is allowed to open an orphanage in the Land of Fire. Narashikako gave the answer without thinking. Do you really think the village leaders are stupid? They know the role of orphanages too well. Otherwise, in this cruel and barren ninja world, how could they adopt so many orphans when they can hardly support themselves? The major ninja clans also know the benefits of orphanages, but at most they adopt some descendants of ninjas, and no one has opened an orphanage. Because that is almost like engraving the word rebellion on their foreheads. Even the roots are not so brave, let alone the major ninja clans. Doping pondered. He also understood why the orphanage was so useful, but the major ninja clans seemed to be unaware of it. It turned out that they didn't want to open it, but couldn't. However, not only was he not disappointed, but he continued to say, I have a talent of 100 million in drug development, but the experiment requires a large number of drug testers, preferably ninjas. If I use the Konoha channel to find some talented orphans in various countries and send them to other places outside the Land of Fire for training, will there be any obstacles? This is Doping's real goal. The orphanage is not open there, but finding a large number of orphans with ninja talents is not something he can do alone, so he needs to rely on the power of Konoha. At the same time, he also explained that adopting orphans to train them into ninjas was entirely for human experiments, so the Konoha high-level officials would naturally not doubt it. The future of Orochimaru's disgrace is not because of human experiments, which have been done by all major ninja villages. The biggest reason is to use ninjas from the same village as experimental subjects. If he uses ninjas from outside the village as experimental subjects, even if it is exposed, he will at most be fined 3 glasses of wine, and it will not happen again. It shouldn't be. Narashikako answered slowly. He naturally knew the other party's drug development capabilities, and there was nothing strange about doing human experiments. Orochimaru had done this many times. And now that the Konoha high-level officials needed him, he would definitely not hinder them. Anyway, it was outside the Land of Fire, and the village just had to pretend not to see it. That's good. You will send out the task of finding orphans with ninja talent. When you have gathered 100 people, send them all to the starting point orphanage in the Land of Rivers. Dohei gave the task with satisfaction. In this way, he would have a steady stream of talents. As for the name of the orphanage, joining his command was equivalent to having a new starting point, so there was no problem with calling it this name. Thus, the institution that would train countless powerful ninjas in the future was born. Chapter 121 Instead of making things difficult for yourself, it's better to go crazy. Starting Point Orphanage. It's the laboratory in the river country. Now it's just a new name, Honglian and Hinata Kangyu are there. From now on, that will be Dohei's lair. After Narashikako left with a stack of signed documents, someone else came in. And being able to come in without notification was naturally a special instruction. With a tall and strong body and a bright bald head, the painting style looks extremely weird. Ninja is a high attack and low defense profession, equivalent to an assassin. But Yamamakoji looks like a high defense, low sensitivity type, a true shield warrior. A shield warrior among a group of assassins is indeed a unique style. However, even if someone thinks it is weird, they will not say anything. In the previous battle, Yamamakoji could beat a sand ninja with one punch, and he was hit by dozens of kunao and senbon, but he still fought bloody. His fighting style is very tough. So not only did no one look down on him because of his appearance, but many people admired him. This is yours. Dohei threw a scroll to the other party. 8 Gates Dungia. It is also something brought by the messenger ninja. Although Konoha F4 didn't say anything, it still said everything, so Dohei happily accepted the order. Otherwise, there will be no benefit at all. It would be strange if he didn't take the opportunity to get angry. Yamamakoji took the scroll and turned around to leave. With the relationship between the two of them, there was no need to thank him. He had already made up his mind to practice this forbidden technique with all his strength so as to repay his best friend for helping him. Yekang, Luo Shat, don't let me down. Looking at the back of his best friend leaving, a smile flashed in Tang Ping's eyes. Although the two of them were defeated by me before, it was not because they were weak, but because their immortal mode was too strong, and they did not have much information about themselves. If we fight again now, even if they are one-on-one, although they will be defeated, it is absolutely difficult to kill them. Therefore, Dohei really wants to know what kind of fun this newly formed ninja army will have. In fact, it's not like he couldn't guess the opponent's hidden cards. Orochimaru. It has been more than 10 days since I was poisoned. If the other party hasn't detoxified for so long, it's not Orochimaru. Even if he can't do it, wouldn't he go to Tsunade? They just left, not dead. But until now, there is no news about the other party, which means that the village deliberately concealed the other party's whereabouts. It seems that the top management of Konoha is planning to let Orochimaru be the nanny. That's why Tang Ping is looking forward to it, otherwise, he would have no interest in watching a simple one-sided battle. 1 day later. Yes, it only took 1 day for the newly formed 1,000 ninja army to arrive at Mount Kikyo. What is Konoha speed? Tactical retreat. But if you think about it carefully, you will feel that this speed is normal. The major ninja clans that recruit ninjas are all from the Hokage system, and it is entirely a matter of order. In addition, this is to gain benefits and not to risk death, so naturally no one will slack off. 1,000 ninja troops, is that a lot? Ninjas themselves are a fighting profession, so they are naturally on call at any time. Most of their time is spent on selecting and traveling, and it does not take much time to assemble and prepare. Supplies? Get it directly from Platycodon Fortress. This is where the Southwest Ninja Army is stationed, so supplies are naturally indispensable. After blowing up Platycodon Mountain, supplies were immediately sent from behind. There is no shortage of ninja tools, military food pills, etc. Standing on the top of the mountain, Dohei looked at the ninja troops receiving supplies below. Elite. The private armies, unregistered ninjas, from the major ninja clans are selected from the best. Even if they are genin, their combat effectiveness will not be much weaker than that of civilian Chunin. Already said before. The advantage of the ninja clan is far beyond that of civilian ninjas, so it is normal for people of the same level to fight against each other and to fight across levels. It's a good momentum. I hope I can match my worth on the battlefield. Tang Ping looked at it with amusement. The troops are indeed elite. In terms of hard power, they are stronger than the Southwest Ninja Army. It's a pity that they are all private armies. It means that he has not experienced the test of blood and fire. A large-scale battlefield is completely different from the usual small team battles. I hope they can withstand it. Faced with the Suna ninja who had absolutely no way out and could only fight to the death, Dohei honestly didn't think much of this ninja army. That is to say, only with Orochimaru, a strong man, as a guarantee, would he have a chance of winning, otherwise he would just give it away. Donping-kun. Hinata Kangyu's sweet and naughty voice suddenly sounded behind Tang Ping. Yes, she is back from the river country. After the previous battle at Platycodon Mountain, she went there as soon as possible, not only to take care of Honglian, but also because of another important matter. Fetal movement. The second fetal movement of the reincarnated eye has arrived. After getting through this fetal movement, her strength also increased greatly. It's true that I haven't gone from quasi-shadow to shadow level, but at least dealing with shadow level is much easier than before. Even if Yakeng and Luo Shan knew her information, they would not be able to win easily. This is due to the gap in combat experience. If both parties have equal combat experience, then in a clear-cut fight, there is a high probability that she will be the winner. How's it going? Tang Ping looked at Hinata Kangyu's eyes curiously. A flash of blue seemed as deep and mysterious as the sea. Very good, it's just that something on the moon seems to be calling me. Sun Xiang Kangyu raised his head and looked up at the sky. Even if the moon cannot be seen during the day, her eyes seem to be able to see the moon through space. It should be your bloodline that is longing for completion. Tang Ping gave a guess. On the moon, the bloodline related to the reincarnation eye is the Otsutsuki bloodline. If it is completed, it should be able to quickly skip the fetal movement stage and directly enter the mature stage. But after thinking about it for a while, Tang Ping remembered that the Zong family and the Branch family on the moon should not have started a war yet, right? If you go to the moon now, you are looking for excitement, so you have to wait for the opportunity. The best opportunity would be to intercept Tonari halfway when he comes to see the white-eyed princess. Then there will be a chance to completely replenish his bloodline. Bloodline. Hinata Kangyu murmured to herself, then closed her eyes. She is not a power-chasing character, but doing things for Tang Ping requires strength, which is why she works so hard. This is also the real reason for her crazy surge in strength. While the two were chatting, a group of people came over led by Narashikaku. He's coming, he's coming. The corners of Tang Ping's mouth turned up, which was harder to suppress than the AK. Sarutobi Shinashuk, plus the 2 men and 1 woman who had previously come to trouble him on behalf of the 3 major ninja clans of Tennobi, Sarutobi, and Mito, plus a representative of the Shimura family, it is hard not to look forward to it. Several people came to the top of the mountain in front of Tang Ping and Hinata Kangyu. Tang Ping, General. Sarutobi Shinashuk looked at the handsome young man in front of him with some reluctance, but in the end he did not call him sir. If it were Orochimaru, he would definitely not be like this. But Uchiha Danhei. As a kid in his early teens, it was difficult for him to call him adult, so he just called him his job title. But that's not wrong. In terms of his position, he is also the commander-in-chief. Under the premise that the positions of both parties are equal, it is reasonable not to call him sir. Tang Ping greeted with a smile. General Sarutobi Shinashuk. The smile on his face is completely genuine. Seeing the second-generation movie star in pain was a pleasure to him, so he didn't care about the issue of address at all, which was strange. Before the other party could answer, he said coldly. I'm very happy that you came to see me, but it would be too rude if you didn't even say sir. Yes, even though the boss is calling the shots, is he worthy of sitting in the general position like me? The second generation of film, then it's okay. But even if you are capable of being a general, if you don't even say sir, doesn't it mean that I am inferior to other shadow-level experts? Tang Ping's thoughts are so simple and unpretentious. His identity as a programmer before traveling through time makes him naturally hostile to senior executives and second-generation people. In the past, I could only endure it in order to lie down, but now I have no way to lie down. And with the fairy mode in hand, I don't dare to rebel directly, but why can't I vent my dissatisfaction? Of course, a large part of the anger was directed at Sarutobi Hiruzen behind the opponent. On the one hand, he reached an agreement with himself, allowing him to take the position of the commander of the Southwest Ninja Army to resist the Suna Ninja. On the other hand, he took the initiative to form a new ninja army to decentralize power. Do you really think that you are so generous? It was because of the 8-gate Dunjia and the need to use Konoha channels to find orphans that he reluctantly agreed to this matter. But you came here to pay homage to the doc, but you didn't even call me sir, which makes it very difficult for me. And since it's difficult to do, let's not do it. Rather than embarrass yourself, it's better to just go crazy. Tang Ping implemented this very well. Chapter 122, When you come out to hang out, you can beat someone's fart with JPG. Chapter 122, If you come out to hang out, you will be beaten. JPG. How dare he? At this time, everyone on the top of the mountain had this idea. Even Shikaku didn't expect that Dohei would say this. Sarutobi Shinashuk is the son of the Hokage and the head of the ANBU. Are you angry because I didn't call you sir? It is indeed outrageous. What, did I say something wrong? Tang Ping asked with curiosity on his face. Now, he is a majestic immortal, does it feel wrong to call him sir? Sarutobi Shinashuk. He is just an elite jonin. Being able to serve as ANBU minister depends entirely on his connections. With such connections, facing a cage-level powerhouse like him, is it not too much to call him sir? Now, Tang Ping wants to teach the other party a lesson. The truth is only within the scope of ninjutsu. If the opponent is not as strong as you must understand the status of both parties. By the way, test the other party. How dare you say that Shinashuk-sama is rude? Sachiko Sarutobi, the female jounin of the Sarutobi clan who came to trouble him because Dohei and the Honda Chamber of Commerce were making money too easily, spoke up. Due to the older generation, the 4 major ninja clans, including Sarutobi, Shimura, Tendon, and Mito, naturally formed a circle with the younger generation. And Sarutobi Shinashuk is the leader in this circle, so Sarutobi Sachiko's reaction is also normal. Because he is not only the leader of the younger generation of the family, but also his lover, so it is natural for him to stand up for him. Why don't you dare? After he goes to the battlefield, will he be able to defeat Yekeng or Luo Shat? With only this little strength, you still can't put down your dignity. You can't even call me Sama. Do you want to lead the village's ninjas to die? Tang Ping squirted directly. By the way, the reason for trolling was changed to concern for the village. For the village. This is Denzo's favorite excuse, no matter when he is Hokage or to deal with Uchiha, he uses this as an excuse. Now, Tang Ping has also coached the opponent. Don't feel too good about criticizing others from the moral high ground. Of course, it's all about trolling. Not only did he not take action, he didn't even use his momentum. Sarutobi Hiruzen has a bottom line. Taking the opportunity to say a few words, he can endure it no matter how dissatisfied he is. After all, he is still a forbearance hero. He still has this kind of tolerance, but no matter how serious it is, it won't work. Lord Tanghei. Sarutobi Shinashuk suddenly spoke, with the same expression on his face. But the fist is hard. If possible, he would like to punch the opponent in the face. How could a kid who was lucky enough to master immortal mode dare to mock his own strength like this? In terms of hard work, he is as confident as anyone else, but with his talent here, what can he do? He is also desperate. The opponent was completely grasping his pain and punched hard, but he couldn't refute. It is precisely because of the gap in talent that he desires Moretto be able to ascend to the position of Hokage, to wash away the shame brought by talent. As long as he can complete this mission, he will be one step closer to that position, so he is willing to bow his head temporarily. If you need help, find Shikaku. Dohei no longer provoked the other party. For fear that the other party could not help but directly play with his life with a kunao. However, facing Dohei's instructions, Nara Shikaku said with an embarrassed face. Dohei. Lord Dohei, this time I will also bring people to support them. Yes. The Southwest Ninja Army must not only provide supplies to the other side, but also provide people. Shikaku is a temporary worker, and it is reasonable to help, but it is very problematic to bring people to support. Just Dohei was silent for a while and nodded readily. Okay. To trademark bullying. Even if the village will target him sooner or later. But this is too hasty, right? People always say kill the donkey after it has done its job, but the village wants to kill the donkey before it has even finished its job. Do they really think they are like White Fang and Uchiha, and can't see what this hand means? Yes, the three major ninja clans promised him that they would not weaken the Southwestern Ninja Army. But they did not weaken it, but borrowed some of the ninja army to assist, which is a reasonable transfer. If it is an honest commander. For example, White Fang, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, and even Orochimaru, they may just tolerate it and put the overall interests of the village first. But it doesn't work here with Dohei. He is the overall situation. JPG. Since the village is not a human being, don't blame him for a righteous backstab. Even if there will be casualties, so what? The big stage of the ninja world, you come if you have a life. Since you choose to stand on the stage, you must be prepared to sacrifice your life. The atmosphere was a little weird afterwards. Do Ping's expression was relaxed, while Nara Shikaku's face was full of anxiety. The group of 3 men and 1 woman, namely Sarutobi Sachiko, Shimura Setsuna, Yuta Nenosei, and Mito Amano, looked proud. Sarutobi Shinashuk looked happy as if he had encountered something happy. To get out there, you need to have power and background, and fighting is useless. JPG. That was about the mood. Soon, several people left under the leadership of Nara Shikaku. Do you want it? The moment the few people turned around, the sweet expression on Hinata Kangyu's face suddenly became gloomy and terrifying, and the strong murderous aura was almost tangible. Disguise. It was completely her instinct. If she didn't have this ability, she would never have been able to survive in the Hyuga clan after her parents had that incident. Just now, she had been acting as the atmosphere group and a little transparent, and even Shikaku, the intellectual leader of Konoha, didn't pay attention to her. She couldn't stand it. If it was directed at herself, she could stand it, but she couldn't stand it if it was directed at Do Ping. Isn't it just the son of the Hokage? As long as Dohei nods, Hyuga Kangyu guarantees that the other party will not see the sun the next day. With her current strength, plus the help of the Byakugan, it is not too easy to assassinate a son of the Hokage. By the way, the overall situation in her mind has always been only Dohei, and she doesn't care about others at all. No need. There will be a good-hearted person who will jump out to uphold justice. Dohei was not angry. He had expected that the Konoha F4 would be a bad person, and he also made things difficult for them in advance, letting go of Yekeng and Luo Shat, as well as the Sand Ninja Army, so there was naturally nothing to be angry about. Just now, he took the opportunity to vent his dissatisfaction, but also to test the intentions of this Konohamaru's father. Konohamaru. He is quite famous, and is completely the next generation of the Prince of Sarutobi, the kind that the whole family supports. But Dohei doesn't like him very much. Because he has been willful since childhood, but no one can control him because of his special status. Don't use age as an excuse, ninja is an extremely precocious profession. A 5-year-old filial son can think with the mind of Hokage. The other party is simply a spoiled child. In the future, he will be whitewashed by Bullet and Ran, and the bad things he did before will be completely written off. It's really disgusting. That's why Dohei wanted to test the other party's father to see what kind of stuff he is. The result can only be said to be ordinary. If he is an ordinary ninja, he must be excellent, but as a son of Hokage, he is too lame. Just look at the other party's strength. The Sarutobi clan will definitely devote countless resources to train the other party. But the other party is only an elite jonin in his 20s. This kind of talent is really too lame. For example, Huang Tu is at the level of Cage, and the 4th generation AI and Bai are at the level of Cage. There is no comparison. Cage level. It can't be trained by piling up resources. However, there are many special means that can make people break through this threshold. For example, Uchiha's Mangeki, Sand Ninja's Magnetism, Rock Ninja's Dust, Cloud Shadow's Lightning Chakra Mode, and so on. And none of these things belong to the Sarutobi clan. Good-hearted person. Hinata Kangyu put away her killing intent and entered the pure little white flower mode again. Not only does he help me vent my anger, but he also gives me benefits. Do you think he is a good-hearted person? After saying something inexplicable, Doping gave her a task. Late at night. 2 kilometers away from the Sand Ninja camp. Hinata Kangyu, who was lurking here, opened her white eyes to look at Joe from time to time to prevent the patrol from approaching and discovering herself. Are you asking me to monitor Suna Ninja to help the village? She didn't understand why Tang Ping let her do this. According to her opinion, since the village wants to share their power, it would be a good idea not to side with the Suna Ninja, let alone help. But even if she had doubts in her heart, she would not question the mission at all and would still carry it out seriously. Soon, Hinata Kangyu saw a familiar huge chakra break into the field of vision, and quickly approached following the mark left behind. When the other party arrived, he saw the other party's weird dress. Chapter 123 Codename Zurong. A figure wearing a black cloak and a bone mask appeared in front of Hinata Kangyu. Fortunately, she knew in advance, otherwise she would have been frightened. Roll your eyes YYDS. Compared with the Sharingan, the Byakugan may not be able to match the increase in combat power, but the other abilities it comes with are completely strategic. Especially the reconnaissance ability is an indispensable thing for Konoha. Even if you are separated, you can still see clearly a range of more than a few hundred meters, still with see-through turned on. Who can withstand this? Anyway, the existence of Byakugan gives Konoha a lot of strategic advantages. But those white eyes are dregs compared to the pair of Hinata Kangyu. With such a huge advantage, it's no wonder that she can monitor the Suna Ninja so easily. Dohei-kun. Looking at Uchiha Dohei in front of him, Hinata Kangyu was a little curious. Although the bone mask had undergone tremendous changes. Not only was it impossible to see through it with her white eyes, but there were also 2 unknown characters Zurong engraved on it, she could still confirm the other party's identity. Call me Guan, Zurong. A mysterious and void voice sounded from under the bone mask. Yes, Tang Ping gave himself a code name. After putting on the vest of the Shell organization, of course he couldn't use his original name, but a code name. The code name of Xiaotian Group is very instructive. Of course he would not copy them all. He asked Hyuga Kangetsu to copy the 2 move names of Shinra Tenzen and All-Seeing Tensei. If he even copied the opponent's organization code name, he was really afraid that Nagato would travel through time and space on the Dragon Vein in the future. Come hit someone. Therefore, he uses the personal code name of the Shell organization as 12 Ancestral Witches. Compared to the hodgepodge of the Akatsuki organization, which has mythical beast titles such as Zhu, Suzaku, and Haku, White Tiger, as well as Sentai and Jade Girl, the style he chose is unified and symbolic. For example, Zhurong is the god of fire, while Tang Ping's strongest skill at this stage is fire release. This title is indeed appropriate. At the same time, the mask and cloak were both modified by him using sealing techniques. Change your voice, eliminate body odor, change your height, improve toughness, etc. For the sealing technique, it is extremely simple to achieve this level. The purpose of improving toughness is to prevent the mask and cloak from being broken due to accidents during battle. If it is really broken by the enemy, it proves that the user is not qualified to keep things, and it is useless no matter how strong the defense is. All I can say is that the sealing technique is so useful. But corresponding to its power is the terrifying difficulty of learning. Even with the Qingming potion in hand, Dohei could only slowly chew on the knowledge of seals, trying to catch up with Uzumaki Yukina first. From now on, you will be the producer. Tanghei handed the bone mask and cloak engraved with the Chinese character to Hinata Kangyu. Even if you don't know the Chinese characters, as long as you are handsome, that's all. Hinata Kangyu quickly changed her clothes and soon turned into a mysterious person who was almost the same as Dohei except for the words on the mask. Not only the sound and smell, but also the weight and weight have changed. To put it simply, as long as you wear a shell uniform, the enemy will never recognize your true identity from your appearance. Tang Ping is not like the Xiao Tian group, who is obviously the mastermind behind the scenes but acts in a high-profile manner. Low-key and mysterious. It can be regarded as his established style of conduct. However, when organizing, you need to be low-key, but when you do things, you need to be high-profile. This time when I came to see Suna Ninja, I was destined to be unable to keep a low profile. Lead the way, let's go meet the good Samaritans. Tang Ping motioned to Hinata Kangyu to lead the way. There is no moonlight today, and everything is plunged into deep darkness. However, there was no interference for Hinata Kangyu. She led Tang Ping to avoid patrol teams and traps one after another, as if she was at her own camp. What a monster! If it were another shadow-level powerhouse, it would be far from being able to do this. From this aspect, Byakugan's auxiliary ability is really strong. The weak ones are not the Byakugan, but the Hyuga clan. It's like entering a deserted place. This is the only way to describe the two people moving at high speed. And their target is the main tent. At this time, the main tent in the center of the Sand Ninja camp was brightly lit. Not only was there no rest, but it was extremely lively. No, if the IWA ninjas don't send support, we Sand Ninjas will withdraw. Ye Kang's voice echoed in the tent. At this time, the main tent was in the middle of negotiations between the two parties. It took so long because of the huge controversy. In the middle of the main tent is a long wooden table, with Grandma Cho at the top, followed by Ebizo, Raza, and Yegakura on her left. On the right are several IWA ninjas wearing red headscarves and earth-colored armor. Obviously, the two parties involved in the negotiation were Suna Ninja on one side and IWA Ninja on the other. And Granny Cho can hold the place down regardless of her strength or ability. In addition, this is the camp of the Suna Ninja army, so she naturally takes the lead. Impossible. The troops we sent last time suffered heavy losses, but your Suna Ninja losses were less than a quarter. We are sending people here again to help you. The representative of IWA Ninja naturally argued hard with reason. It seems that they are unwilling to send reinforcements because the casualties are too high. But in fact it is impossible to send reinforcements, but it is necessary to make the Sand Ninja think that as long as the conditions are negotiated, the IWA Ninja will definitely send reinforcements, so that they can maintain their fighting spirit and morale. As for the Sand Ninja, it was obviously impossible to retreat, but they wanted to make the IWA Ninja think that they would retreat at any time, so that they could claim more benefits. The old 1000-layer cake. There are endless tricks on both sides. The reason why I was eager to get the result was that I learned about the news that Konoha had formed a new ninja army. If the Southwest Ninja Army attacks at the same time as this ninja army, therefore, it is not surprising that the Suna Ninjas had to talk to the IWA Ninja representatives until late at night without ending the meeting. The results must be obtained immediately. But the two sides who were arguing excitedly, as if they were about to use kunao to shoot each other in the next second, stopped one after another, and then looked at the opened door curtain. At the opened door curtain, two figures walked in one after the other, putting everyone in a fighting state. It was not that they made a fuss, but that the two people who came in were hidden in black cloaks and wore bone masks with strange words, Chinese characters, engraved on their faces. This dress does not look like a good person, so it is normal for them to react this way. At the door of the main tent, there were two unconscious Sand Ninja guards. Who are you? Granny Cho asked sternly, and at the same time began to prepare poison. Now, 10 people in Chikamatsu were damaged and are being repaired. Poison is her strongest method. In terms of using poison, she is definitely at the T0 level of the ninja world. Even Orochimaru can't compare with her. Don't be nervous, Dohei said in a natural tone as he led Hinata Kangyu into the tent, We are not good people. Well, this comfort only made everyone more nervous. That is to say, they want to know more information about the other party, otherwise they will definitely not hesitate and take action directly. Of course, it's also because I want to delay more time. This is the Sand Ninja camp. Once someone discovers that something is wrong, they will surround this place, and then the other party will be unable to escape. Why did you come here so late at night? As the Sand Ninja's intellectual leader, Ebizo began to divert the visitor's attention. He can naturally guess that his sister is using poison, so he just needs to delay it. If I said I was just passing by, you probably wouldn't believe it either, so I'm here to make a deal. Dohei stared at Granny Cho intently with his eyes, a win-win deal. Granny Cho, who was targeted by him, naturally understood that the little trick had been discovered, but the other party didn't point it out, so she just pretended that it had never been done before and said, "Who are you and what is the transaction?" She has the highest status at the scene, so the decision will naturally be made by her. We are the Shell Organization, an organization for love and justice. The information is about the Konoha Ninja Army. It will definitely give you value for money. Tang Ping doesn't show off either. As for love and justice, it can be condensed into the word. He didn't want to see the two ninja armies slowly testing each other, he just wanted to see the blood flow like a river. What does it cost the Suna ninja to pay? Grandma Cho was not stunned by this unexpected surprise, but asked about the price first. There is no such thing as a free lunch, and even if there is one, the price will definitely be marked secretly and sooner or later one will have to pay it back. Puppetry and 1 billion taels of resources. The lion's bid is wide open. No. Granny Cho refused flatly, puppetry cannot be used as a trade item. For the Sand Ninjas, puppetry is their mainstay and cannot be traded at all, no matter how high the price is. As for money, she no longer cares. Now that they have plundered a lot of resources, they are indeed not short of money. As long as the Konoha Ninja Army can be defeated, how much does it cost? After hearing the other party's flat refusal, Tang Ping revealed the real conditions. Chapter 124 0 Yuan Purchase and United Fruit. Introductory knowledge of puppetry, and resources equal to 200 million taels, no counter-offers allowed. This is the bottom line. The opponent will definitely not be able to use the puppet technique. Because this is an extremely huge system, and it is also the opponent's unique area of advantage. For example, it is the complete semiconductor industry before time travel. But the introductory knowledge of puppetry, that is, the basic theoretical knowledge that is behind who knows how many versions, other great ninja villages can also collect this knowledge, and it is not impossible to trade it. As for the resources of 200 million taels, it is a lot for an individual, but it is nothing to the ninja village. Can. Granny Cho nodded. At the same time, he winked at Ebizo next to him. The Sand Ninjas have surrounded the main tent and can enter with just a signal. Naturally, they have to stop them first. The newly formed ninja army in Konoha this time is composed of the private armies of the major ninja clans of the Hokage family. The total number is 1,000 people. The Southwest Ninja Army will also send 200 ninjas from the ninja clan to cooperate. Tang Ping told the information. He is not afraid that the other party will default on his debt, and then the other party will not only have to face the Konoha Ninja Army, but also two shadow-level experts who are secretly seeking revenge. I believe that Cho would not do this if she hadn't lost her mind. The point is that it's not worth it. For some basic puppetry knowledge, the extent of the collection of major ninja villages, plus 200 million taels of resources, she would take such a risk. Well, if it was Danzo, he wouldn't care so much and would just rush forward. From this aspect, he is really a tough guy. Of course, you can also say unyielding. Is this all the information? Ye King crossed his arms and looked dissatisfied. This information is indeed valuable, but it is definitely not much. Of course it's not just that, Dohei then said the main point, the commander of the Southwest Ninja Army will not take action because he is dissatisfied with the Konoha high-level officials. At the same time, this new ninja army has a cage-level strongman lurking. Just these two pieces of information are enough to make the Sand Ninja feel that they have made a profit. Not to mention other aspects, it is definitely good news for them that Uchiha Dohei, the purifying flame, does not take action. The previous battle of Kikyo Mountain. The strength displayed by the other party was too exaggerated, which made them very afraid. As for the cage-level strongmen hidden in the new ninja army, they were not surprised. Because as long as you are not stupid, you can think that the other party must have a backhand, otherwise they would not dare to cause trouble. Even if the morale of the Sand Ninja is not as good as before, they can definitely fight. After all, they suffer from Hall fear, not Konoha fear, so it is normal for the other party to have a trump card, but before they guessed it was a secret technique, or something like that. Now that they know that it is a cage-level strongman, they naturally don't need to worry about being tricked during the battle, and they can fully play their advantages. This information is absolutely priceless for the Sand Ninja. Grandma Cho made seals with both hands. A spiritual scroll appeared in her hand. Remove. She unsealed the seal, and dozens of books appeared in the conference room. These are the introductory knowledge of puppetry. You can specify the place for the supplies and we will be responsible for delivering them. If she can get such precious information with this price, she will not be stingy. As for whether the other party will deceive her, it is unlikely. The fact that the other party can sneak in quietly shows its strength. With such strength, they will not bother to deceive them for such things. The Sand Ninja is one of the 5 major ninja villages after all. If the other party dares to deceive, they must bear the consequences. It is this confidence that makes Cho so decisive. Okay, I need a centrifuge. You can go to some places to get it. Do Ping said what he wanted one by one. What he wanted was these precious instruments. And this is a completely cost-free business for the Sand Ninja. They can pay for it through 0 yuan purchase. That is, the Sand Ninja as an invader can play like this. As the chief general of the Konoha Ninja army, Do Ping will not leave these things to him even if he takes them back. If you buy it, the price will be multiplied many times, and you will also need connections and time. It took a lot of time and connections to get those instruments in the Uchiha clan, and you had to rely on the relationship of a great noble to get them in line. Do Ping didn't want to do it again, so he thought of this $0 purchase method. Let the Sand Ninja help you grab it. Not only can you get the spot immediately, but the cost is also pitifully low. After all, the market price is not equal to the actual value. These things, even if you can really come up with so much money, you can't buy them. If it's the Honda Chamber of Commerce, even if you give them 1 billion taels, you can't buy the 200 million taels of instruments that Do Ping said, and it will take at least a few years to get the goods. Do you understand the value of the Sand Ninja now? With the help of the other party, the laboratory of Do Ping River Country can be far superior to the laboratory of the Uchiha clan in an instant. As for the knowledge of puppetry, it is a field that Do Ping wants to master very much. The puppets in the ninja world are amazing. There are even puppets like Scorpion, who only have the core left and can act like normal people. Then, it is not strange that he made some tools that combine machinery and puppets, right? For example, farming tools. Ordinary people in the ninja world use simple tools to farm, and some even dig by hand, and the average yield per mu is only about 100 kilograms. Add to that the exploitation of those inhuman nobles and bandits, no wonder they can't survive. So, Dohei has already thought of how to make money. It is true that he can make money by using his status as a commander, but there is a limit, and there are villages watching him, so he plans to develop his own industry. United Fruit Chamber of Commerce. It is the Chamber of Commerce he is going to open. The major ninja clans secretly support their own chambers of commerce, so they can support the consumption of the ninja clans. It is Konoha that is poor, not the major ninja clans. So even if Dohei helps Honda Chamber of Commerce, it does not mean that he will bet all on the other party. United Fruit. This company is so interesting. Directly controlled multiple countries and countless people with one company. And the other party's operation is also very instructive, so Tang Ping chose to take this route to make money. Money. No one likes it more than him. Even if he was ready to lie down before, he secretly prepared to make money with treatment potions, which fully shows that he knows that it is impossible to live without money. After he couldn't lie down, money became more important. I just want to make money.jpg. Because for Tang Ping, money represents the progress of the experiment and represents power. No wonder he is now full of money. Now you know why he wants the knowledge of puppetry, right? He doesn't like high-end combat puppets, but some simple puppets can be used as labor force. Anyway, he has a series of plans in his mind. As long as it can be completed, it can give a small industrial shock to the ninja world. Even if he can make money and have fun, it's no wonder he is so interested in it. After talking about what he wanted and leaving the delivery address, Dohei turned around and left with Hinata Kangyu. The Suna ninja people in the tent looked at Granny Cho, and all they received was a slow shake of their heads. No need. What are the benefits of killing the other party? Just for the basic knowledge of puppetry and 200 million taels of supplies? It is very important to an individual, but to the 5 great ninja villages, it is just a small amount of money, especially those materials, which can be purchased from the occupied area for 0 yuan. Of course, the biggest concern is the opponent's strength. People can sneak in quietly, but if they don't kill them but let them escape, it will be a disaster. Outside the tent, countless sand ninjas surrounded the main tent, but they did not take action after receiving orders before. Now seeing 2 mysterious figures walking out, everyone was ready to take action. But Dohei and Hinata Kangetsu continued to move forward in the face of the densely packed Suna ninja, as if they had seen nothing. Just when the 2 were about to bump into a sand ninja with cold sweat on his forehead. Let them leave. Ebizo walked out of the tent and ordered in a deep voice. With these words, the sand ninjas blocking the 2 people retreated to both sides like a tide, revealing a passage. After seeing the 2 disappear in black clothes, Ebizo murmured to himself. Shell organization. He decided to investigate this organization with all his strength. It's too dangerous. This mysterious organization is not only powerful but also has a large amount of intelligence. Who can sleep without knowing the other party's intelligence? After getting important information, the Sand Ninja also made plans overnight and prepared to counterattack immediately. Chapter 125 Konoha is besieged on all sides. What do you think the Sand Ninja will do after getting the information? Hinata Kangyu asked curiously while confirming the surrounding situation with her white eyes. At this time, they were rushing back to Platikodon Mountain. Don't worry about being late. The mobility of ninjas is extremely terrifying. At their speed, they can easily get back in a few hours. Note that they only have an average of more than 10 calories of chakra to be able to use the teleportation technique for a long time. Normal ninjas do not have this speed. How to do it, do you still need to ask? Tang Ping's eyes were filled with anticipation. With the intelligence advantage, the Sand Ninja will definitely take action immediately. Because they know very well that the longer the time is delayed, the worse it will be for them. Information will become outdated. Therefore, the other party can only place a bet immediately and use this information to counterattack. The bet is that Dohei and the Southwest Ninja Army will not take action together with this ninja army. The next day, Tang Ping, who came back late at night, was awakened by the sound outside the tent. Sir, we have urgent information. The other party did not enter the tent, but announced outside. Is it true that the general's resting place can be entered casually? There is no shortage of assassination methods in the ninja world, so if you enter without permission, you deserve to be killed. Tang Ping, who was angry to get out of bed, quickly got the information. After confirming that the seal was not damaged, he started to check. The intelligence said that Kumigakure's army was fighting from the direction of Moon Country and Tang Country to the border of Fire Country, and Kirigakure also launched a full-scale attack. Besieged on all sides. This is the only way to describe Konoha. Several major ninja villages attacked the Kingdom of Fire in the center almost at the same time. Fortunately, the Kingdom of Sand, which was in full swing, was put to death in advance, otherwise the situation would only become more serious. Now, the northern front is the most stable. The combination of Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato is more than enough to block IWA Ninja. Therefore, this combination will definitely be broken up, and Minato Namikaze is left to resist Kumigakure. Presumably, he will be able to create a famous 1-on-2 scene and win his own title of Golden Flash. However, I don't know how the villages on the other side of Kirigakure will respond. No. The battlefield over there has already been left to Hinata and Uchiha. With the 2 wealthy families in front, the village's top leaders don't need to spend too much energy. Now, Tanghei finally understands why Konoha is able to defeat 4 enemies one at a time. The strength and foundation are indeed strong. At the same time, the village has no intention of mobilizing the Southwest Ninja Army. In addition to not being willing to let him continue to increase his prestige, it is also because only if he is in charge of Platikodon Mountain, the village's senior officials can rest assured. Even if you are dissatisfied with him, you still recognize his strength. Immortal Mode. In the past, I only had 2 masters. Senju Hashirama and Jiraiya are both super strong. Moreover, Jiraiya's Sage Mode has great shortcomings and needs to be prepared for a period of time in advance. For this reason, Sarutobi Hiruzen also wrote to ask the other party, asking him what he thought of Dohei's sage mode. The result is no evaluation. But Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that Dohei's sage mode must be stronger than his disciple, otherwise he would not fail to evaluate it. To evaluate this kind of thing, naturally only the strong can point out the weak, and it is impossible for the weak to point out the strong, so Jiraiya did not comment. 1-on-1, 2-on-1, 2 shadow-level warriors. Jiraiya didn't think he could do it. If he fought Doping 1-on-1, he felt that he might not be his opponent. Of course, Jiraiya wouldn't say this. After all, he was one of the 3 ninjas, Guki and the Toad Sage of Miyaboku Mountain, so he couldn't say that he was not as good as a little ghost. With a sage like Doping sitting in Kikyo Mountain, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not afraid of the failure of the newly formed ninja army. However, this information was very unfriendly to some people. The newly formed ninja army. If the situation was not tense, they would naturally have time to slowly deal with the sand ninja. But now Konoha has enemies everywhere, and both supplies and combat power cannot withstand too much consumption, so they don't have much time. If you are anxious, there will be flaws. And Doping himself squatted on Kikyo Mountain every day to learn knowledge. Even if he had a clearing agent in his hand, which could make his learning efficiency soar, it did not mean that he could digest the knowledge instantly, so he still had to learn slowly. He has a lot of knowledge, including ninjutsu, sealing technique, medical treatment, puppetry, etc. In each field, ordinary people may not be able to master much in their lifetime, but he has the clearing agent in his hand, so he can quickly digest this knowledge. At the same time, only when they see him in Kikyo Mountain, those sand ninjas will feel at ease to take action. Otherwise, they will definitely be extremely afraid. However, although Doping seems to be in Kikyo Mountain, he can go to the scene to eat melons at any time. Hinata Kangyu, the last person in the 404 team, is still a little transparent, so he has been keeping an eye on the movements of the sand ninjas and the Konoha ninja army. With the other party there, Doping can naturally grasp the situation. At the critical moment, he can completely let someone use the transformation technique to become his appearance, and then he can use Taiki's mobility to go directly to the front line to eat melons. 2 days later, Doping, who was chewing the sealing technique to change his mind, received a signal from Hinata Kangyu. Here it comes, the river of blood he wants to see is here. So, he quickly put away the knowledge of sealing techniques in his hands and found Yamamakoji. It was no small matter for the commander to run away with a bucket to have fun, so he naturally had to find his own people to help cover it up. Transformation technique. It was the basic 3-body technique taught by the ninja school, and Yamamakoji was naturally very familiar with it. After a puff of white smoke, Yamamakoji became the same as Doping. However, as long as people observe closely, they will definitely find the problem. But Doping himself is a hands-off shopkeeper, throwing daily affairs to Naratianran to handle, so after Yamamakoji becomes him, he just needs to shrink in the tent. At most, he goes to the river to fish. As long as the distance is far enough, he doesn't need to worry about being seen through no matter how badly he uses the transformation technique. On the other side, Doping quietly left the camp. As the commander, he should not be too familiar with the camp layout, so he turned into Yamamakoji and left the camp. The two turned into each other. And he could get the other party's ID, which couldn't be more true. After leaving the camp for a distance, he bit his finger and made a seal. Summoning technique. Summon Taiki, who was recovering on the Fuzu tree. Let's go. Doping jumped on his back and gave the order. Although his current condition was extremely bad due to the previous sunset, it was not a problem to simply rush and fly. So, it took less than 2 hours for Doping to arrive at the scene of eating melons. No, it was a battlefield. Well, he is also a Konoha person now, how can he show his fun-loving attributes so obviously? It's a pity that there is no fun-loving system, otherwise he would have been blown up long ago. Doping, who had just landed, teased and released the summoning technique at the same time. Tai only came to serve as a means of transportation, and he would not stay. The surrounding area is a hilly terrain. The Sand Ninja Army is in this area. If Kumigakure and Kirigakure did not take action, then the new ninja army would definitely slowly test and force the Sand Ninja out by cutting off the opponent's supply. But now Konoha is in a critical situation on several fronts. There is not much time to waste on the Sand Ninja. So after finding the location of the main force of the Sand Ninja, the Konoha army directly launched a full-scale attack. Of course, there are ninjas from the Hyuga clan in this ninja army, and it is impossible for them to be so reckless as to go straight in without even doing reconnaissance. When Dohei came, it was the time when the Sand Ninja Army and the Konoha Ninja Army started fighting. The wide hilly area has completely become a battlefield for both sides. One by one, the ninjutsu washed the ground, and the hills were directly broken into pieces under the explosion. Chaotic and tragic. In the battle between ninjas, unless it is an offensive and defensive battle, they will fight in small teams. Pushing together completely wipes out their strongest mobility. So this kind of scattered fighting situation is the normal situation. And Dohei quietly came to a small hill 1 kilometer away from the battlefield. Hinata Kangyu had occupied a watching position here in advance, and had also done a good job of disguise, so he didn't have to worry about being discovered. With the Byakugan, he knew how to fight the Byakugan even better. Anyway, as long as the Hyuga branch family member didn't come close, they wouldn't have to worry about being discovered hiding here. You've arrived just in time, the battle is about to begin. Hinata Kangyu called on Doping to watch the battle. Looking at her, it seemed as if it was not a bloody and cruel battle, but a grand event. For her, being able to be with Doping would be the happiest thing no matter what she did, so she was so relaxed and excited. Yet, Doping came to the other side and looked at the battlefield in the distance. Chapter 126 Yaking, are you drifting, or am I unable to lift the knife? On the hilly battlefield, a beautiful and conspicuous figure rushed forward. Scorch escape. As an idol-style strongman of the Sand Ninja, Yaking has a heroic personality and naturally rushed to the front. With her cage-level combat power, Konoha is completely unstoppable. At least it is impossible for one person to stop it. Elite Jonin can indeed fight with cage level, but unless there is some secret technique or means, there is a chance to make cage-level strongmen capsize. And today, Yaking is in full firepower, and a Konoha Jonin has died in her hands. Seeing that the opponent was so strong, in order to avoid the collapse of the battle situation, the main general Sarutobi Shinoshoku had to step forward to intercept. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. A B-level ninjutsu blasted at the opponent. The Sarutobi clan is very good at fire escape, that is, with the Uchiha, otherwise it would not be a problem to say the best in fire escape. Violent. The extremely violent fire bomb blasted towards Yaking quickly. Feeling threatened, Yaking naturally prepared to dodge at the first time, but found that the surrounding dodge space had been blocked by the thrown ninja tools, so he pinched a burning escape fireball around him with his right hand and detonated it. Boom! A large amount of flames shot up into the sky. Sarutobi Shinoshoku naturally didn't think that a B-level ninjutsu could solve a cage-level strongman, so he didn't take it lightly. Not far behind him, there were 4 senior ninjas, including Sarutobi Sachiko, Shimura Setsuna, Yuta Nenosei, and Mito Amano, raiding the formation. Even if they were cage-level, so what? Besieged by multiple senior ninjas, he might also suffer. The flames quickly dissipated. Humph! Looking at Sarutobi Shinoshoku who dared to attack her alone, Yaking's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Are you too proud, or am I too weak to lift the knife? Before, Kaikyoyama did lose in a 2-on-1 match, but that doesn't mean that she, a cage-level elite jonin, can't be fooled, right? Swoosh! Yaking used a body flash technique to kill in front of Sarutobi Shinoshoku, and stabbed his heart with a kunao in her hand. Go to hell! She didn't care what the other person was like. Even if the third Hokage stood in front of her, she would dare to stab him to death with a kunao. Ding ding! Sarutobi Shinoshoku used a kunao to block. It must be said that his physical skills were indeed very solid, and coupled with his age being at the peak, his strength and physique were not at a disadvantage, and he barely blocked Yaking's attack. Doping faced Yaking, and the physical skills were at a disadvantage because of strength, height, etc. After all, he was still a child, so he naturally had disadvantages in these aspects. As long as the body develops normally and becomes an adult, physical skills will reach their peak. In a pure physical skill fight, Yaking actually does not have much advantage. The problem is that she does not follow martial ethics. The fireball created by the burning release must be avoided by the enemy in close combat, otherwise it will explode when touched. Even if the enemy can avoid it, the terrifying high temperature cannot be avoided. Scorching release. The passive effect is more domineering in close combat. Otherwise, why does Yaking like to fight in close combat? Sarutobi Shinoshoku felt that the air was scorching. If he did not use more chakra to bless his body, he might be roasted into a mummy. Under such a premise, it is conceivable how much physical skills can be used. He does not have the fire resistance of Dohei, who can withstand the high temperature without chakra blessing. Attack. Among the 4 people who stayed behind to plunder the formation, Sarutobi Sachiko was the first to find something wrong, so she threw a kunao directly and called the 3 people around her to join in. Wind style. Vacuum ball. Shuriken shadow clone technique. Phoenix fire technique. They knew that this was not the time to be polite. If they didn't go up, would they have to wait for Sarutobi Shinashuk to take over? So they used ninjutsu to clean up the place. Being from a large family, they would not lack ninjutsu resources. Faced with several ninjutsu cleanups, Yakeng could only temporarily retreat and directly use the instant body technique to distance himself from the ninjutsu to avoid being involved in the ninjutsu. Even if a cage-level warrior was hit by a ninjutsu, his fate would be similar to that of an ordinary ninja. In this regard, the ninja world is really fair. Even if you join forces, you can't be my opponent. Yakeng looked at the 5 people standing together, smiled lightly and threw the kunao in his hand. But we just need to hold you back. Sarutobi Shinashuk hinted at the formation. Facing a cage-level warrior, as weaklings, they would use any means to win. However, he forgot one thing, that is, when facing Doping, a sage who was stronger than Yakeng, he couldn't bring himself to call a teenage kid from Konoha village adult. The key point is that the other party is a Konoha ninja. And his father is the Hokage, the leader of Konoha, so he lacks some respect for Doping. Now, after facing an enemy cage-level warrior, he knows how terrifying the cage is. Scorch release. Oversteaming kill. Even though Yakeng was fighting 1 against 5, he didn't mean to call for support or retreat, but went straight to the front. Several fireballs merged, just like they were going to kill the 5 generals. She is really brave. Although she is a girl with a bold and generous personality and a tough fighting style, it is no wonder that he has attracted countless fans in the Sand Village and become an idol-style strongman. Facing this attack, Sarutobi Shinashuk naturally did not want to take it head-on. But if he did not take it, the 4 jonins around him might not be able to avoid it. Even if they could, the Konoha ninjas behind him would not be able to avoid it. So he made a choice. He quickly formed seals with both hands and then slapped them hard at his feet. Earth escape. Earth flow wall. Since it was on a hill, there was no need to take out some soil from his mouth as a trigger like on the roof. Boom. A wall of stone quickly rose from the ground to block the front of the burning escape. Shoo. A huge explosion sounded. The solid and heavy stone wall instantly turned into fragments, making people feel the fierceness of the burning escape. Just at this moment. Whoosh. A black shadow rushed out from the land behind Sarutobi Shinashuk and shot dense black lines at him. It was Granmacho who took action. Because the black shadow is a centipede-shaped puppet, and it is also the one who rescued Yakeng and Luosha from Kikyo Mountain. It turns out that Granny Cho is just a few dozen meters away from Yakeng and Sarutobi Shinashuk. She had been lurking before, and now she has taken action. And she is extremely unethical, and her first move is a sneak attack. A cage-level strongman sneak attacks an elite jonin. Although the profession of ninja itself is unethical, and any means will be used for the mission. But this is still a bit too much. Does the dignity of a cage-level strongman still exist? However, for an old man like Granny Cho who has dedicated everything to the village, the dignity of a strongman is indeed not as important as the interests of the village. Hiss. A low hissing sound also sounded at this time. 2 poisonous snakes as thick as eggs drilled out from the ground and bit Granny Cho and Yakeng. Although it seems that the black snake does not pose much threat, both Yakeng and Granny Cho are dealing with it with all their strength as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions. Swish! Granma Cho was quite old, and the loss of the Tenkinmatsu made her slower and she was bitten on the neck. The black snake that bit her neck instantly died. Yakura on the other side tried to avoid the black snake. In a blink of an eye. What was originally a must-kill situation for the Sand Ninja turned into a counterattack by Konoha. Granma Cho, the last time you saved Aunt Meng, this snake venom was my improved work. What do you think of it? A figure slowly rose from the ground in front of Sarutobi Shinashuk. Long black hair, dark vertical pupils, dangerous and cold breath. Orochimaru. At the critical moment, he finally seized the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, which directly hit Granma Cho. Ahem. Orochimaru, I didn't expect you to be lying in ambush on the battlefield. Grandma Cho fell to the ground, and Yaking guarded her vigilantly. The snake venom takes some time to take effect, which is why Orochimaru didn't take action immediately. There are too many examples of counterattacks in the ninja world. Yes, I have been here a few days ago, and I have also made some tricks in your water source. The sand ninja is doomed to fail today. Orochimaru was stalling for time while observing Cho. No. Even if the opponent's resistance to venom is high, it is impossible for him to stay on the battlefield and talk nonsense with himself. Whether it is Yaking or Luo Shat, they should take the opponent back as soon as possible. But now? Not only did the opponent not retreat, but he dragged the poison to talk to himself. Where are Luo Shat and Ebi hiding? It can only be said that Orochimaru is indeed very wise, and he instantly found something wrong from this abnormality. Chapter 127 Lang Jun, Orochimaru. Sure enough, I still can't hide it from you, Orochimaru. The voice of Cho Granny sounded. However, it did not come from the poisoned body that fell to the ground, but from behind Orochimaru. Only then did we see that Cho Granny on the ground was a puppet. However, it was no different from a real person, making it impossible to tell. No, you succeeded. Orochimaru shook his head slightly. The puppet did deceive him. If he hadn't found the flaw from other aspects, he would never have been able to see through it. The question is, how did the other party know that he was lurking in the dark? There are definitely no more than a handful of people in Konoha village who know his specific information, and there are only a few people outside the village. Orochimaru's mind turned rapidly, rejecting each suspicion. However, he quickly retracted his thoughts. Now even if he guessed who leaked the secret, it would be useless. The most important thing is to solve the dilemma in front of him first. Orochimaru, you stay here today. Another voice interrupted. It's Luasha. I don't know when, he appeared on the side of Orochimaru. In this way, Yaking in front, Cho behind, and Luo Shat on the side, the three formed an encirclement. It seems that the previous departure of a group of sand ninjas was a bait, so the poison I put in the water source these days should have been removed by you, right? Even if the situation is dangerous, Orochimaru is still calm. As the cold gentleman among the three ninjas, this is not just an adjective, but also his style of doing things. No matter how dangerous the situation is, can all be treated calmly. If he were alone, with his own strength and means, it would not be difficult for Orochimaru to escape. The problem is that he is not alone this time. Yes, your poison is indeed very secret, but if you know it in advance, it is not difficult to remove it. You can't escape today, Orochimaru. Cho tried to influence Orochimaru with words. The mental state of a ninja greatly affects the combat performance, which is why various wills and ninjutsu are rampant, and can really increase combat effectiveness. Lord Orochimaru. Narashikaku brought people to support him at this time, including Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi. With their combination of pig, deer, and butterfly, as long as they don't encounter a natural enemy type, it is definitely not a problem to deal with a cage-level strongman. In terms of the number of ninjas, Konoha is slightly at a disadvantage. But in terms of training, strength, ninja tools, ninjutsu, these ninjas drawn from the Hokage clan all have the upper hand. That is, they are not as good as the sand ninja in terms of quantity, experience, and mentality. In order to control the southwest region, the sand ninjas were divided into a small part, so the main force of the sand ninjas here is about 1,500. And the Konoha side has 1,200 ninjas, of which 1,000 are drawn from the private army of the ninja clan, and 200 are borrowed from the southwest ninja army. The key point is that the quality is higher, so they dare to take the initiative to attack despite the numerical disadvantage. The original trump card was the poison that Orochimaru had put in advance, but now it seems to have been cracked. After the support of Konoha arrived, a showdown between the strong men started. Akimichi Choza took action first. Partial multiplication technique. The giantized palm smashed towards Yaking, and Yamanaka Inoichi and Narashikaku also followed suit. Fire style. Flame bomb. And Sarutobi Shinashuk attacked Cho. Among the several cage-level strongmen of the sand ninjas, the opponent's puppet Chikamatsu Tenjinjo was damaged, and the combat effectiveness was greatly weakened, so it was normal to choose the opponent to attack. At least there is no need to worry about being beaten by others. Sarutobi Sachiko and other four jonins wanted to help, but were stopped by the jonins of the sand ninja. Do you really think the Jonins of the Sand Ninja are dead? Ebizo is commanding the battle behind the Sand Ninja. After the two strong men had their opponents, the last ones left were Orochimaru and Raza. Orochimaru took the lead. Shadow Snake Hand. Only by solving one opponent first to open a breakthrough can this battle be won. Sand. A large amount of gold dust condensed into a shield to block Orochimaru's attack, and then Raza made seals with both hands, and a large amount of gold dust condensed into a spear to stab Orochimaru. Magnetic style, gold dust spear. Once stabbed, it will definitely pierce the target easily. This little trick is not like your style, no need to delay, use any backup. Orochimaru twisted his body at an incredible angle, and then reminded the other party in a cold voice that he had seen through their means. Although the other party was fighting lively, there was a feeling of delaying. In other words, the other party needs time to make some arrangements, and they need to be held back before that. As expected of you. Luo Xia looked at Orochimaru deeply. The other two of the three ninjas have obvious weaknesses, only Orochimaru has no flaws. Not only is he strong, but his command ability is impeccable. That's why they had to find a way to hunt the other party as soon as possible, but unfortunately they failed and only made the other party withdraw from the battlefield for a while. Several fireworks exploded in the sky behind the Konoha ninja army. This means one thing. A sand ninja unit went around to the back of the Konoha ninja army. Retreat. Seeing this, Orochimaru directly took over the command and gave the order. Neither Sarutobi Shinoshoku nor Narashikaku felt that there was anything wrong. As a cage-level strongman with outstanding military achievements and a disciple of the Hokage, Orochimaru is indeed the undisputed commander. Soon, Konoha gave the signal to retreat. It's just that if he wants to retreat now, the sand ninja won't, so he desperately entangles him. 10,000 snakes formation. Orochimaru spits out a tide of snakes. The overwhelming snake tide spreads and pounces on the surrounding sand ninjas, trying to interfere with the other party's pursuit. The killing power of these snakes is not strong, but the attached snake venom is extremely terrible. Once bitten, if you don't die, you will be seriously injured. Magnetic style. Gold sand burial. Luo Xia will naturally not sit idly by and watch the snake tide spread, and slaps the ground with both hands. Sand, sand. Countless gold sand rushed towards the snake group like the sea. One after another, the poisonous snakes were drawn into the gold sand and then squeezed into meat paste. The shadow-level strongmen on both sides opened their big moves one after another. After opening the big move, Luo Xia used another big move regardless of the consumption. Magnetic style. Gold sand waves. This move is a connection skill with the previous gold sand burial. The effect is to control the gold sand to attack the enemy. If the gold dust surged forward like a wave before, now it is like a violent tsunami, as if it would smash any target in front of it. Boom! Amid the dull roar, the violent gold dust swept through, and everything was crushed into the ground. In a one-on-one situation, there are many ways to avoid this combination skill. But it can be used on the battlefield, which is completely a magical skill. Just because your opponent can avoid it, it doesn't mean that others can avoid it too. Undifferentiated map cannon. Although there are also sand ninjas affected, the number is not large. At the same time, the sand ninja can also be adjusted, so there is no need to worry too much. Orochimaru bit his index finger and formed a seal with his hands, then slapped his right hand on the ground. Psychic technique. Triple Rashomon, third uncle comes to repair the gate. A large number of black runes unfolded. Boom boom boom. 3 huge gates with ghost faces rose up from the ground in front of him one after another, blocking the way of the sweeping waves of placer gold. Carrying the mighty power of gold, the placer kept attacking the 3-layered giant door with ghost faces, but was firmly blocked and unable to move forward. Rashomon. A special kind of psychic technique with astonishing defensive power. Even the tailed beast Jade's super attack, which is comparable to a nuclear bomb, can block or deflect it. There are no disadvantages at all except high consumption. Orochimaru's chakra was consumed a lot after using the 10,000 snake formation and the triple Rashomon one after another. Psychicism. Orochimaru used psychic skills again. But this time it's the psychic beast that's channeling. Relief. A huge white mist spreads. A huge purple snake appeared on the battlefield. Orochimaru, I almost didn't get killed by you last time. If I don't have 300 sacrifices this time, I will swallow you. Wan Shi just appeared on the scene and it was considered an old score. In the last battle, he almost didn't die in the duel between Tang Ping and Yekang's ultimate moves due to Ebisu's sealing technique, so now he naturally wants to ask for compensation. As long as we can break through this time, the sacrifices are whatever you want. Orochimaru promised, as if he didn't know what the sacrifice Wan Shi wanted was. Remember your promise. The huge snake body of Wan Shi collided backward. Its body is the best weapon. No matter the ninja tools or ninjutsu, they can all be smashed directly. Among the sand ninjas, only Luo Sha is the most suitable to deal with large psychic beasts like Wan Shi. Yekang and Cho are better at dealing with people. Facing this large psychic beast, defense lines and formations were completely useless, and the sand ninjas could not stop it at all. If this continues, the Konoha ninjas will definitely be able to break through. But just when the Konoha ninjas saw hope of breaking out, someone kicked them back into a desperate situation. Chapter 128 Yaeshao, the son of the Hokage is captured. Earth escape. Super heavy rock technique. I saw Wan Shi's huge snake body clinging to the ground for an instant, unable to move at all. A tall and strong ninja wearing a red ninja hat and tight red combat uniform with his right arm exposed stood in front of Wan Shi. Lois. He is also the son of Onaki, the third-generation Tsuchikage. Quasi-shadow level powerhouse. It's a pity that he didn't master Yunyan Village's supreme blood successor to eliminate the Chen escape, otherwise he could kill 10,000 snakes in one blow instead of just controlling the opponent. But this is enough. Without a large psychic beast like Wan Shi rushing forward, it would not be easy for the Konoha ninjas to retreat. There are pursuers in front and interceptors behind. At this time, the Konoha ninjas were in an extremely dangerous situation. Damn it! Sarutobi Shinashuk's teeth were almost broken. Becoming a general for the first time and going into battle for the first time are obviously two happy things, but why have they become like this? Kid. Granny Cho seized the opportunity and took the initiative to initiate a close combat. As a puppet master, melee combat is definitely a fatal weakness, but Cho is uncharacteristically using short attacks to attack long, so there must be something wrong. Sarutobi Shinashuk was not a rookie, so he naturally understood this truth, so he used ninjutsu and throwing to distance himself. From this aspect, he has a solid foundation and can be called a hexagonal warrior. High EQ, hexagon warrior. Low EQ, useless. Maybe it's because I don't have the strongest point, so I can't break through the shadow level. Bang, bang. Sarutobi Shinashuk's heart beat suddenly and violently. Poisoned? He knows very well that the current situation is definitely not normal. As for the antidote? Sorry, it has no effect at all. He didn't even have a chance to counterattack because he had just taken the initiative to distance himself. Facing a shadow-level powerhouse, Sarutobi Shinashuk was repeatedly pressed to the ground and rubbed. In Konoha village, due to his status as the son of the Hokage, no one allowed him to experience the dangers of the cage level. Now when he faces other ninja village cages, he has learned a lesson. It's just that the price of this lesson is a little too heavy. Relief. Sarutobi Shinashuk fell to the ground unconscious due to insufficient blood supply to his heart, and the centipede puppet as thick as a round table swallowed him up immediately. Shinashuk. General. Many anxious voices sounded from the mouths of Konoha ninjas. Everyone is anxious. Because they did not expect that Sarutobi Shinashuk would be captured. After all, although Cho is a cage-level powerhouse, the Chikamatsu 10 puppets have not yet been repaired, and their combat effectiveness is greatly reduced. It is not too much to regard him as an elite jonin. It was precisely with this in mind that Sarutobi Shinashuk challenged the opponent in a one-on-one fight. At least in the future, there will be a record of fighting alone against shadow-level warriors without falling behind. But who would have thought that this kind of steady battle would capsize? In fact, the capsize has long been doomed. After receiving the information provided by the Shell organization, Suna Ninja planned in advance, including for Sarutobi Shinashuk. When the centipede puppet first broke out of the ground, it actually released a colorless and odorless potion. This potion will not be noticed by others. After this medicine has penetrated deeply into the body, the potion can be used as a trigger to make the target's heart beat violently. It's not poison. The effect is just to make the heart beat faster due to exercise, and then the person will fall into a coma due to insufficient blood supply. Great. It can only be said that the design of the Sand Ninja is indeed unsolvable when caught off guard. Of course, if it is aimed at some targets, it will definitely be in vain. For example, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Dohei, and so on. But Sarutobi Shinoshoku is only an elite jonin. Under the premise that the intelligence is known in advance, it is not surprising to let Cho, the sealing of poison, prepare a poison specifically and play to death directly. If it is Dohei, once the flame robe is opened, no matter how strong the poison is, it will be evaporated, and other cage levels also have their own methods. Shadow binding technique. Narashikaku reacted immediately and used the secret technique to nail the puppet to death, preventing it from drilling back into the ground. Super multiplication technique. Akimichi Choza, who cooperated tacitly, instantly turned into a giant of more than 10 meters, without taking the secret medicine, and then rushed to the puppet to save people. Yakura wanted to intercept, but was restrained by Yamanaka Inoichi with the heart turn technique. It can only be said that he is worthy of being the Inoshika-cho of this generation, and his cooperation and strength are impeccable. It is necessary to popularize science. Not all three tribes are qualified to be called Inoshika-cho, only the most outstanding trio of the contemporary era can get this title. And not only the three of them took action, but other Konoha strongmen also left their opponents and rushed towards the puppet. No matter what, Sarutobi Shinoshoku must be snatched back. Although according to the will of fire, everyone in the village is equally important. But this is just a lie for others, don't lie to yourself. Hiding Shadow Snake Hand. Orochimaru also attacked regardless of the consumption of chakra. He had already gained the upper hand and was slowly forcing Luo Sha to act according to his plan, but now he had to end the battle immediately. Orochimaru, you don't think this trick can work on me, do you? With a wave of his right hand, Luo Sha directly controlled the gold dust to block the snakes that were biting in front of him. These snakes are indeed very troublesome. Not only are they poisonous, but they also have functions such as binding and sealing. However, they have no offensive ability, so gold dust can easily block them. Really? Orochimaru laughed sinisterly. Choking. At the same time, one of the snake heads that emerged from his right hand opened its mouth and spit out the shining sword inside, instantly piercing the gold dust shield. Kusa's sword. It is also Orochimaru's trump card. Although it is not a magic weapon, its sharpness is indeed impeccable. Swish. The sharp blade left a thin wound on Luo Sha's right arm. Poison. When Luo Sha saw the color of the blood, he immediately pulled away and used the antidote. If it were ordinary poison, it would not have much effect on him, a cage-level warrior. But he dared not underestimate Orochimaru's poison. When Raza drank the antidote, Orochimaru used the instant body technique to kill Cho and hold him back, giving others time to save him. Orochimaru is the real hexagonal warrior. There are no shortcomings in ninjutsu, illusion, and physical skills, which is equivalent to the super-enhanced version of Sarutobi Shinoshoku. Now he is bullying the old lady Cho with melee without martial ethics, and naturally has the upper hand in an instant. The loss of the Tenkinmatsu people has reduced the combat power of Cho, the puppeteer, by half, but it is also because of this that the prey is lured into the trap. Ka. Akimichi Choza twisted the huge centipede puppet and threw the half of the body with the human in it to the direction of Konoha behind. Cover me. Sarutobi Sachiko used the detonating talisman to force the enemy back and went directly to chase the half-puppet. The other three people, Shimura Setsuna, were responsible for covering her and allowing her to rush to the half-finished puppet and take out the... It's a bait. Sarutobi Sachiko looked extremely unhappy. Although the person in front of her was wearing a Konoha ninja uniform, it was a puppet, and the real Sarutobi Shinoshoku was not there. It seemed that Cho had fooled everyone. After the puppet swallowed Sarutobi Shinoshoku, it immediately moved the other party away. When they got the person back, it turned out to be a bait deliberately used to divert attention. Retreat. Orochimaru gave the order to retreat without hesitation for half a second. As a cold gentleman, he has always been decisive. If they continued to stay, not only would they not be able to rescue Sarutobi Shinoshoku, but they might even be wiped out. It would be better to retreat first. As long as they could retreat, they could find a way to save people. If they were all left behind, there would be no hope at all. Others also understood this truth and withdrew one after another. Sarutobi Sachiko, you pick 100 people to cover the rear. Orochimaru stared at the other party with his pupils erect and gave an order. The subtext of this sentence couldn't be clearer. She was asked to pick 100 family ninjas from several clans to be cannon fodder. Although she was a boxer, she dared to show disrespect even to the immortal Dohei, but in front of Orochimaru, a wolf destroyer, Sarutobi Sachiko nodded without saying anything. The accumulated prestige is too great. It can be seen that the three ninjas have a high status in the hearts of Konoha ninjas. Yes. Even though she knew that this nod meant that 100 people were going to die, Sarutobi Sachiko had to don't do it. Although Orochimaru's order is cruel, it is the best choice. If you ignore the retreat, you will definitely be chased by the Sand Ninja, and the losses will only be greater. Although it is cruel to cut off the enemy, it allows others to retreat well. 100 ninjas were selected. Knowing the mission, they turned around and launched a counterattack regardless of life or death. Facing these Konoha ninjas, even cage-level experts dare not be careless, because even genin can pose a huge threat if life and death are disregarded. Therefore, the rear pursuit was temporarily blocked. Without the threat of Sand Ninja, Orochimaru led a group of strong men to forcefully break through Lois' interception. Although the breakout was successful, the casualties were considerable. There were originally 1,200 ninjas, but now there are only about 800 left, a loss of almost one-third. This loss is not small. But these are things for the future. The important point is that there will be a pursuit later, and they have to escape from their pursuit first. Looking at the battlefield that was gradually calming down, Tang Ping, who was watching the battle, stood up with a satisfied look on his face. Let's go. This melon is so fragrant. He now wants to know what the expression of Konoha F4 is like. Will it make him sweat? Chapter 129 Sarutobi Hiruzen, it hurts too much. Konoha Village. In the Hokage's office. The atmosphere was extremely solemn at this time, as if a spark could detonate it. What are we going to do next? In Sarutobi Hiruzen's hoarse voice, there was a lingering hint of fatigue. Pain. It hurts so much. His heart now felt like it was being cut by countless knives. Who would have thought that he just acquiesced in Shinashuk becoming the commander-in-chief, and in the end, he was captured by the Sand Ninja. And not only that, the remaining ninja army was still being chased and intercepted by the Sand Ninja, unable to retreat. Let the Southwest Ninja Army deal with those Sand Ninjas. Danzo is worthy of being a martial arts sect. He directly stated that he would not play tricks and would be tough. Anyway, the person he was fighting with was not him. Although he is hostile to Tang Ping, his confidence in his strength is not low. No. Koharu stopped him subconsciously when he went to bed. He noticed that several people were looking over and explained, if the Southwest Ninja Army attacks and the Suna Ninja Army goes straight to Konoha. This is a mature and prudent idea on her part. Because Konoha really cannot be killed by the enemy. Even though there are many hidden forces in the village, there is no fear of enemies at all. But it's a huge blow to morale. Once morale collapses, it is very difficult to make up for it. Yes, the Southwest Ninja Army cannot attack. Sarutobi Hiruzen also understood that if that situation really happened, it would not be surprising that the village, which was originally struggling to support itself, might collapse instantly. Why don't you let me take the ANBU to rescue people? Mito Minion gritted his teeth and stood up. He had also voted for Sarutobi Shinashuk when he recommended him. Now that the other party was captured, it was normal for him to rescue them. The most important thing now is to respond to Orochimaru and the others. We'll talk about saving people later. Sarutobi Hiruzen flatly rejected it. As a father, of course he wanted to send someone to rescue him immediately, but as the Hokage, his responsibility forced him to focus on the overall situation. If not all the people at the route were sent out to get information, maybe we could have saved people. Danzo sighed with regret. I don't know how sincere it is. Then who will be sent to lead the army this time? Xiao Chun went to bed and asked. The village actually has a lot of potential. Forming a support team is not a problem at all, but who will lead the team is very important. One general is incompetent and the three armies are exhausted. In this ninja world where great power belongs to oneself, it is really not an adjective, but a fact. Minato's words. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of the other party immediately. Not to mention enthusiasm and sunshine, he also firmly believes in the will of fire. He is also a disciple of Jiraiya, so he is indeed the best choice. No, now Kumagakure has reached the northeastern border. If Minato is not there, it will be easy for the opponent to defeat the defense line. He can't leave. Xiao Chun immediately vetoed it. Compared to the Sand Ninja, the Cloud Ninja is a greater threat and cannot be allowed to invade the Land of Fire under any circumstances. On Konoha's side, there is actually an idle shadow-level powerhouse, Tsunade. But due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's tough attitude, everyone knew that it was impossible to let the other side take action. Shadow-level powerhouses are not just cabbage, even in Konoha there are not many. How about letting the supporting ninja army garrison Mount Kikyo, and let that brat Uchiha lead the Southwest Ninja Army to support? Mito Minion thought of a way. Can. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally nodded. Because they only have one who can fight and is free now. Although I didn't like the other party's previous threats, now I can only use the other party by pinching my nose. However, they completely forgot that they had just slashed the opponent's sword, not only divided the opponent's power, but also seconded 200 ninjas from it. From the perspective of Konoha F4, I can deal with you myself, but if you want to deal with me, you can't. The old double standard. Therefore, when the order was sent to Kikyo Mountain, there was no response at all. Finally, when Mito Katoyan and Kohara brought 500 ninja troops to Mount Kikyo, they found Uchiha Dohei. Good guy. They are just good guys. Because people are infound by the river, the other party was leisurely fishing, and at his feet were several messenger ninjas bound by tortoise shells, and even the messenger eagle was treated the same way. Uchiha Dohei. It's hard, the fist is hard. Xiao Chun moved to bed because he was concerned about the gap in strength between the two sides, otherwise he might take action directly. But who knew that Tang Ping would react differently when faced with her anger? After gently nodding to indicate that he had heard, he continued to stare into the water. Of course he knows where the other party's anger comes from. But again, if you dare to plot against yourself, you must be mentally prepared to bear the consequences. You can't fight back even if you suffer a loss, right? Do you really think that your surname is Uchiha and that you have been brainwashed by the will of fire like a dutiful son? Mitomanen pulled his friend. He saw where Dohei's dissatisfaction came from, so he thought about how to appease him. It's impossible if the other party doesn't take action. The ninjas they brought to defend Mount Kikyo were okay, but if they really wanted to support them, they would probably be crippled by the Suna ninja army. Especially the two of them, whose strength has declined crazily with age. With their secret skills and forbidden skills, they can threaten shadow-level experts, but they are easier to kill. What makes you willing to take action? When he went to bed, Xiao Chun had a high IQ. He was just overwhelmed by anger before, but now he calmed down and immediately started negotiating terms. As for Tang Ping, they can see that he is a character who will not take action without seeing any benefit. Although this dissatisfied them, they could tolerate it during the war. I am doing an experiment recently and want to purchase a batch of nutrient solution. I wonder if there are any good Samaritans who can sponsor me. Tang Ping put forward conditions. Since the other party plotted against me before, he will naturally have to pay the price for his overturning now. 10 cans. After going to bed, Xiao Chun gritted his teeth and gave the lowest price. The market price is 10 million per can. And the sale depends on the number of people coming. It's not that those big customers can't get the goods at all. Even 10 cans will cost her a lot of connections to win over. It is our duty to restore the glory of Konoha. Tang Ping sat up instantly. Isn't it just Sand Ninja? Deal with him. Anyway, I've already seen the fun, and now that I've received 10 more cans of nutrient solution, I'm making a lot of money. Heavy bleeding. It seems that the other party is really sincere. Because this was a benefit to him privately, not to the Southwest Ninja Army. Even if I had to pay for it at this price, I could get it several times. When Xiao Chun went to bed, she looked at the faces in front of her that were worried about the village, as if they were someone else's before, and she felt completely angry and heartbroken. My money. This money must not go into public accounts, it can only be paid privately. The only good news is that Tang Ping took the money to do the work and led the team to set off immediately. Soon, the remaining 800 ninjas of the Southwest Ninja Army rushed towards Orochimaru's location. As for Platikodon Mountain, it was naturally left to 2 elders and 500 to form a temporary ninja army. Don't ask them to be of any use, just ask them to keep it safe. Of course, tasks such as assembling ninja troops and distributing rations were left to the people of Narada. After being reminded by Shikaku when he made the choice before, Dohei finally understood the choices made by these family ninjas at critical moments and was too lazy to recruit them. As long as the other party can complete the tasks assigned by him, that's fine. Speed up. Halfway through, Tang Ping urged his subordinates to speed up. Saving people is like putting out a fire. If you fail to rescue the target, your nutrient solution worth 100 million taels will be gone. He actually knew very well where Orochimaru and the others were stuck. But this time, Tang Ping was ready to do some private matters. Yes, it's a private matter. Because a nobleman dared to cause trouble for the Honda Chamber of Commerce. I am completely tired of living. In the current Honda Chamber of Commerce, a few % of the profits are handed over to him, which is equivalent to paying a protection fee. But that nobleman knew this and still made things difficult for the Chamber of Commerce. How could Tang Ping endure it? That is to say, I didn't have time before, I was busy fishing, but now that I have come out, of course I have to support the Honda Chamber of Commerce on the way, so that people can understand that the other party has my backing. He doesn't want to have to help wipe his butt every now and then, so this is the perfect opportunity to establish his authority. Bring the ninja army to support him. Presumably after this time, there won't be any nobleman who won't open his eyes. Chapter 130 Flame Finger, 2 Pillars, Please be a human being. Saizuru Town. This is the town ruled by the target noble. You despicable businessmen, you are doing business in Lord Kamakura's fiefdom, and you dare to escape without paying taxes. Do you want to die? A mean man with heavy powder on his face and as pale as a ghost, surrounded by more than a dozen samurai and dozens of ashigaru, stopped a convoy that was about to leave the city. How arrogant are the nobles in the ninja world! I can only use one sentence to describe each other. Completely unbecoming of a human being. Only if you can't think of it, there is nothing the other party won't do. The common people in the ninja world live in hell, and almost half of the credit is due to these nobles. Less than 1% of the aristocracy accounts for more than 80% of the means of production. Coupled with backward productivity, it is surprising that the common people can live well. Sir Xyli, we have already paid the tax. This batch of goods cannot be delayed. The Southwest Ninja Army is in urgent need of supplies. Honda Sheng begged. If it was just money, he wouldn't be heartbroken. But this batch of goods was purchased privately for Tang Ping. The other party not only wanted money but was also going to deduct the goods. Naturally, he couldn't accept it, so he wanted to sneak away quietly, but he didn't think about it. Be intercepted. Humph, they are just vulgar people. Do you want to use them to suppress me? The mean man named Xyli said as he hit Honda Masaru on the back with a whip. In fact, he is just a noble butler. But in this land, he is the supreme existence. As for the ninja, in the eyes of the aristocratic class, they are just thugs they have raised, and they don't take them seriously at all. Just when Honda Sheng was beaten and begging for mercy, he was about to bleed heavily. I wonder if the vulgar people are talking about us. A voice interrupted the actions of both parties. Wearing a black tight-fitting mysterious suit and elbow-length gloves, a young man with short hair who looked heroic and handsome slowly entered the city through the city gate. Behind him was a ninja wearing a Konoha forward protector. The aura is full and the pomp is full. As soon as Tang Ping arrived, he saw Chongwei beating Lefu. No, it was the noble butler who was beating Honda Sheng, and he felt angry in his heart. When he was at ninja school, the other party treated him to several good meals. I thought the information was serious. The Honda Chamber of Commerce was also a collaborator of the ninja army, and with his own backing, there was no way any noble would deny face. But I didn't expect that the nobles really had no limit to their attempts to commit suicide. Ninjas are naturally in awe of nobles, so they think they are really celestial dragons, right? What are you going to do? I am Lord Kamakura's butler. Even if you are the third Hokage of Konoha, you must treat me with courtesy when you see me. Hyori was a little panicked and directly pulled out the banner of the third Hokage. Indeed, from the perspective of the nobility, Konoha is just a hired thug from the country of fire, and its status is indeed not high. That is to say, they are worried about the power of ninjas, so they hold their noses and admit the Shuangtama, Daimyo, Hokage, statement, but in the hearts of the nobles, they really look down on Konoha. The population and territory under the jurisdiction of any big noble are much larger than those of Konoha. How can they afford it? Yet. Tang Ping walked up to the other party with a playful look in his eyes. As for the samurai and ashigaru, just when they wanted to do something, they found a kunao hanging around their necks. As long as they made the slightest movement, these Konoha ninjas would wipe their necks without hesitation. As the commander-in-chief of Dohei, the Southwest Ninja Army will obey orders as long as they don't do anything detrimental to Konoha. Fierce. A wisp of flame ignited at Tang Ping's fingertips. Then, under the horrified gaze of the mean butler named Hyori, he penetrated the other person's forehead with an extended flame spear. Flame finger. Tang Ping actually wanted to call it Yi Yang Ji. However, I felt that the style of painting was too inconsistent, so I decided to forget about calling it this way. There is huge room for development in this move. During a battle, a sudden attack like this can definitely have a surprising effect. Ninjutsu is inspired by the Chidori spear. Just like Yunyi also learned from the Chidori Ryu. Generally speaking, when Dohei developed ninjutsu, he almost didn't make the future two pillars bald. Suzuki, please be human. Walk. After killing the opponent with one move, Tanghei quickly left with the Southwest Ninja Army. Not showing too close to Honda Sheng is to protect him, and the other party must also understand the reason for this. If he really takes it seriously, his enemies will definitely try to take advantage of him in the future, and then he will be in trouble. This level is just right. It means that you value your partner, but you are not close to him. Doping-kun, do you want me to clean up the other party's family? Hinata Kangyu beside her asked in a low voice. Looking at her pure and beautiful face, it is hard to imagine that the words killing the whole family at every turn would come from her lips. We'll save the troops first. Then you and Koji will disguise themselves as thieves and rob each other. You have to give those nobles some face, so you can't do it directly. Tang Ping nodded. Since we pursue establishing prestige, we must carry it out to the end. At the same time, you can also make a lot of money by the way. The nobles have a lot of wealth. Naturally, the more such kind-hearted people, the better. The situation of this nobleman is not unique. He dare not say that all nobles are so greedy and stupid, but at least most of them are. He is looking forward to having such an opportunity in the future. Not only can it slap you in the face, but you can also take advantage of the opportunity to fatten your wallet. If someone suspects that he did it, then show evidence. If you can't show it, do you really think that you, the immortal, are a weakling who can be manipulated casually? Good. Hinata Kangyu took a deep look at the location of the city lord's mansion and remembered it. After the siege is resolved, she will bring Koji Yamama to visit this good Samaritan who sponsored their business. Not long after, the ninja army came to a forest. This is also where Orochimaru and his remaining troops were surrounded. Zai Xiao, go. With Hinata Kangetsu by his side, Dohei naturally had an overwhelming advantage in terms of intelligence. He directly issued orders one after another, asking people to deal with the lurking Suna ninja spies in advance. Teams rushed out one after another, clearing the targets first. Bringing Sun Xiang Kangyu with you is simply equivalent to opening the whole map. However, it is impossible for Tang Ping to expose her field of vision. She only lets the team attack after 1 kilometer, which shows that her field of vision is the limit of 1 kilometer for normal division. Range. With this method, the Southwest Ninja Army can naturally enter the core battlefield quietly without alerting the Suna ninja. Boom! Tang Ping vaguely heard the huge noise coming from the distance, and knew that the bayonet there had entered the red stage. I'll take the first step, Tianren, you'll be in charge of the command. So he dropped a sentence and accelerated forward. Fierce. The flame coat enveloped the whole body, and then turned into a flaming meteor and disappeared in front of others. No one in the Southwest Ninja Army was surprised by his actions. The strong naturally have willful power. The Narada man smiled bitterly and led the ninja army to continue to advance at standard speed. The other side. Orochimaru cooperated with Wan Shi, using traps, poisons, and other means to block the sand ninja's attack. 1 against 3. Even if Kyande Granny's strength has not recovered due to the puppet, she should not be underestimated. And Luo Xia and Yekeng became stronger during the Vietnam War. After many battles, the strength of the two of them was no weaker than that of a shadow-level warrior. That means Lois has left, otherwise Orochimaru will only be worse off. Now, although his injuries have been relieved by the Orokai-ryu substitution technique, his condition has completely hit rock bottom. Orokai-style substitution technique. It can be called the core secret technique of Orochimaru. It combines spiritual skills, biology, and other aspects of great magical skills. Developed with reference to the shedding of snakes. Even if you are fatally injured, you can still heal it through this secret technique. At the same time, it is also the secret technique that Tang Ping covets the most. Unfortunately, development is too difficult, so he can only put it on hold for the time being, but he already has development ideas. Just like a snake can shed its skin, a phoenix can be reborn from the ashes. As long as there is an idea, the omnipotent chakra can definitely accomplish it. The most important thing in developing ninjutsu is creativity, so Tang Ping is confident in developing this secret technique, as long as he has enough knowledge. Orochimaru, you have nowhere to escape this time. While Luo Sha was controlling the placer gold to restrain Wan Shi, he was also attacking Orochimaru's will. It's a pity that Orochimaru's will to destroy the wolves is so tenacious that even if he faces a desperate situation, he still has no impact on his performance. While attacking Ye Kang, he also guards against Zhou and Raza, not giving them a chance to attack at all. With Orochimaru taking the main pressure, Narashikaku and the others managed to keep the battle situation from collapsing. But now the number of Konoha ninja troops is less than 600, less than half of what it was before the war, which shows how exaggerated the losses are. And most of them are injured and in a state of collapse at any time. It's over. Narashikaku suddenly found that his chakra was exhausted, and he sighed in his heart. The sand ninjas were chasing each other in rotation, so their chakra was maintained well. But as the ones being pursued, they had no way to maintain their chakra, so the other party had been suppressing and harassing them just to wait for them to run out of chakra. Without chakra, ninjas are not much stronger than ordinary people. The sand ninjas can definitely kill them all easily. Aku now flew towards me like lightning. If there is chakra, it is not easy to avoid it. But now even though my mind wants to hide, my body tells me that I can't. Just when he was despairing, a voice like the sound of nature sounded in Narashikaku's ears. Chapter 131 Give me a face JPG. Chapter 131 Give me a face.jpg. Hey, isn't this Luju? We haven't seen him for a few days, why are you acting like this? With the teasing voice appearing. Fierce. A wisp of flame as thick as an egg knocked away the kunai that was shooting at Narashikaku. Following the direction of the flames, Luju saw the figure bathed in golden red gauze. The flames on the fingertips of his right hand slowly dissipated. Like a god. I don't know why, but this thought flashed through Luju's mind. Uchiha, Dohei. He spat out the name in disbelief. If he hadn't felt the fatigue in his body due to chakra depletion, he might have thought he was dreaming. I used to be called Lord Tang Ping, but now that I'm with the new general, I'm going to call him Tang Ping. Your face has changed too quickly, hasn't it? Tang Ping came to the other party and joked. If he didn't think that keeping his opponent Konoha could survive 3 battles and have more fun in the future, he wouldn't save people. From now on, Shikamaru will have to give himself a blow. If he didn't have himself, then he wouldn't even think about showing up. Lord Dohei, you are joking. I just made a slip of the tongue. Now is not the time for small talk. Please go and support Lord Orochimaru immediately. Luju woke up after being teased and immediately spoke out to urge him. We must not let anything happen to Orochimaru, otherwise the sky will fall. Then be careful. Tang Ping nodded slightly, and then rushed in the direction of countless placer gold suspended in the distance. After jumping to a high altitude, he fell freely. Snap! Clapping his hands together, he crushed the finger-sized bottle into pieces, allowing the soup inside to invade his body. Now, he can enter the immortal mode even without the Tang Chuan, but it takes too long and cannot be used in actual combat for the time being, so he has to continue to use the Tang Chuan to assist. Closing his eyes, ignoring the whistling airflow around him, Tang Ping concentrated on integrating the huge natural energy in his body. The golden red flame pattern emerged from the center of the eyebrows, and then spread quickly. A domineering and fiery aura emerged. Let the flames purify everything. Tang Ping opened his golden and red pupils. At this time, he in midair also caused this attracted the attention of the sand ninjas on the ground. Is that Uchiha Dohei? Why is he here? Quickly retreat. No way. Tang Ping is a top-notch sand ninja, and everyone knows him. Not to mention the almost iconic white flame tool on her body. It looks gorgeous and holy, but everyone knows that it contains extremely terrifying heat that can burn all things. Entering immortal mode on the battlefield again, Tang Ping feels good. Faster and easier than the first time. With the experience of using the immortal mode to fight at full strength last time, plus the training during this period, it is not surprising to have such a performance. Fierce. Violent flames erupted from his feet, allowing him to land safely in free fall, and then jump to Luo Sha, who was suspended in the air not far away and was controlling the placer gold cube. Immortal magic, Tian Kong Yun sword. He held his right hand in the air, and Mi Su's long sky blue sword appeared in the palm of his hand. If you don't use Zhu Rong's real body, this consumption is not big. Only when Zhu Rong's true body is used, the consumption in all aspects will be increased by more than 10 times. Of course, the power will increase geometrically at that time. Tang Ping is wearing a flame robe and has the ability to fly short distances, so he can threaten Luo Xia suspended in the air. At this point, the other party has two choices. One is to ignore himself and continue to control the placer gold cube. One is to give up controlling the placer gold cube and try to avoid it. Obviously, Luo Xia made the choice without any hesitation. Sand. The huge placer gold cube began to disintegrate. Magnetic escape golden spear. Luo Xia stood on the sand gold mat and at the same time distanced herself. She also used this ninjutsu. A large amount of placer gold scattered in the air condensed into long spears and shot towards Tang Ping. Whoa, whoa. He waved the Tiankanjiun sword in his hand, which was compressed from the big snake, and easily cut it off. But in this way, his upward momentum was exhausted and his body fell towards the ground. Yanyi only gave him the ability to shortly fly, but it did not give him the ability to fly. The strong men on both sides on the ground were separated because of his appearance. Ye King stood beside Zhou and confronted Orochimaru. The momentum of both sides is intertwined. If one side retreats, the other side will attack with all its strength. Step. Tang Ping landed right in the middle of the two sides. If it were an ordinary ninja who dared to penetrate suddenly, even a few lives would not be enough to kill him. But Tang Ping in immortal mode is full of confidence. Even if a few people join forces to attack due to their momentum, he still has the confidence to fight head-on, so he dares to play like this. Uchiha Danhei, the mysterious delicacy of the delicacies hastened the traces of June. Zhou held Ye Kang's shoulders. Since the opponent did not attack with all their strength as soon as they met, but only interrupted their attack, they must have other plans. It is not cost-effective to attack now. How about giving me some face and ending the battle? Tang Ping activated the face fruit. No matter how strong you are, Uchiha Dohei, you can't be a match for our army of thousands of sand ninjas by yourself. Gran Macho refused. Even if they are immortals, as long as they are not in a special terrain, their sand ninja army is not without the ability to fight. For example, if they disperse their attacks at this time, how many people can the other party protect? Indeed, Dohei admitted this statement, and then said, but if I say that I brought 800 reinforcements this time, can you Suna ninja give me a face? Yes, he alone cannot protect too many people, but with the support of the Southwest Ninja Army, it is another matter. Now that he has no worries, the threat level has increased exponentially. A ninja appeared next to Granny Cho. After the other party reported in a low voice, she said coldly. This time I think you are lucky in Konoha. I will give you Uchiha Danhei some face, but there will be no next chance. The frustration of falling short is very uncomfortable, but at this point, I can only give up. However, Chiyo's harsh words must still be let go if he loses the opponent rather than loses the formation. Looking forward to our next fight. Tang Ping responded indifferently. He really didn't want to take action, but the other party was a good Samaritan who not only gave him the basic knowledge of puppetry, but also purchased it for 0 yuan for him. In fact, he is more afraid of something unexpected happening to the other party than anyone else. Once the other party has an accident, there is no way to get those things. And Orochimaru didn't speak either. Because he is at his limit now, and being able to remain calm is already an amazing feat of willpower, so how can he open his mouth and keep people around? If the Suna ninja army is forced to fight back desperately, it's hard to say whether they can annihilate the opponent, but they will definitely suffer heavy losses. With only Suna ninja as an enemy, no matter how great the loss is, it will be a loss. But now there are still several powerful enemies in Konoha, and life will be difficult if these elites are lost, so it is best to end here. As for Sarutobi Shinashuk, it's completely black and white, and it just gets passed by. Even if Sachiko Sarutobi and others want to take the opportunity to force Suna ninja to release the person, the prerequisite is that they have the qualifications to speak. There are only 2.5 people who can make the decision now. Orochimaru and Dohei, 2 cage-level powerhouses, naturally have the right to speak, and Narashikaku is the Jonin squad leader and Konoha's military advisor, and has a special status. So I have half say. It's just that Orochimaru didn't want any accidents to happen, so he didn't say anything. As for Narashikaku, he is still some distance away from here and has missed the opportunity to speak. Therefore, both parties have a tacit understanding that this did not happen. The sand ninjas receded like the tide. Donping-kun, I didn't expect you to master the sage mode. After Orochimaru relaxed, his eyes stared at Tang He, as if he was looking at some priceless treasure. He had wanted to study Tang Ping before. Now that he has discovered that he has mastered the immortal mode, his desire for research can no longer be restrained. Fortunately, he still had sense and knew not to force himself, otherwise he might have to tie the person to the experimental table. What does Orochimaru mean? Is he targeting me? Feeling the greedy look Orochimaru looked at him, Tang Ping was a little upset. If the other party wants to play hard, he is not weak at all. But if he was playing dirty tricks, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't fall for it. However, the opponent's life-saving ability is invincible. Let alone him, even the reincarnation of Senju Hashirama may not be able to defeat the opponent. So it's just a toad crawling on your feet. It doesn't bite but it's disgusting. Didn't Jiraiya-senpai also master the sage mode? Tang Ping directly hinted to the other party that if he wants to study you, he should study his good friends instead of staring at himself. You covet my body, you are despicable. JPG. Know the same. Orochimaru muttered to himself. He knows very well what his friend's talent is. Most of his strength comes from Miamu Mountain behind him, which is why he is focused on searching for the Son of Prophecy. In order to repay this kindness. But Uchiha Tohei has already become a cage-level powerhouse at this age, which is absolutely unprecedented. In the future, he will even have the Genin 6th level, let alone mastered the sage mode. There is no Holy Land behind him, and the research value is certainly far higher than that of Jiraiya. Faced with Orochimaru's enthusiasm, Tohei couldn't bear it and could only leave the other party's side in the name of dealing with follow-up matters. This is Ant Snake. There is nothing the other party dares not do. He doesn't want to fall out with the village right now. Chapter 132 The Incident and Investigation Team. After avoiding Orochimaru, Tohei came to Nara Shikaku and asked. Shikaku, how about this loss? He actually didn't care about the casualties, he just gloated and wanted to have fun. Of course, on the surface, he still looked worried about the village. It's very big. Nara Shikaku is really heartbroken. Those who died were all the private army of the Hokage ninja clan. In other words, the ninjas like them are the ones paying for this loss. How can we not feel heartbroken? It hurts my heart. This can only be used to describe it. In order to support Sarutobi Shinnishuk, the second generation of shadows, to ascend to power, the ninjas recruited this time are all elites of various races, and the losses can be imagined. If they can exchange for enough military exploits, they can endure the loss no matter how big it is. The problem is that not only did the Suna ninja army fail to be defeated this time, but they were defeated by the opponent, and even the leader, Sarutobi Shinnishuk, was captured. I lost my wife and lost my troops. After hearing about the loss, Tang Ping comforted him with a face filled with sadness, happiness, and sadness, happiness. It's okay, half of the people are still alive, right? And hearing his comfort, Nara Shikaku didn't know whether he should be happy or angry. In the end, I could only respond in silence. The next step is to escort the remnant army to retreat. Tang Ping has great ideas about this group of ninjas. Who wouldn't want to have stronger power in his hands? Even if this power ultimately belongs to the village, he can still use it anyway. Annexation. No, Tang Ping is ready to let them continue to complete their mission. Drive away the Sand Ninja. But from now on, the Southwest Ninja Army will be the main force. Anyway, this ninja army has no commander, and with heavy casualties, there is really no problem with this operation. The most important thing is that the reason is very legitimate. If the village doesn't add anything, how can the Southwest Ninja Army, which only has a few hundred people, be able to stop it if it is attacked by thousands of Sand Ninja troops? Can you really think that if all the Southwest Ninja Army is Ip Man, they can fight 10 of them? Yes, Tang Ping is holding the sand with his own weight. This group of family ninjas are destined to be defeated. Nara Shikaku was a smart man, so he could naturally see Tohei's plan, but he couldn't refuse. So I just sent everything back to the village, and then acted as ordered. Anyway, he will not do anything unnecessary without a clear order. By the way, when Tang Ping was protecting the remnants of the army and returning to Mount Kikyo, an incident began to spread. The lord of Kamakura Castle in Saizuru town, his entire clan was plundered by the Sand Ninja. Not even a mouse survived, let alone alive. And all the family belongings have disappeared. This is the first nobleman to die at the hands of ninjas. After the news spread, not only the nobles of the country of fire were furious, but also the nobles of the country of wind ordered the sand ninja to hand over the murderer. Yes, you heard it right. Even the wind country, a big country where Tsunagakuer village is located, is forcing Tsunagakuer to make friends. It's not surprising that this happens. Because this is what the nobles fear most. The following is a crime. If ninjas can offend nobles without paying the price, then the nobles will not even be able to sleep peacefully in the future. Force is in the hands of ninjas. The nobles can sit high and watch the ninjas fight, using war and blood to please themselves. It is all because of the respect of ninjas and the strict defense of the nobles against such incidents. Once a ninja dares to offend, then all the nobles will stick together, no matter which country the nobles are. Now you know why all the nobles are like being stabbed in the ass when only one noble died, right? Doping also considered this before, so he only dealt with the butler and left, and asked Hinata Kangyu to pretend to be a thief when he took action. It seems that she not only pretended to be a thief, but also left clues pointing to the sand ninja. Well done. Anyway, the sand ninjas have been blamed for countless things since the invasion, and it doesn't matter if there is one more now. Even under the pressure of many nobles, they also formed an investigation team and 2 major ninja villages were responsible for cooperation. There is no way, the financial backers behind the ninja villages speak, so they naturally have to respect it. If you don't respect others, they won't respect you when you allocate funds, and you won't be able to cry at that time. Soon, the investigation team came to Kikyo Mountain. They came to find Honda Chamber of Commerce. There had been conflicts between the 2 sides before, so it's not surprising to come to investigate. However, the investigation team found that the ninjas they met looked at them with strange eyes. What's going on? A guardian ninja in the investigation team asked the Konoha ninja who led the way in a low voice. The other party was a government ninja specially sent by Konoha to lead them and cooperate with the investigation. The sand ninja also sent one. It can only be said that this is a weird thing. Obviously, the 2 major ninja villages are fighting desperately, but for the death of a noble, they have to join forces to investigate the truth. Nothing. The government ninja who led the way said perfunctorily. No one will have a good impression of this investigation team formed by nobles. If it weren't for the funds, the village would not care about the other party at all, so it is conceivable how sincere the cooperation is this time. Southwest Ninja Army. It has become a one-man show of Dohei. Although he doesn't usually take care of things, based on his performance on the battlefield, no one would dare to disobey his orders as long as they don't betray the village. Knowing that the investigation team came to investigate the matter of Nishikeku town, their reaction was not surprising. The other party had offended their own commander, and now that the other party is dead, it would be strange if they could have a good face if someone came to find out the truth. Hey, aren't we here to find the Honda Chamber of Commerce? Where is this? The minister of the investigation team, wearing a gorgeous robe, asked in confusion as he looked at the building with the commander's emblem in front of him. The other party is in Lord Dohei's office. If you have any questions, you can ask here. The government ninja showed his identity card to the 2 guards and made a gesture of invitation. The Minister of Investigation stepped into the temporary office. But the people who followed behind, except for the government ninja from Sand Ninja, were stopped by the 2 guards. A guard nin was about to say something when he was held down by the leading guard ninja, signaling the other party not to be impulsive. Ninja villages and guardian ninjas are 2 completely different groups. Guardian ninjas. They are ninja military organizations created specifically to protect the daimyo, while ninja villages do things for money, and at most they are bound to the country where the village is located, and have a trading relationship with the nobles. Ninja villages regard guardian ninjas as hunting dogs raised by nobles, and think that they do not have the dignity of ninjas. Guardian ninjas regard ninjas as parasites and ungrateful wolves, who take national funds but are not loyal to the daimyo. The 2 sides have conflicting positions and want to chop each other with swords. Now you know why the guards have such a bad attitude towards these guardian ninjas? The secret fight outside naturally did not affect the commander's office. The small office is extremely spacious. In addition to the map and sand table on the wall, there are only 2 desks, one large and one small, and nothing else. At this time, there are people sitting behind the 2 desks, and a middle-aged man is standing. When the 3 members of the investigation team came in, several people looked over. Lord Dohei, this is Minister Kinjian who is in charge of investigating the Saikaku town incident. He wants to ask President Honda Masaru some questions. The Government Affairs Ninja explained the purpose of this visit. Since they had communicated in advance, there was no need to worry that Dohei was not clear about the incident. Really? Ask here directly. Dohei, who was sitting in the main seat, gestured for the other party to ask. He naturally knew about this, so he asked Honda Masaru to stay in Kikyo Mountain these days to help him deal with the investigation team. He was afraid that the other party would not be able to find the truth and directly put the blame on Honda Chamber of Commerce. This kind of thing is not without precedent. And with me here, it is impossible to play like this. Minister Kinjian looked embarrassed. Because if you ask in such a place, a lot of methods cannot be used. Why, what's the problem? Are you worried that I will favor Honda Chamber of Commerce? Dohei asked with dissatisfaction. Are you giving me a chance to vent my anger? After all, he is a cage-level warrior and the chief general of the ninja army. If he really finds an opportunity to vent his anger, no one will be ignorant enough to jump out and speak for him. Having strength means you can do whatever you want. Chapter 133, Killing and Arson for the Gold Belt. President Honda Masaru, a few days ago, did you have an argument with the housekeeper of the Kamakura family, Hyori Linxia, in Saikaku town? Minister Kinjian asked with a stern face. Awesome. Nobles and the status of a minister gave him the demeanor of a superior, enough to make ordinary people bow down to him. It is not easy to lie in front of such a superior. Although Honda Katsu is knowledgeable, the biggest person he has ever met is the level of Hoarai's housekeeper. It is impossible for him to face such a big person directly, so he is extremely nervous. No, Your Excellency, I am not qualified to argue with Master Hoarai. He was right. In the ninja world, merchants are just puppets supported by major forces. They have no status at all, so how dare they argue with others? Really? Then do you know that after you left, the Kamakura family that the other party served was slaughtered? Tell me, is it because you didn't have a clear mind and colluded with ninjas to do it? Minister Kinjian's tone suddenly became heavier, trying to break Honda Katsu's defense. The deep-rooted fear of the high-ranking figures made Honda Katsu's forehead sweat. If it weren't for Dohei next to him, he might not even be able to stand steadily. In the ninja world, human life is not life, and the high-ranking can decide life and death at will. It is normal for ordinary people to be scared. However, Minister Kinjian's behavior made Dohei unhappy, so he interrupted directly. Minister Kinjian, are you trying to frame me? Do you really think you don't exist? Putting the questioning location here deliberately actually shows his attitude, but the other party still plays like this, which clearly shows that he doesn't give face. Since he doesn't give face, he won't be polite. Don't misunderstand, Lord Dohei, this is just my duty. Minister Kinjian hurriedly explained. Being able to be sent to investigate this matter shows that he is not a waste, and naturally heard the dissatisfaction in Dohei's words. It's not that he didn't doubt the other party, but as a shadow-level strongman, he can't be investigated easily. To put it bluntly, even if it is the other party, he has to find a way to not be. After all, if a cage-level strongman killed a noble, the matter would be a big deal. This is why he turned a blind eye to the murder of Hoarai Linxia and asked Honda Katsu instead. That's the best. Doping nodded with satisfaction. With his attitude. Next, Minister Kinjian's tone slowed down and softened, allowing Honda Katsu to deal with it easily. And he actually had no problem. After the inquiry, Minister Kinjian said goodbye and left, not as he thought. However, this is also because of Doping's strength. If it were someone else, he would not be so easy to talk to. The final result of the investigation was definitely done by the wild ninja. The sand ninja didn't want to take the blame, so he naturally had to pass it on. What better target to pass the blame on than the wild ninjas? Okay, you can start preparing to leave and send the things to the starting point orphanage. Doping signaled Honda Katsu to leave and prepare. After the others left, he asked Narada. Have those sand ninja captives been settled? In the previous battle at Mount Kikyo, when the sand ninja retreated, they could not take away the injured or unconscious sand ninja, so they were captured by them. There were about 100 people. All settled, Narada replied quickly and added, the village sent a letter asking us to escort the captives to Konoha prison. The letter was sent before, but for such a matter, he naturally did not dare to make a decision without the nod of Dohei, the commander, so it was delayed until now. Those old guys want to interfere again. Dohei snorted disdainfully. After showing the sage mode, he didn't even pretend, and privately called him old guy. He didn't want to be like other time travelers, no matter how unhappy they were with each other, they would always call each other sir. Narada's mouth twitched, he didn't dare to respond. The other party dared to call him that, but he didn't. Okay, just write back and say I don't agree. Doping naturally understood the Nara clan's style of doing things, and took the responsibility directly. The 10 bottles of nutrient solution owed to him have not been delivered yet, so he has to put some pressure on him. Although the prisoners will eventually be sent back to the village prison for detention, it is normal for him to detain them for a while as the commander. At other times, the village would not be so concerned about these prisoners. But now that they have just experienced a defeat, the Sand Ninja has captured a lot of Konoha ninjas, all of whom are from the Hokage-related ninja clan, so they must be rescued as soon as possible. So the value of this batch of Sand Ninja prisoners is reflected. Exchange of prisoners. But it is a normal thing between ninja villages. Anyway, Doping has no friendship with those ninja clans, so it doesn't matter if he is stuck. As long as Koharu Udadan doesn't send his reward one day, he will not hand over this batch of Sand Ninja prisoners. It depends on who can keep his temper. Yes. Naratianran knew that Doping was against the village, but he answered without hesitation. Who made him the deputy of the Southwestern Ninja Army now? His superior is Doping. If it is a move that is not good for the village, he can still stand up and oppose it. He naturally knows what to do for such a small matter. What Doping is most satisfied with the Nara clan is that they are all smart people who know how to do the best choice. After giving instructions, he left the commander's office and came to the resting place. Hinata Kangyu is guarding here, and there were a few more small boxes on the desk next to me. Do you want me to take these gold judges away immediately? She looked at Tang Ping who came in and asked. Jinpan. Also known as Dapankan, it is a currency made of gold. Real hard currency. The currencies of different countries in the ninja world are not the same. But only these golden judgments are applicable to all countries. When Hinata Kangyu dealt with the Kamakura family before, he also visited their warehouse. I can only say that the other party is indeed an expert at plundering. It's amazing that I can get so much gold. It's just that the other party's efforts benefited them, and now they have all become trophies. Gold belt for murder and arson. Just a wave of fat. The official exchange rate of the Fire Nation for each gold coin is 100,000 taels of currency, but no one will exchange it. Because it is easy to exchange Jinpan for currency, but it is extremely difficult to exchange the currency of the Fire Nation for Jinpan. Each box of gold coins contains 1,000. This thing naturally cannot be left in Platycodon Mountain, because it will expose that they were the ones who did the previous things. It is impossible for ordinary ninjas to get so much gold pan. Once it is discovered that they have it, it is equivalent to openly admitting that they did it. Well, I'll take it back with the Chamber of Commerce convoy this time. I'll go see Honglian as well. Tang Ping nodded. He planned to go to the starting point orphanage with Hinata Kangyu. I have to bring a lot of things this time. There are not only medicinal herbs, but also orphans, supplies, etc. collected through Konoha channels during this period. As for Platycodon Mountain? Don't worry. If the Sand Ninja army really attacks, he will be able to get back in time and there is no need to worry about missing anything. As the commander-in-chief, he shouldn't leave. But he has another identity. Drug developer. As long as he can ensure that nothing happens to the Southwestern Ninja Army, he can do some experiments in his own laboratory. The village leaders will not be able to blame him for this. Just like Orochimaru, as the commander-in-chief of the ninja army, he also did a lot of private things. For a cage-level ninja, the village's control cannot be as strong as that of an ordinary ninja. As for the exposure of Kidian orphanage, Tang Ping never thought of hiding it, otherwise he would not have said it directly before. Half a day later, the convoy set off for the River Kingdom. There were dozens of carriages filled with goods, and there were also dozens of young boys and girls. There was only a small team of escorting ninjas. Team 404. In addition, there is a messenger ninja who trains a ninja eagle. With him around, Dohei will not lose control of the Southwestern Ninja Army. Platycodon Mountain is not too far from the starting point orphanage. It only took more than a week to arrive. If it's a jonin, he may arrive in less than a day. If it is flying from the air, it will only take several hours. All I can say is that the speed of a ninja is completely different from that of an ordinary person. Chapter 134 Hand Rubbing the Wooden Ox. The Country of Rivers. A small country located south of the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Fire. Due to the war between the two ninja villages, the small country, which originally relied on the input of external resources, is now in complete hell. The Kidian orphanage was established in this small country. As for the location, Hinata Kangyu chose a place near the sea which was huge but extremely desolate and had few resources. If there is really a fertile land or a place with resources, it is impossible that no one would occupy it. Jiangxin Island. This is the name of this island, which is dozens of square kilometers in size. There are only a few simple wooden houses on the island. Today, a caravan consisting of dozens of carriages arrived at the island. If you look closely, you will find that the wheels of these carriages are deeply sunken into the ground, indicating that they are fully loaded with goods. At the same time, the bloody red color also shows how difficult the journey has been. Coming to kill me. Faced with the temptation of their caravan, the thieves and refugees along the way went crazy. Even though they knew they would die, they still rushed forward one after another. Yes, this is the hellish ninja world, and it is also the reason why Doping is unwilling to leave even if he does not miss Konoha village. Just like before traveling through time, after enjoying the prosperity of the big city, who would be willing to go back to the countryside where there is no electricity, no internet, and even eating is a problem? Therefore, he didn't want to leave Konoha unless he had to. Finally here. Honda Masaru looked at the wooden house in front of him and breathed a sigh of relief. He also didn't understand why Tang Ping wanted to create an orphanage in such a desolate place. But this does not affect his cooperation. If you want to spend money, spend money. If you want to contribute effort, contribute effort. There is no way, Tang Ping gave too much. The previous cooperation directly led to the rapid expansion of Honda Chamber of Commerce. The most important thing is that there is a channel to hire ninjas. Being able to hire ninjas stably, one can be considered extremely safe as long as one does not encounter sand ninjas on the business trip. At the same time, as a supplier of the ninja army, one can also earn a greater amount of profit. Having received so many benefits, it is no wonder that he almost obeys Tang Ping's every word. All the supplies this time were purchased with his advance payment. Hurry up and unload the things from the car. Several Chamber of Commerce managers quickly directed the convoy members to unload the items from the vehicles. And Tang Ping also walked out of a carriage. He was not idle along the way, and kept learning about puppetry. Although it is just introductory knowledge, there is a lot of room for development. At this time, he had mastered some basic knowledge of puppetry. At least make some simple actions puppet, there is no problem at all. Among Suna ninjas, they might be at the level of Genin who studies puppetry. But his requirements are not high, and this level of puppetry is enough. Donping-kun. Hinata Kangyu, who came one step ahead, came forward with a timid figure. It's Honglian. Compared with the skinny appearance before, I don't know how much better it is now, at least I can see her good looks. Let's go. Tang Ping first smiled at Gurren, who was secretly looking at him, and then motioned for Hinata Kangyu to lead the way. And Koji Yamama was left to monitor the work here. Under the leadership of Hinata Kangyu, Dohei entered this place that he had only visited once, before when he sent Gurren as a gift. But now it should be called Kidian Orphanage. This time the Honda Chamber of Commerce brought some craftsmen, who will build more buildings here. Of course, this is a building on the surface. A real laboratory would not let them take responsibility. Zhyla. Open the wooden house and follow a sloping downward passage into the ground. A huge underground space. There is not only a complete operating room and library here, but also a cultivation room where a large number of plants grow. Honglian stayed here during this time, not just for free. It is her job to take care of these plants. The reason why the space can be so large is naturally because this is an underground cave. Otherwise, even if one could use ninjutsu to create such a large underground laboratory, it would not be possible so quickly. Although the sparrow is small, it has all the internal organs. This huge underground cave will be an extremely important base for Tang Ping. Well done, you have worked hard during this time. Dohei praised Hinata Kangyu, who looked cute and well behaved next to her, with the words "Come on, praise me" written clearly on her face. She obviously has film level strength, but she is willing to do things for herself in obscurity, without a word of complaint, and even if she doesn't praise her a few times, it would be a shame for her efforts. As long as it's your order, Don Hei-kun, I'm willing to do whatever it is. As soon as Hinata Kangyu opened her mouth, she was always licking the cat. Yes, I don't know since when, she seemed to have changed into Tang Ping's shape, and she seemed to live entirely for him. Well, just like Orochimaru and his subordinates in the future. But Tang Ping thought about it for a long time and never found out when Pua had passed her. It can only be said that self-defense is the most deadly. Okay, let's write down the reward first. Tang Ping thought that he should prepare a gift for her another day. After seeing the greatly changed underground space, he was extremely satisfied. From now on, the ground will be the starting point orphanage, and the underground will be your own laboratory. This time, Tang Ping had another purpose. Healing potion. This time he needed it urgently, so he naturally had to come here to prepare a batch. Wounded. There are quite a few over there at Platycodon Mountain. Previously, he detained the remaining troops. There were many wounded inside. If they were not dealt with as soon as possible, they would be sent back to the village for treatment. Of course, during this period of time, he also took the opportunity to create his first puppet. It looks similar to a farm cow, roughly as follows, but the top can be opened and people can stand on it and pedal around. It's just all wood. Things like steel are a luxury in the ninja world. It's just that after being enhanced by the puppet technique, it is much stronger, no matter the material or anything else. Puppetry. Tang Ping does not need advanced control skills. What he wants is the most basic use of chakra to improve material performance and increase various aspects of performance. This is simply a magic skill. Mechanical principle and puppet technique enhancement. It is enough to amplify 1 point of human power into 10 points or more. And this is because there is no power core. If there is a power core, it will be even more outrageous. However, with this hand-rubbed version of Wooden Cow, the first phase of Tang Ping's United Fruit Merchants Association plan can be launched. Farming. He really couldn't stand the ninja world's extremely backward productivity. Therefore, the first core product of United Fruit Company is this thing. Knowledge of puppetry and chakra are required to make it, but they are not needed at all to use it, and it is extremely durable. After making the product, Tang Ping immediately asked Honda Sheng and the Chamber of Commerce manager to test it. An open space on Jiangxin Island. A wooden ox, with a wide plow hanging behind it, moved forward slowly, while two people were constantly pedaling on its back. There is no chakra, it's all human power. This also left Honda Sheng and several stewards dumbfounded. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that the power of two people could be more efficient than a few cattle. How about it? Tang Ping asked proudly. There is actually no technical difficulty in making this thing. A skilled puppeteer can make it. The key is creativity. Who would have thought of using puppetry to create something with no combat effectiveness? Very nice. Honda wins decisively. As a businessman, he immediately realized the value of this thing. At least it is much easier to use than cattle, and cattle are only available to nobles and military families. And this thing does not need to be fed, is not afraid of getting sick, does not need to rest, etc. The manpower consumed. There are plenty of people in the ninja world. But there is also one most important problem that needs to be solved. Can this kind of puppet be manufactured on a large scale? And how much does it cost? Honda Sheng was a little worried. If the quantity is small and the price is expensive, there is no point. I will divide the drawings into multiple parts. You can place an order directly with Sand Ninja and let them process and manufacture it. It can be mass-produced, and the cost per piece will not exceed 500,000 taels at most. Tang Ping naturally considered these things when he was rubbing the wooden ox. Even someone like him who is new to puppetry can make it, let alone a professional puppet master. As long as he has an entry level, he can make all the parts of a wooden cow in a month or two at most. And if you only rub a single part, the speed will only be faster. Learn about assembly line manufacturing. Very good. After listening to this, Honda Sheng could not suppress his excitement. With these wooden cows, a large amount of wasteland that cannot be cultivated by manpower can be reclaimed, which also represents countless benefits. After Tang Ping settled this, he was ready to return to Platycodon Mountain. He couldn't help but to come back. I didn't know how many times he was urged to come over there and they almost came and tied him back. Chapter 135 Treasure Boy, Baiju. Half a day. It was only half a mile before returning to Platikodon Mountain. And this is because he has not channeled Tai, otherwise he might be able to come back in less than a few hours. Just came back. Lord Tanghe. The Naratyan people waiting at the entrance came to greet them. What's going on? Is there anything you can't say in the letter? Tang Ping looked unhappy. There was nothing he could do. His experiment had just started and he was called back, so he was naturally very angry. If the ninja army is attacking, there is no telling. But the mysterious one just kept urging him to come back, which naturally made him feel unhappy. The Naratyan people did not explain, but just led Dohei to the meeting. After entering the conference hall, Tang Ping realized that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Not only is Mito Kabuto here, but Sarutobi Sachiko, and others are also here. There is a problem. This thought flashed through his mind. But he wasn't worried, he just found an empty seat and sat down and said. I don't know what kind of wind brought the consultant elder here. Is it the strong wind from the Sand Ninja? This remark is sarcastic, but it is also a temptation. Faced with his words, Mito Katohan did not react, but Sachiko Sarutobi, Setsuna Shimura, and others hardened their fists. It's too bullying. Because this was clearly a mockery of the fact that they had been severely injured by the Suna Ninja. General Uchiha Dohei, this is an order from the village. Mito Kadoyan took out a mission scroll seriously and asked Mito Tenno next to him to hand it over. Formal order. That is to say, a document will be left in the village. It is not a private order. Therefore, Tang Ping naturally would not refuse and unfolded the scroll directly. The command is also very simple. Let him lead the people to escort the delegation headed by Mito Kaden to negotiate with Suna Ninja. As for what to discuss, it is not something he has to consider. His task is to send people to the negotiation location and bring them back again. The task complied with the procedures and was not directed at him, so Tang Ping naturally had no objection. However, the nature of this mission is confidential, so I cannot explain it clearly. I have to wait until I come back in person to issue it. However, the piece of information above reminded him of a lot of things. The mission also included escorting Suna Ninja prisoners. There is a problem. There must be something wrong with this. Because negotiation means that the two parties have not reached an agreement, so it is impossible to take the prisoner before the agreement is reached, unless the Pi transaction has been reached. The apparent negotiations are just a cover, and the real goal is to use these prisoners in exchange for something. Seeing the lineup of all Hokage missions in front of me, I didn't even know what to change with my feet. Sarutobi Shinoshook. Not many people know about the other party's capture, and a hush-hush order has been issued. If the person is secretly exchanged, this shame may be washed away. How disgusting! Tang Ping has also seen the darkness in the upper echelons of the village. Fortunately, he did not have any preconceptions and thought that the village's top officials were all like the Will of Fire said, otherwise they would have been tricked to death. But it's okay, and it doesn't harm his own interests. He can just use the money to do things. Then what I want? If the other party doesn't bring what he promised you before, then don't blame him for doing a righteous backstab. In the warehouse. Mito Enman answered simply. Okay, let's go when you're ready. After hearing that the items had arrived, Tang Ping stood up directly, as if he couldn't wait for this task. Choke. This was a great opportunity to sit in the front row, how could he not look forward to it? As for the preparation work, he didn't need to worry about it at all, just leave it to the people of Narada. It's a pity that Mitere Zixiao was taken away by Orochimaru, otherwise there would be more tool men. Narashikaku's words, even if others are at Mount Kikyo, he will not interfere without Dohei's permission. Before setting off, Tanghei also went to the medical office and distributed diluted treatment potions, which made several medical ninjas burst into tears. What a good man! So there are so many wounded that they can only treat so many even if they die of exhaustion in a day. Now that they have the healing potion, they can directly solve the problem of most of the wounded, and the remaining ones can be easily dealt with. And since Dohei is willing to spend a lot of money, it is natural that he will not ask for anything in return. This group of family ninjas have been tested by blood and fire, and they are also the elites of the family. Once the Southwestern Ninja Army swallows up the other side, their combat effectiveness will definitely increase instantly. As for the fact that the other side belongs to the Hokage system and will not be loyal to him, it is not a disadvantage in Dohei's view, but an advantage. Because he has never thought about conquering the Southwestern Ninja Army. so the stronger these people are, the easier it is for him. And since they are not his own people, it is not painful to use them, right? Soon, the team was ready. Hundreds of sand ninjas with their chakras sealed, and 100 family ninjas in the Southwestern Ninja Army. This is a secret mission, so the smaller the noise, the better. Lord Dohei. Seeing Uchiha Dohei appear, everyone saluted respectfully. There was no response. Tang Ping did not follow the people-friendly route. He glanced at these ninjas and jumped onto the top of the carriage and lay down. The carriage was not prepared for them, but for the sand ninja captives. Ninja. A powerful but fragile profession. It has terrible destructive power, but it is so fragile that it can be stabbed to death with a knife, angle, feijuan. And once there is no chakra, its performance will not be much better than that of ordinary people. That's why carriages are needed. A few carriages are enough for hundreds of sand ninjas. After all, the target point is not too far away. Hualala. The convoy moved forward slowly. For some reason, Tang Ping felt a sense of irritation and uneasiness in his heart. It was as if someone was watching him. If it was before the time travel, he would definitely think it was an illusion. But this is the ninja world, an extraordinary world with chakra, and intuition is sometimes more reliable than eyes. Wait. A name suddenly popped up in Tang Ping's mind. White Zetsu. If I remember correctly, the oxygen tube hasn't been removed from motor yet, right? The other party has been monitoring the ninja world, and the mist shadow is also under his control. If so, the newly promoted sage must have appeared in the other party's field of vision. So, there is a white Zetsu around now? Thinking of the white Zetsu around, Dohei was shocked at first, and then he was ecstatic. Compared to the domineering and difficult to cultivate Hashirama cells, white Zetsu is the real treasure boy. Not only can it be transplanted at will without rejection, but it can also improve chakra, recovery, and so on. And there is no sequelae. It's simply amazing. With so many advantages, he is indeed qualified to be called a treasure boy. Unfortunately, although White Zetsu's combat power is not strong, his ability to escape and disguise is amazing. Even the Byakugan can't find the other party. Because the opponent's mayfly technique is too amazing, after it is activated, not only is the speed terrifying, but the breath is also integrated with the surrounding earth. At this stage, White Zetsu is still a hot potato. Madana is not dead yet. If you catch White Zetsu, do you believe that he will come to you and talk to you about his heartfelt words? The more Dohei studies biological knowledge, the more he finds that humans have limits. Unless they stop being human. The Otsutsuki clan is an alien, so their bloodline is so strong. Thinking about this in his mind, he did not show any expression on the outside and continued to lie on the top of the carriage. But he could vaguely hear the sound of a dispute. He stood up and looked in the direction of the sound, and found that there were 3 more people who were out of tune with the team behind him. I want to go too. I will never give up no matter what. This is my ninja way. Even if you don't take me, I will follow. Even if several people were stopped by Sarutobi Sachiko, the leading boy had no intention of giving up. The fun is coming. Doping jumped down from the top of the carriage, waved his hand to the eyes that were looking at him, and walked to the back of the team. Even if he couldn't recognize the other party's identity at a glance, the real ninja world looks different from the anime, he could recognize his identity just by hearing his words. The youngest son of a Chable family. No, the youngest son of the Hokage. A terrifying existence. Chapter 136 My father didn't hit me like this. Chapter 136 My father didn't hit me like this. JPG. Asuma Sarutobi. A powerful and willful second-generation Kage. When he was a child, he was a famous naughty child and a bad boy. When he grew up, he joined the 12 ninjas to protect him, and finally returned to Konoha to serve as a guiding jonin. It seems that there is no problem. But let's not talk about the various deaths. Those who dare to play like this have been educated long ago without background. Ninjas are precocious and willful children are really rare. At least among the civilian ninjas in the school, Doping has never met one. If this can be forgiven, then the other party's biggest original sin is unforgivable. Join the 12 guardian ninjas. This is the daimyo's personal bodyguard, equivalent to the shadow guard of each village. He is a Konoha ninja. The fight between the guardian ninjas and the ninja village has been mentioned before. They are completely class enemies, and they wish the other party would die immediately. But if he becomes the 12 guardian ninjas, he can still return to Konoha. Yadang is the instructor of the senior ninja, leading the next generation of Inoshikacho, so I ask you if you are evil or not. If it is an ordinary ninja, leaving Konoha without permission will be hunted down, not to mention joining the guardian ninja, and directly assassination package warning. Even if you surrender and join Konoha, you will only be used as an experimental subject and cannon fodder. Tisk tisk. Some things really cannot be thought about deeply, and once you think about it, you will feel too dark. Anyway, Dohei really has no good feelings for this kind of eating the bowl and turning the bowl upside down. Not to mention, he has heard about the other party's personality in the ninja school. It's a compliment to say that the other party is a naughty child. The other party has gathered a group of younger brothers and likes to bully classmates. And unilaterally decided that Yui Kurane is his girlfriend, and others will be beaten if they get close to her. Well, if it is changed to the term before the time travel, it is domineering president. It can only be said that Yui Kurane may have no other way to choose the other party. A female ninja whose father died, facing the persistence of the son of the Hokage, what else can she do if she doesn't agree? Leave Konoha? That's a dead end. How can such a guy not be unhappy that he doesn't need to be punished no matter what he does just because his father is the Hokage and can become a winner in life? Thinking of this, a hint of malice flashed through Do Ping's heart. And Sarutobi Sachiko, who was persuading Asuma, turned back reflexively. But after seeing that the person coming was Do Ping, she breathed a sigh of relief and wondered if she had just felt wrong. Do Ping, Sama. She added the suffix of Sama. Before, Sarutobi Shinoshoku was humiliated for this, and she didn't want to follow in his footsteps. What's going on? Do Ping looked at the three little ones behind him knowingly. In addition to Asuma, there were two genin. One of them was a black-haired, brown-eyed, and somewhat thin boy. The last one has ruby-like pupils, delicate and lovely face, and is an extremely beautiful girl. This look is a few years younger, and it's okay to treat her eyes as red. Well, she is not good in other aspects of the ninja world, but her appearance is really top. With the extraordinary power of chakra, she can beat those girls who needed the four evil arts to transform into goddesses before crossing over without makeup. Asuma, you are really damned. JPG. You can kill such a cute girl, only in the ninja world. If you change to the world before crossing over, it will take 3 years at least, and there is no upper limit. Lord Dohei, are they the 9th team I lead? Sarutobi Sachiko was respectful, and she might be afraid of being troubled by Dohei. How did they come? Dohei's eyes stopped on Sarutobi Asuma, who looked unruly. The other party looked a little too anxious, and the bad smell on his body was much stronger than the ninja smell. Is he treating the ninja world war as a game? Anyway, Duping is not happy with him. Well, it's just like the feeling before the time travel when ordinary people looked down on the second generation who were not human. This. Sarutobi Sachiko was ready to find a reasonable excuse. Hey, Uchiha Duping, how did I get to know you? Before Sarutobi Sachiko could think of an excuse, Sarutobi Asuma interrupted directly. Even when facing the old man, he was still like this, and didn't think there was anything wrong. Asuma. Sarutobi Sachiko's heart trembled. If it were anyone else, even Orochimaru, they would not care about Asuma. But the man in front of him was different. He said the will of fire better than anyone else, but in fact he was a rebel. Dohei stopped Sarutobi Sachiko from saying anything else, and looked down at the guy in front of him who would be whitewashed in the future. It's good to have a good father. No matter what he did, he could be whitewashed, and those who suffered losses or even died because of him, had no place to redress their grievances. You, what do you want? I'm not afraid of you. Even if Sarutobi Asuma found something wrong, he still had a hard mouth. What do you want to do to Master Asuma? Ebisu was equally scared, but he bravely rushed forward to block Asuma. And Yui Kurane secretly formed a seal, ready to use ninjutsu at any time. It seems that no matter how much she hates Asuma, she is willing to fight for her teammates. This is the true will of fire. I don't want to do anything, I just want to tell you a truth, you must be respectful when facing a strong person. A bad smile appeared on Dohei's face. Don't. Sarutobi Sachiko screamed. Fortunately, the convoy was quite far away from here, otherwise everyone might have noticed the situation here. Pa! The loud slap shocked everyone. Yui Kurane and Ebisu were stunned, and Sarutobi Sachiko was even more incredulous. How dare he? No matter how young Asuma was or how rebellious he was still the son of the Hokage. It was totally courting death to dare to slap him. Even if White Fang was resurrected, he wouldn't dare to do it. Only Doping didn't know what Sarutobi Sachiko was thinking, otherwise he would definitely tell him that as long as I didn't care about the overall situation, then I was the overall situation. If he really pissed me off, there was no need for Nagato to go to Konoha to carry rice, he would do it himself. He was a time traveler, and a second-generation Kage didn't dare to teach him a lesson, so what was he doing? You. Sarutobi Asuma covered his red face, and did not cry out in pain, but stared at Dohei in disbelief, as if even now, he still cannot believe that the other party dared to slap him. My father has never beaten me like this. JPG. As a genin, if you don't obey orders and act without authorization, it won't be against the village rules if I kill you, right? Tang Ping's words made several people fall into the abyss. If it was before this slap, they might have thought it was just casual talk. But after Dang Pingzi dared to slap Asuma in the face with a big hand, they didn't dare to bet that it was true if they just said it casually. According to the rules, Tang Ping was right. Genin who disobey orders will be killed. The problem is that the right to interpret the code rests with the top management. If a civilian ninja has no background, the code cannot be wrong. But the person standing behind them is the final interpreter of the code, so it must be the code that is wrong. You see, this is the will of fire, and the right to interpret it lies entirely in the hands of the higher UPS. That's why Tang Ping only talks about the will of fire but doesn't do anything about it. General, I will send them back immediately. Sarutobi Sachiko explained with a stiff smile, and carefully stood in front of Asuma. Why are you so nervous? I was just saying casually and teaching the child a lesson for Hokage-sama. Tang Ping suddenly laughed. Well, having strength means being able to do whatever you want, which is why he frantically pursued strength after being unable to lie down. If he was really an ordinary ninja, let alone the third Hokage, Sachiko Sarutobi would be able to tear him apart. Don't use the son of the Hokage as a piece of solid food. After taking out the second-generation Dabi, who would later be whitewashed, Tang Ping was in a happy mood, turned around and left, leaving behind a sentence. Tell him to go back to the village, otherwise, I won't necessarily say it casually. He really didn't want to see this kind of cheating pig teammate again. Let's take the simplest example. Once the other party follows them and encounters an enemy attack, how much force should be allocated to protect the other party? These separate forces may be able to determine the outcome or reduce our own casualties. Do you still think that the other party is just a kid messing around? When Tang Ping returned to the convoy, Asuma, who was covering his face, still hadn't come to his senses. What a big psychological shadow it can have on a child. Asuma, you guys go back to the village right away, Uchiha Dohei, the general will not condone your mischief. After Sachiko Sarutobi sighed, she gave Asuma a serious warning, then looked at a tree to the side and caught up with the team. Behind the tree, there were two ANBU wearing masks. Does the Hokage really let a genin team like them go to the battlefield alone? The civilian team is possible, but not this team. Chapter 137 Advice that changes your destiny. Cool. Tang Ping felt that he was much more relaxed. Beating up those protagonists, especially those who were unhappy before time travel, is indeed the best way to relax. It's a pity that I still have to hang out in Konoha now. Otherwise, how would one Obi Kabuto be enough? But it doesn't matter, he will give it to you. This kind of second-generation shadow will not easily correct itself, and you can definitely find opportunities to do it again in the future. Now let's focus on this mission. If you really get noticed by Madana, something might happen. Once Suna Ninja reaches an agreement with Konoha, he will be able to liberate the Southwest Ninja Army. No matter which battlefield he brings his troops to, he will have a huge advantage. Such a situation is definitely not what some people want to see, so some action may be taken. After all, even if Madara, doesn't take action, that LYB and filial son of Black Zetsu will definitely take action. It is its mission to disrupt the ninja world. There are many crises. But for Tang Ping, this is also an opportunity to gain something, which can be regarded as pros and cons. If given a choice, he would naturally be willing to lie down and die. But wouldn't Danzo not allow it? So he could only desperately improve his strength to protect himself, and find fun to prevent his spirit from collapsing due to pressure. A normal time traveler would really collapse if he came to such a cruel and bloody place with extremely distorted views without any means of relaxation. I hope this mission can be more interesting. The leader of the Northern IWA Ninja Army. Lord Tsuchikage, this is a piece of information sent back by the Sand Ninja intelligence personnel. An IWA ninja handed the information in his hand to Onoki. After receiving the letter, Onoki quickly read it, then handed it to Huang Tu standing next to him, and then asked. Has the other party been exposed? He wants to know more information so that he can make a judgment. Upon hearing this inquiry, the Suna ninja who sent the message did not answer, but remained silent. And this is already the answer. Go down. Onoki waved. For ninjas, death is completely commonplace. If someone dies, they will be sad, and then don't do anything else in the future. Father, Tsuchikage, is there anything wrong with this letter? Huang Tu, who also read the letter, expressed his doubts. No matter if there is a problem or not, this time I have to solve this genius for IWA Ninja, a teenage immortal. When the other party grows up, what will IWA Ninja do with him when he gets there? They. Other party contends? Onoki's eyes were firm. He also suspected that there was a problem with the intelligence, but his choice was to take action regardless of whether there was a problem or not. Who makes the other party's potential too terrifying? He can defeat two quasi-shadows now. He doesn't even dare to think about how strong he will be in the future. No matter what, the ninja world will not allow another ninja world Shura to appear, otherwise the IWA ninja will never be able to turn over. Huang Tu was a little ashamed. Because he knew very well how exaggerated the potential of that Uchiha boy was. Judging from his record, he might not be his opponent now, let alone in the future. From this aspect, Onoki chose to take action because he knew that there was no successor to the IWA ninja, otherwise why would he be so proud as a cage? The other side. Dohei kept lying on the top of the carriage to study ninjutsu, but he didn't show any strange behavior. Knowing that Baiju is watching, it would be strange if something strange happened to him. It took almost 2 days before the team arrived at a remote wilderness. There are dead grass all around and there is no other life. In terms of location, it is right between Mount Kikyo and where the main force of Suna Ninja is stationed. In the middle of the wilderness is a temporarily cleared space with a stone table and several stone chairs. Raza and Yekeng led a large number of sand ninjas to semi-surround the open space, while Granny Cho and Ebizo were sitting on stone chairs. Stop! When Mito Monobu was about a few hundred meters away from the negotiation site, he raised his hand to signal the team to stop. Shikaku, Uchiha Dohei, Sarutobi Sachiko, you guys follow me. He called the names. Negotiation is not a battle, and of course everyone does not need to join in. Naturally, the 100 Southwest Ninja Army stayed to watch the sealed sand ninja. Tang Ping put his hands in his pockets and didn't care. Anyway, the negotiation is none of his business, he just needs to protect the mission. I just don't know why there hasn't been an attack yet. Baiju is obviously paying attention, so it's impossible that he doesn't know the location. However, Tang Ping did not get into trouble and asked whether the other party would love her or not. Mito Minion led several of them to the open space. The sand ninjas blocking the stone table separated and allowed the group of people to enter. From this point of view, we know that Konoha is at a disadvantage in the negotiation. If it is an equal negotiation, both parties must protect the negotiation point, or one party must not provide any guards and only allow a fixed number of negotiators to come on stage. But now it was the Suna ninja who tightly surrounded the negotiation site. Although it didn't affect anything, they could overwhelm Konoha in terms of momentum. Haven't seen you for a long time. Tang Ping, Yekeng, and Luo Sha greeted each other. Snort. Yekeng, the idol sect of Sand Ninja, turned his head and made it clear that he didn't want to talk to him. Luo Sha nodded and made no other moves. Obviously, we are enemies, and it is best to keep a distance, especially since both of them are fighting for the position of Feng Ying, and there must not be any stain. Mito Kadobu and Nara Shikaku sat on the stone chairs, negotiating with Suna Ninja, and the others acted as the atmosphere team. By the way, since we know each other well, I'll give you both a piece of advice. Tang Ping did not listen to the negotiation, but looked at the two people in front of him and decided to have some fun. If other people had said this, both Luo Sha and Yekeng would definitely be inferior to each other. But the person speaking was Dohei, the purifying flame who defeated their alliance, so he would listen even if he knew he had to keep a distance. Watch out for snakes. He first looked at Luo Sha. Thinking that the other party had just become CEO in the future, married by Fume, and reached the pinnacle of life, only to be stabbed to death by Orochimaru in the back, it was simply a shame. Snake. The first thing that came to Luo Sha's mind was Orochimaru. Because this aspect is relevant, and the only one who can threaten him is the other party. But what he didn't understand was why Dohei reminded him that logically they were enemies and Orochimaru was from the other village. Before Luo Sha could think clearly, Tang Ping looked at Ye Kang. Be careful of Justice's backstab. When he spoke, he was extremely focused and tried to pay attention to his surroundings. Yes, in addition to having fun, he is also testing. Since Madara can notice himself, does that super filial son in the Pure Land also notice him? There is also the big toad immortal in Miamu Mountain who can predict the future. He reminded the two of them that it is very likely to change their original destiny. Therefore, he also wanted to test whether there would be any consequences in changing history. Although his influence on the ninja world has been considerable, this kind of testing is still necessary. The result will determine his future behavior. What do you mean? Ye King frowned. She doesn't understand this joke. Of course, Tang Ping would not explain, and smiled mysteriously without saying a word. To his own people, he never behaves like a whisperer, but to outsiders, he doesn't feel too comfortable being a whisperer. Now he finally understands why masters or villains like to be mysteries so much. Not long after, the negotiation was over. It is naturally impossible for Tang Ping to know the specific content of the negotiation. But looking at Midaman's stinky face, you knew it was definitely not going well. Give them the sand ninja prisoners and let's go. He was always good at controlling his emotions, but this time he couldn't control himself and ordered coldly. Of course, the order was given to Sarutobi Sachiko, not Narashikaku and Dohei, so they naturally did not need to do such small things. But just when Sarutobi Sachiko was about to say something, she was met by Mito Kaiden's sharp gaze. Prevent. There are some things that cannot be said publicly. Faced with this look, Sarutobi Sachiko shut up and said nothing more. At the same time, almost the same number, that is, hundreds of Konoha prisoners were brought over by Tsunagakuer. He was not abused, but his chakra was sealed or restrained and could not be restored in a short period of time. Exchange hostages. Everything looks normal. But the corners of Tang Ping's eyes narrowed. Because he saw that among these people there was Sarutobi Shinashuk. No, shouldn't Sand Ninja take advantage of such a good card to get the maximum value? Handing it over so easily is totally unlike Granny Chiyo's style. The only possibility is that Suna Ninja has received enough rewards. Although he was gossiping in his heart, Dohei didn't do anything on the surface. He still watched his side return the Sand Ninja prisoners as usual, and at the same time led 100 Southwest Ninja army to cut off the rear and protected hundreds of Konoha prisoners from his side. Almost half a day later, just as Dohei was about to go and talk to Sarutobi Shinashuk, a feeling that made his hair stand on end suddenly appeared. Chapter 138 The Blood Successor is eliminated, escape from the dust. Fierce. Almost instinctively, Tang Ping jumped up from the top of the carriage, covered his body in flames in mid-air, erupted flames, increased his speed to the fastest and left the carriage. Not waiting for others to react. The art of dust escape in original realm peeling. A white beam of light fell from the sky, directly submerging the carriage. The beam of light almost touched Tang Ping as it fell, and he would be hit if he left for 0.01 seconds at night. When the white light pillar dissipates. I saw that the carriage shrouded in white light had disappeared, leaving only a smooth and flat pit on the ground. There is no explosion, no flame, just simple disappearance. The carriage and the soil were as if the scenery in the painting had been erased casually. This is Chen escape. The blood succession elimination, which is composed of changes in the two properties of wind, earth, and fire, can decompose the target into an atomic state, which is much stronger than the blood succession limit. And there is only one person alive in the entire ninja world who can use such terrifying ninjutsu. Onoki. This third-generation Earth Hermit. The false strongest Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The true strongest Tsuchikage, Onoki. Such a good opportunity was avoided by the brat Uchiha Danhei. Onoki, who was flying in the sky, sounded regretful. A sudden dust escape will kill even a shadow-level expert if he is hit by it. Careful. It's the third Tsuchikage. Disperse quickly. Others in the convoy also reacted and responded promptly. Especially Mito Minion's voice is a bit messy. As a contemporary opponent, how could he not know how terrifying the little old man with a red nose flying in the sky was? Being able to fly is terrifying in itself, not to mention having the most powerful attack of Chan escape in hand. Jiraiya's northern defense line only defended but did not attack because he was concerned about the opponent's existence. If they really wanted to fight, he would only be able to hold the opponent back and have no chance of winning. The good news is that the other party is not young. Tactics to survive the old man. It is almost by using this tactic that we can keep the northern defense line intact. Meanwhile, Tang Ping was sweating coldly on his forehead. He really didn't expect that it was the other party who came. I originally thought it would be a Fei from White Zetsu, or someone from Kirikage, but I didn't expect that it would be Onaki, the third Tsuchikage. The opponent's blow woke him up from his relaxed mentality during this period. Yes. Even if he masters the Sage mode, he may not be Onaki's opponent, let alone the ninja world. There is someone stronger than the opponent hiding in the dark. Why should he relax? It's not his fault to have fun, it's his lack of strength that's wrong. When facing Onoki, speed is the key, because you have to ensure that you can avoid Chindun. From an aspect point of view, Namikaze Minato is definitely the best candidate to deal with him. If it were him, he would also have to use the survive the old man tactic. And you can't use psychic beasts to help. The most important thing the opponent lacks is attack power. No matter how big the psychic beast is, he is his younger brother in front of Chindun, and it can be done with just one move. The only good news may be that the opponent's dust escape consumes a lot of energy and cannot be used as a level A. Mito Kadoyan watched Onoki floating in the sky and shouted. Onoki, you came to attack us alone, aren't you afraid of death? If they were really given a chance, even Onoki flying in the sky would not have no chance of dying in a dark way. Just like Narashikaku's shadow secret technique, he can control the opponent for an instant, and then the mountain secret technique attacks the spirit. As long as there is a chance, the opponent can be solved even at high altitude. Can fly. This is the most difficult part of Onaki. Because no matter how many people there are, it is useless. As long as there is no ability to attack high altitude, the opponent can simply ignore it. I am enough alone, and you are not qualified to keep me. Onoki looked proud. Indeed, for him who has mastered the dust escape, their strength is really not in his eyes. Mito Kadoyan did not refute, because he knew that the other party was telling the truth. Don't look at them, there are more people, but this number is far from enough to face the flying third Tsuchikage. Then let me see how powerful the dust release is. Doping, who was standing on the side, suddenly spoke. There is no way. As the strongest person present, he can't help but stand out. Especially since the opponent is completely coming for him, there is no chance of escaping. In the anime, Onoki, who can only assist and set off the protagonist, will only know how terrible he is when he faces him in person. The invincible attack power of dust release, combined with his own flying ability, makes it a perfect combat system. Especially at this stage, the opponent will not sprain his waist easily. However, Doping is not without confidence. Because he has a trump card, which is enough to ensure that he can escape safely in the end. Little ghost, if you are willing to join the Hidden Rock Village, I can accept you as my disciple. Even if you sit in my position in the future, it is not impossible. How about it? Onaki did not rush to take action, but recruited him. This is also his true words. For Onoki, who has been carrying the burden of Iwagakure village for too long, power is not important, the village is everything. If Dohei is willing to join the village, it doesn't matter if he gives up his position to him in the future. The reason for recruiting is naturally because although Dohei's surname is Uchiha, he is just an outsider, so it is not impossible. Full of courage. It must be said that although Onoki is not big, his mind and courage are completely worthy of the title of Kage. An open recruitment, even if it fails, can alienate Dohei and the village. It can only be said that Onoki is cunning, and any recruitment is a trap. Dohei's answer makes people's blood pressure soar. To be honest, I am very tempted by the recruitment of Tsuchikage-sama. Fortunately, others knew that there would definitely be a but later, otherwise they would have been unable to calm down. But, Tang Ping emphasized, what I like to do most is to say no to self-righteous people. To be honest, if the Tsuchigoku village is prosperous enough and the atmosphere is more free, he really doesn't mind surrendering to the enemy. Unfortunately, after traveling for so long, he naturally understands what kind of place it is. Stubborn and rigid. That's the impression given by Tsuchigoku village. If you really go to that kind of place, even if you sit in the position of cage, what's the point of counting stones every day? That's a pity. Onaki's face gradually became solemn, and his hands slowly raised. Aggro. Tang Ping glanced at Narashikaku, and then fled away without saying a word. Since the other party's target is himself, if he just leaves, it will be a disguised protection of the team. Looking at Narashikaku, he wants the other party to notify Jiraiya in the north. Once Onoki leaves the front line, he can completely cause trouble there to force him back. Although the two sides did not communicate, Tang Ping believed that the other party understood what he meant. After running for a distance, Onoki in the air took action. Dust release, original realm separation technique. A white beam of light enveloped the area in front of Do Ping's jump. According to inertia, he would enter the attack range of dust release and then be decomposed into atoms. No matter how strong the defense is, it is useless in the face of such an attack. Overbearing and powerful. No wonder dust release is called the strongest attack. Rain. Do Ping, who had been prepared for a long time, spurted out flames from his right hand, and forcibly changed the forward charge into a horizontal movement. Flame clothes. It can greatly improve his mobility. At least for a ninjutsu like dust release that requires charging and preparation, it is not easy to hit him if he is prepared. Yes, he really can't resist the attack of dust release, but it doesn't mean he can't dodge it. What a flexible kid. Onoki found that dust release couldn't hit, and he quickly formed a seal when Do Ping landed. Earth release, rock arm. An earth release was used. Boom. Amid the rumbling of the earth, a huge hand made of stone opened and grabbed towards Dohei in midair. Roaring. Dohei sprayed flames to avoid the grab. Now, he and Onoki were just like playing whack-a-mole. It was a matter of heartbeats to see whether he would be hit first or the other party's chakra would be exhausted first. But it was extremely unfair to him. Because he would die if he was hit, while the other party could retreat at any time. Flying. Tei also has this ability, but it's okay at ordinary times. When encountering an enemy like Onoki, he was at a loss and it was useless. After landing, Dohei bit his index finger, smeared the blood on the back of his hand, and quickly formed seals with both hands. Summoning technique. Just now he said that Tei was not good, and now he used summoning technique again. Isn't it self-contradictory? A large amount of white smoke dispersed, but there was nothing, as if the summoning technique just now failed. A genin who has just learned to summon spirits may fail, but a strong man like Dohei will naturally not fail, so Onoki is extremely cautious. After Dohei summoned spirits, he took out a tube of hot spring. Yes, sage mode. It's not that he is unwilling to use the old man's tactic, but he found a wrong place. Chapter 139 Dohei vs Onoki. Age. Now Onoki is not the old man who sprained his waist at any time in the Fourth Ninja World War decades later. At that time, his strength was worthy of the level of the 5 kage. Not to mention his current age. Not only does he not have a weakness for spraining his waist, the key is chakra. Ninja is a profession whose strength will continue to weaken with age. Because chakra is extracted from cell energy in the prime of life, is far more than that in old age. Therefore, Onoki now has much more chakra than in the future. With more chakra and a better body, Onoki is much stronger than Duping imagined. If he continues to run away, he may be dead before he exhausts the opponent's chakra. Never underestimate the means of a shadow. The opponent cannot think of a way to deal with the mobility of the flame clothes forever, so it is better to take the initiative. Give it a try. Exhaust the opponent's chakra first. It takes a little time to activate the dust escape, so he doesn't have to worry about being hit as long as he is careful. Pop. The test tube broke, and the hot spring inside invaded his body. And Onoki not only did not take the opportunity to attack with the dust escape, but took the opportunity to fall to the ground and observe. He knew that Duping's sage mode was activated very quickly, unlike Jiraiya's slowness, and he couldn't interrupt it easily, so he didn't do useless work, but wanted to see the process clearly and collect information. The golden red flame pattern spread rapidly from the center of Do Ping's eyebrows, and Do Ping's momentum was also rising wildly. If you observe carefully, you will find that the flame pattern now covers a much smaller area than the initial area. Let the flame purify everything. Do Ping's pupils have turned golden red. This sentence is also his psychological hint to himself. It is used to distinguish between the state of sage and mortal. He doesn't want to be the same as in sage mode at ordinary times. Just be a non-human. Yes, some places will change under the influence of natural energy, so it is necessary to distinguish the difference between the two more clearly. He is not like Hashirama Senju, Jiraiya, and Naruto, who are all rough and nervous, and the sage mode has little effect. However, whether their personalities are affected or not is not certain. Anyway, Jiraiya has been pursuing the child of prophecy for his whole life for Myaboku Mountain and has given everything for it, while Naruto is directly a saint. Both are extremely abnormal in the eyes of normal people. With such an example, it is no wonder that Doping has to say this every time he enters the sage mode. It's really not his late stage of Chiyunibu. Sage mode? Let me see, what's the difference between your sage mode and Jiraiya's? Oniki is not like other people, who are extremely afraid of sage mode. Instead, he is full of fighting spirit. Strength is confidence. Even if he is not a super shadow level now, he is at least a strong shadow level, much stronger than the average shadow level. He quickly formed seals with both hands. Earth Escape Gongli style technique. He slapped his palms on the ground to activate this S-level Earth Escape. Boom! Under the feet of Oniki, a huge rock giant stood up. It was almost dozens of meters high. It was equivalent to the height of a building. Horror! This is a shadow-level strongman, destroying cities and countries is not a problem. It can only be said that Oniki's technique may not be specially developed because he has seen Uchiha Madara's Gundam. Because the effect of this technique is limited. Not only can't protect the caster, but also can't amplify the power of ninjutsu. If it's just pure physical attack and defense, no ninja can fight head-on unless they are stupid, so except for the full momentum, the actual combat effect is not very good. Let me see how strong you are as the third-generation Tsuchikage. Facing the stone giant, Doping not only did not retreat, but took the initiative to rush out. The target was Onoki above the stone giant's head. The opponent didn't continue to fly in the air, which was the best time for him to attack. Of course, this may also be intentional by Onoki. It is to attract Doping to stop dodging and fight him directly. For this, Doping has only 4 words. I wish for it. If he really has to be kited from a distance, he will be at great risk even if he approaches the opponent. Now the trap set by the opponent is not his opportunity. Hey! The stone giant's huge palm slapped down heavily. Before it hits, the accompanying strong wind is enough to make people breathe rapidly and unable to move. Fortunately, Dohei was prepared for this. He adjusted his body to adapt to this pressure and then moved sideways. If it were a Chunin or Genin, facing this situation, he might be slapped to death before he could adjust, but for a Jonin, there would not be much threat. This slow-moving target is just scary to look at, but it is not difficult to deal with if you calm down. Of course, if it is used to attack or deal with ordinary ninjas, it would be a magical skill. Hey! The stone giant also slapped down another palm. Swoosh! Dohei seized the opportunity to jump onto the huge arm and rushed towards the top of the stone giant. It is easier to avoid dust escape when you are down to earth. The sage mode is an all-round improvement, so it is no wonder that Dohei has the courage to fight against a veteran cage-level powerhouse like Onoki. Kid, I admit that you are qualified to be my opponent. Onoki, standing high above the stone giant, felt the threat of the sage mode and finally changed his opinion of Dohei. Previously, he only regarded him as a promising talent. Even after knowing his achievements, this view did not change. After all, he was just a teenager. But now he is personally facing him. After the fight, Onoki realized that the opponent had become a strong man who could threaten him. Ninjas don't care about age, only strength. Only after realizing this did Onoki change his mind. But a change in opinion also means a stronger murderous intent. Previously, the purpose was to kill the genius in advance, but now it is to solve the threat for the village, so the mentality is naturally different. Fierce. Dohei got close to Noki and punched out with his right punch. Wild Bite. A blazing white flame wrapped around his fist, and the power of his attack was enough to melt gold and iron. Facing Dohei's punch, Dunaki formed a seal with his left hand. Earth Escape and Rock Fist Technique. The right hand was wrapped in a thick layer of stone, and then struck out directly. Boom! The two fists collided, and the terrifying force shook the surrounding air, with flames and gravel flying everywhere. The temperature of the flame was indeed exaggerated, but unfortunately it was unable to melt the stone layer on Noki's right fist. However, Dohei had anticipated this. He didn't think that just because Noki liked to fly in the sky and use dust release, he thought the opponent was weak in close combat. A film star may have an area where he is best at, but he must not have any fatal weaknesses. So the moment Dohei's fists met, he pointed his left index finger at Unaki who was nearby. Flame Finger. This ninjutsu he developed from the future second pillar Chidori Sharp Spear Yang Mao. The target is not the head. The opponent is a cage-level warrior. If it is so easy to blow his head off, then the value of the cage-level rank is a bit too low. Just like Dohei was able to sense the coming of dust release, Noki could naturally feel the danger, move his body at the critical moment, and block with his giant right arm. Fierce. The flaming spear shot out from Dohei's index finger, but unfortunately Unaki dodged it in advance and his right arm was blocked by the stone layer, so the aftermath only grazed the side. Injured. The clothes on Onoki's abdomen were destroyed by the flame finger, and he also suffered a minor injury. As expected of you, Lord Tsuchikage. Tang Ping praised sincerely. If an attack is launched at such a close distance, even a jonin who is specialized in physical skills may not be able to react. But given the opponent's age and not being a physical ninja, he was able to react. How could this not make people sigh? Little boy, don't underestimate Ying. Noki took the initiative to attack. Yes, the opponent is short in stature and is a ninjutsu type, and he seems to have turned into a berserker. His close combat skills were extremely superb, and he did not give Tang Ping too many opportunities. You know, he is in Sage mode now, and all attributes have been improved, but he failed to defeat Onoki. This shows how terrifying the opponent is when he is young. Qin Yueyang. Tang Ping took a hit from the opponent and seized the opportunity to lift the opponent up. However, as soon as the chakra with changed properties was injected into the target's body, he immediately realized something was wrong and quickly let go of the clay doll in his hand. Earth Clone. I don't know when Unaki performed this ninjutsu. At the same time, Dohei heard the name of a ninjutsu that made his hair stand on end. Chapter 140 I have a special way to escape. Dust Release, Limit Separation Technique. Along with this sound, the area centered on Tang Ping was shrouded in a huge white cube. After the cube disappeared after a few seconds, only a huge pit was left on the ground. This technique is equivalent to an upgraded version of the original world peeling technique. Larger range, longer duration, etc. Of course, the same is true for consumption. Onoki, who was standing not far to the side, slowly withdrew his hand. He took the initiative in close combat just now in order to lure the opponent to stay where he was. Then he used his earth clone to attract attention, and his real body came here and attacked. How great it would be if the other party belonged to the Uegakure village. Just as Onoki was sighing in his heart, he heard a noise behind him. Flame Finger. Along with the sound, there was also a white flaming spear as thick as an egg. In Sage mode, the power of the flame finger naturally increases. Under normal circumstances, the power is not so explosive. At the critical moment of life and death, Onoki demonstrated the strength of an experienced cage-level warrior. His body dodged at an incredible angle, causing the flaming finger to miss the target. As expected of the Tsuchikage. There are several cage-level members of the Sand Ninja, and even Granny Cho has to be inferior to them. If Dohei had not thought of Onoki's move in advance when he found that he had an earth clone in his hand, and accelerated to create distance in time, he might have been kneeling. Attack with all your strength. After several rounds of fighting, Onoki began to be suppressed. In Sage mode, Dohei's melee combat skills are rising straight up. Isn't it natural for him to suppress a strong ninjutsu master like Onoki? If he really can't suppress the opponent even in close combat, then he should just go to bed early. So, Onoki began to use ninjutsu to assist. Earth Escape. Super Heavy Rock Technique. His hand seals were formed very quickly, and he also used his experience to create gaps for performing the technique, so that he could successfully perform the ninjutsu. Otherwise, with Do Ping's close combat ability, coupled with the medium and short-range unsealed ninjutsu such as the Flame Finger, it would be impossible for him to have a chance to perform the technique. An invisible and terrifying gravity was imposed on Tang Ping. And Onoki can fly because of another jutsu that has the opposite effect to this ninjutsu. Earth Escape Technique, Super Light and Heavy Rock Technique. The effect is that the ninja can reduce the weight and fly freely in the air. These two techniques are definitely what Dohei wants very much, but unfortunately they are all rock ninja secret techniques, so he has no chance to get in touch with them. The huge increase in gravity did not make Dohei climb down. Because he is now in the sage mode, his strength and physique are not comparable to those of normal ninjas, so even if the gravity is increased tenfold, it is not a problem. Gah! Dohei secretly cursed Onoki for not being a martial artist. Didn't you say that you should fight in close combat? Why are you playing ninjutsu? Well, he completely forgot that his ninjutsu is also a ninjutsu. Daobi is really good. Senjutsu. Flame bomb. Dohei felt that this state was not suitable for close combat, so he chose to distance himself and use ninjutsu to fight. But if you look closely, you will find his name. Senjutsu. Whether Zhu Rong's real body or the sword of Aim no Kyum, his prefix is Senfa. Although there is only one word difference, the difference is huge. It's just that the Sage mode has a huge bonus. Even if it is a C-level ninjutsu, it is not weaker than A-level when it is performed with Sage Chakra. Unaki quickly formed a seal. Earth escape. Multiple earth flow walls. Many huge earth walls like city walls appeared in front of him, blocking the bombardment of the flame bombs. The power of the ninjutsu blessed by the Senjutsu Chakra is too terrible. If it was just a simple earth flow wall, it would have been shattered long ago. Both sides opened fire. In the Sage mode, the power of any ninjutsu can be greatly improved, which is a bit too advantageous in the ninjutsu confrontation. Of course, the real body of Zhu Rong cannot be used. Once used, it will be cut by the dust escape. After several rounds of bombardment, Dohei can realize how exaggerated the chakra of the old-fashioned cage-level strongman is. You know, he has a lot of chakra. A full dozen cards. However, when fighting with Onoki, his chakra did not show any sign of exhaustion. It can only be said that Onoki at this stage has much more chakra than a few decades later, and it is simply the rhythm of Chajin law. Fortunately, he did not choose to use escape to consume the opponent's chakra in the end. If he had played that way, he might have been killed long ago. Now using the Sage mode, he consumes one card of Sage Chakra, and Onoki must consume at least 5 cards to deal with it. Even so, he can't consume all the opponent's chakra, let alone escape. After feeling that the Sage Chakra is running out, Du Ping raised his right index finger high, and a blue and white flame appeared. Ready to go big. The goal of consuming the opponent's chakra and delaying time has been achieved, and the next step is naturally to make the final blow. Of course, Onoki did not dare to be careless. Snap! With his hands clapping, a small white light cube appeared between his palms, which was the prelude to launching the dust escape. Senjutsu. Orakai. Do Ping's right hand suddenly swung forward and made this attack. The reason why he didn't use the more powerful Senjutsu Tenmyuku sword was because it was better to use this large-scale attack at this time. Anyway, as long as they could hit, both Orakai and Tenmyuku sword could kill. Violent. After the small blue-white flame left his fingers, it suddenly turned into a huge wave of flames, engulfing everything. The atmosphere was distorted and the air was ignited. If it were someone else, they might avoid it first, but Onoki was very confident in dust release, so the white light on his hands became stronger and stronger. Dust release, limit peeling technique. Another terrifying dust release was used. Countless white lights spread out with Onoki as the center, engulfing everything around. The originally crazy wave of fire was instantly engulfed by dust release. It can decompose everything into atoms, including flames, which is so strong that it has no friends. It means that Do Ping has no chance, otherwise he would have to learn it no matter how high or low. With the bloodline elimination of dust release, he will reach the peak of his life in a minute. In the future, Onoki will play a supporting role, not only because of his poor condition, but also because he encounters a cheating player, not because his dust release is not good. Just like the ability of the Samsara Eye, sealing absorption, which directly defeats dust release. It is simply a plot kill. Of course, no matter how strong dust release is, it has many weaknesses, and it is not impossible to deal with it. The strong are always ninjas, not ninjutsu. At this stage, Dohei unfortunately faced Onoki at this stage, and saw how terrible the opponent's dust release was when he was strong. After everything was quiet, there was only a huge deep pit around, and Onoki in the center. Impossible. After looking around carefully, Onoki did not find Dohei. He didn't think that he could easily kill him with a dust release just now, so he could only escape. Thinking of this, Onoki used the super light and heavy rock technique to take off, so that his vision could see the surrounding area within a few kilometers. Unfortunately, even after taking off, Onoki did not find Uchiha Dohei, as if he disappeared in an instant. In doubt, he searched every inch of land around him and finally came to a conclusion. The other party escaped. Although he did not know how he escaped, it was a fact. But Onoki did not give up and continued to search around. Because he knew very well that there would be no chance next time. If it were not for the emergency of the northern defense line, he would not have left, and he would definitely kill Dohei, who could hurt him. Yetian strangled him first. How about Dohei, who was always on Onoki's mind? Well, he actually escaped a long time ago. As soon as the Great Snake was used, he exited the Sage mode and jumped backwards and disappeared. Of course, this is not a ninjutsu. It is because of Chobimaru. This hidden summoned beast disguised itself as invisible after it came out of the summoning. When it cast the Great Snake, it opened its mouth and took Dohei away after jumping into its mouth. Relying on its own camouflage talent, it naturally concealed Onoki's detection, so it caused a weird scene. After the big move was used, the person disappeared. In addition to forcing Onoki to consume chakra, the big move of the Great Snake was more used to cover Dohei's escape. Who would have thought that Dohei could actually run away invisibly? It can only be said that the information of ninjas is indeed important. If the other party knows it in advance, he will definitely not give him a chance to escape. However, Dohei is also proud of himself. He was chased by the third Tsuchikage, and not only did he escape, but he also injured the other party. Even if the injury was not serious, you can tell me whether he was injured or not, right? It was because of Chobimaru, the life-saving trump card, that Dohei dared to lure Onoki away alone. Otherwise, do you think he is so loyal that he would risk his life for Konoha? I would never do this in my dreams. Chapter 141 Onoki's Conspiracy. After Onoki returned to the northern defense line, he announced the process of the battle. Yes. He took the initiative to expose the fact that he failed in the pursuit and was injured. What a cunning old man. This is clearly a rhythm of flattering Dohei. A shadow-level strongman who is only in his teens can still hurt himself when he is chased by him. Who wouldn't be afraid of this? The key point is that Dohei's surname is Uchiha, and he publicly recruited him before. Tisk tisk. I don't know if the Konoha high level can sleep well. It seems that Onoki had already prepared this backup plan. That is, the attack would be successful at best. If it fails, he would try to sow discord between Dohei and the village leaders. Originally, there was no such plan. But who told me that Konoha had the White Fang incident before? With such a good example, it would be strange if he didn't think of this. This is an open conspiracy. Because what Onoki said was all true, without any water. So, before Dohei returned to Mount Kikyo, the village reacted to a series of actions by Onoki. Hokage's office. Hiruzen. Danzo pushed open the door of the office and walked in anxiously. Send someone to arrest Uchiha Dohei, it will be too late. As soon as he came in, he shouted at Sarutobi Hiruzen who was smoking. If you don't know the truth, from his tone, you would think that Dohei has led the southwestern ninja army of Mount Kikyo to rebel. Danzo, what are you talking about? Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted. He didn't understand what Danzo was going to do today. He knew that the two of them didn't get along, but he couldn't just arrest a ninja army commander, a cage-level strongman, right? At the same time, he had to make his attitude clear. That was that he respected the ninjas in the village very much. If something really happened, it must have been done by Danzo. Just like the ninjas in the Root clan, he never knew. It can only be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen knows how to pass the buck, no wonder he has such a good reputation in the village. I'm talking nonsense, Onoki has offered the position of Tsuchikage to recruit that kid, and he is still promoting him so much, who knows if they have reached any agreement in private. Danzo retorted angrily. He really didn't have much selfishness this time, but was doing it for the good of the village. Once the other party really betrayed the village and joined the Uegakure village, it would be a major blow to Konoha. Therefore, it is better to strike first before the other party betrays the village. By the way, you can also get the method of practicing Sage mode. The Sage mode of the 3 holy places is not easy to obtain, because you can't get it unless you raise the holy places. The existence time of several holy places is in the unit of 1,000 years, and their strength is not weaker than that of the big ninja villages. The most important thing is that the locations of the holy places are all extremely bad and far away from the ninja world, so there is no way to attack them. This is why no one has any intention to attack them even though they know that the sage mode is powerful. But it is different for Dohei. Although we don't know how he mastered the sage mode, he definitely does not belong to the 3 holy places. This naturally makes people covet him. That is, his strength is too strong, otherwise he might have been missing. And Danzo has long coveted the sage mode, how could he not be tempted now that he has the opportunity? As for the problem of strength, his root strength is not enough, but doesn't he have a village? In his eyes, the power of the village is his own power. Isn't it normal to use his own power to seek the sage mode? There is indeed no problem with the logic. This is also the reason why Danzo asked for the blood of the major ninja clans without any scruples. As the future Hokage, is there anything wrong with letting these ninja clans work for him? All this is to make Konoha great again. Uchiha Dohei refused on the spot, and Onoki's words can also do you believe it? Sarutobi Hiruzen defended him. However, what he didn't notice was that his voice was wavering. Because the position of the shadow of the 5 major ninja villages is completely pursued by all ninjas. When asked about the future ideals of ninja school students who have not graduated, most of them will say, I want to be a shadow. Onoki offered this price, how could he not doubt whether the other party was interested? If that's all, forget it. The 2 of them also spent some time together, fighting, privately. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen even more uneasy. He is not a broad-minded character. Otherwise, the White Fang incident would not have happened, and there would even be the Hyuga incident and the Uchiha genocide in the future. And seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen like this, Danzo's eyes flashed with joy. He knew the other party's character well. Even if he said this, seeds of doubt arose in his heart. This was good news for him. Even if you stop Hiruzen, I will tell you that that brat has already colluded with Onoki. Danzo said and turned to leave. Now that we have said hello, we can take action next. No, I won't allow you to mess around. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke to stop him. Danzo, who walked to the door, turned around and said. Hiruzen, you will regret it. Danzo, I am the Hokage. After the 2 of them contributed to a famous scene, Danzo slammed the door and left. Next is the private action at the root. It would be best if he succeeds. Failure is his own fault and has nothing to do with Sarutobi Hiruzen. The tacit understanding between the 2 is so good. And the other side. Tang Ping did not return to Kodan Mountain, but went to Yuga first to confirm the development of the Holy Land before returning. He is usually stared at by others, but it is not easy for him to be away for such a long time. It has been almost more than a year since the fusang tree was planted, and the area has changed drastically. It changed directly from the yellow sand valley to a valley with sporadic greenery. The point is that the hibiscus tree has grown a lot. Normally speaking, it would take thousands of years for Yuga to reach the level of the 3 holy lands. But because the growth rate of the hibiscus tree is so exaggerated, it should only take a few hundred years to catch up with the accumulation of the 3 holy places. And this is on the premise that technology does not advance. If it continues to improve, time will only continue to shrink. Yugu, the 4th holy land, is extremely important to Tang He, so he is so concerned about it. Of course, this time I'll also add Tang Chuan on the way. This time he brought out a bucket of hot springs. Yes, you heard it right. It's a bucket, not a bottle. It's almost 1/10 of the amount accumulated this year. Tang Ping's immortal mode consumes a maximum of about 100 milliliters at a time. Naturally, this bucket of spring water is not for his own use. Use it in experiments. Tang Ping discovered a special effect of Tang Chuan. Promote plant growth. Of course, this effect has no effect on the hibiscus tree itself. But it has excellent effect on ordinary plants, and the more common plants, the better the effect. If the experiment that Tang Ping is currently conducting is successful, it will allow the United Fruit Merchants Association to fly into the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Hybrid rice. Anyone who understands knows what this means. Indeed, Tang Ping did not have the instruments and conditions of later generations. But he's hanging on. Knowing the correct scientific research route, and having blood that can ensure fusion and balance are the 2 biggest cheats. In the past, it still took time to slowly cultivate plants. But now that there is a hot spring, the cultivation time can be shortened countless times. A bucket of spring water is enough for him to produce a large number of new seeds. Coupled with agricultural puppets like the wooden ox, it can ensure planting, harvesting, fertilizing, and it will immediately bring some small harvests to the ninja world. As for Konoha's affairs, that's what F4 needs to worry about, so naturally he won't take it too seriously. So if you can fish, fish, and if you can have fun, have fun. After quietly returning the spring to the Kidian orphanage in River Country and letting Gurren take charge of its use, Tang Ping returned to Mount Kikyo. Since he delayed for a while, the mission naturally returned to Konoha long ago. At the same time, the superiors also agreed to the Southwest Ninja Army's annexation of those family ninjas, but put forward conditions in exchange. Appoint Deputy General. It's just this person's identity that makes Tang Ping feel a little want to scream. Setsuna Shimura. It was the elite jonin who had caused trouble for him before and was also the junior member of Sarutobi Shinoshuke. He is considered the leader of the young generation of the Shimura clan. If you let the other party be your lieutenant, you don't need to think about what the other party has planned. It must be with bad intentions. But it doesn't matter if it's flat. The last word is to have a big fist, and the opponent's strength is just that. He can crush it to death with one hand. As long as you don't give him a chance to cause trouble, you don't have to worry at all. The point is that he is not like White Fang, who values the village more than anything else. If he really wanted to piss himself off, he wouldn't be able to do something like go directly to Konoha to carry rice. Before he could settle down for a few days, an order came. Chapter 142 The Enviable Koji Yamama. Return to the village to report on your work. Although the order does not say so, this is what it means. After receiving the order, Tang Ping was not only not worried, but also extremely happy. Isn't the fun coming? As a lazy person, if I can't lie down, I have to watch lazy. When setting off. Then I'll leave this side of Platy Kodon Mountain to you. Dohira glanced at Narita and Shimura Setsuna thoughtfully. Even if they knew there would be something fishy, so what? It just depends on whether they are smart enough. If it really falls into your own hands, don't blame yourself for it. He doesn't care who is standing behind you. Even the second generation Kage still greets Obi Kabuto, not to mention the mere Shimura and Nara ninja clans. If you dare to cause trouble, you must have the consciousness to pay the price. Yes, Lord Dohei. Asterisk 2. Both Narita and Setsuna Shimura were all shocked. Obviously, both of them understood the threat in Tang Ping's words. After Dohei left with his team, Narada looked at Setsuna Shimura's showdown next to him. No matter what your plans are, I will not interfere unless you can get an official order from the village. As a smart person, how could he not know that the other party must have other goals through exchange to become the deputy general of the ninja army? Can. Shimura Setsuna hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Although the plan can be completed better with the help of the other party, the Nara clan is not easy to control, so it is better not to cause more troubles. The other side. Thyra-kun, after you panicked and grabbed the Oxim, will Setsushi Shimura do something right now? Hinata Kengyu asked curiously. Well, she and Yamama Koji will also follow back to the village this time. As for the others, they went back to the village for a vacation. It was brought by Tang Ping specially. As a general, isn't it normal for him to bring some people as guards? Although no one thought that the purifying flame, which had just escaped Onoki's pursuit and injured him, needed protection. But when he opens his mouth, naturally no one who is short-sighted will jump out to stop him. As a result, the Southwest Ninja Army has been stationed abroad in recent years and has a group of guards among the ninjas who have no chance to return to the village. There are quite a few. The escort team of hundreds of people, that is, the Narathian people persuaded, otherwise Dohei felt that it was not impossible to bring a few hundred people. Wouldn't it be a good thing if he wanted to do something? Tang Ping answered Hinata Kengyu's question with a touch of expectation. Yes, he really wanted Shimura Setsuna to cause trouble. Anyway, he just uses the Southwest Ninja Army as a tool and doesn't care what happens. If something happens, it will be fun. That's right. Hinata Kengyu naturally understood Tang Ping's thoughts and nodded accordingly. With their strength, even if the other party wants to cause trouble, it will only end miserably. By the way, I brought some gifts this time, and I will definitely surprise you then. While Tang Ping spoke, he glanced at the back of Koji Yamama next to him. The other party was carrying a tightly sealed package. If someone opens it, they will find that there is no treasure inside, but just a green branch. But this tree is very different. Hibiscus tree. It is also the greatest treasure that Tang Ping has carefully cultivated. Even Otsutsuki wants to use the sacred tree to harvest the ninja world, so Dohei naturally wants to learn from the experience of successful people. The hibiscus tree's tree skills can refine the power of nature potion. In the past, due to his small size, he only used it by himself. Now it can naturally be used as a resource. That's him. It would be absolutely impossible for the three holy places to come up with these precious resources. For example, Mt Miamu. You can imagine how many good things those toads have in their hands, but besides being able to use toad oil in the Holy Land, what other resources can Jiraiya and Prince Nero get? From these aspects, you can see how stingy the three holy places are. Although Tang Ping's Tang Valley is far less developed than the three holy places, he has full control over the resources and can directly use the springs and hibiscus trees. Replace it with the three holy lands? It's better not to dream. It only took half a day for the homesick team to return to Konoha. Finally back. Yes. Thanks all to Master Tang Ping for this. Various exclamations came from the mouths of these 100 guards. They naturally understood why Tang Ping brought them along, so they accepted the favor. The two registered ninjas guarding the gate were not allowed to enter the village until they had registered as before. They stood respectfully on both sides of the gate to greet them. A shadow-level strongman and the commander of the ninja army. How many irons do they have to let others register? But that's them. The next generation of goalkeepers Shinayu Izumo and Gang Zisha will definitely not be like this. Because they were so strong that even Nagato, who came to Konoha to carry rice, didn't dare to break through the gate, so he could only choose to avoid the gate and attack from other places. The power of the door god is so terrifying. If it were the other party, Tang Ping would also cooperate with the registration. Disband. After entering the village, Tang Ping announced the disbandment. Naturally, the guards dispersed and went home, leaving only 3 members of the 404 team in place. How King you should go back first and meet at the Hokage building tomorrow. Tang Ping motioned for the 2 of them to leave first. Next, he will go back to the Uchiha clan to do some things and have a good rest point one day, preparing for tomorrow's fun. Yet, Hinata Kangyu turned and left, as if the 2 were just ordinary teammates. It must be said that her acting skills and disguise skills are indeed strong enough. Outsiders thought that she had a bad relationship with the remaining 2 people in Team 404. And Yamamakoji handed the things to Dohei and turned away. At this time, he was the pride of the Yamama clan. After all, the strength of the Jonin level is enough to revive the family's glory. That is to say, the promotion of the Jonin position is extremely complicated, otherwise, he can be promoted directly to Jonin. Jonin. It not only represents strength, but also reflects power and status. Every Jonin is considered a middle-level village, and even if they choose the Hokage, they must vote for confidence. Of course, this is the rule. Some guys with ugly eating habits simply ignored the vote of confidence and went straight to the position. Anyway, a Jonin is enough to support a small ninja clan. The originally declining Yamama clan instantly became Xiong Baibai. There are even many people who came to marry. Yes, you heard it right. This guy Yamamakoji actually has many beautiful girls chasing him. Even though they know he is bald, this is still the case. Ninjas admire the strong. Strength is the hard truth. So don't think that Yamamakoji has become a bald tough guy because of the long step surgery. But his elite Jonin strength at the age of less than 15 is definitely at the level of a super genius. That is because there is also the unhuman immortal Dohei, otherwise he can be said to be the strongest genius in Konoha. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. Other people in the village are completely envious of Yamamakoji. This time, Yamamakoji returns to the village and needs to deal with the family's marriage. Well, there is also a special task given by Dohei. Poaching. Now he is in urgent need of reliable and potential subordinates. As for talents, is there any place with more than Konoha village? Ninja. It is a talent. It is not impossible for ordinary people to be ninjas. However, the improvement that Konoha villagers get from one resource is equivalent to that obtained by ordinary people, which requires dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of resources. Now you understand why the proportion of ninjas in the ninja village is so high, while the proportion of ninjas born among ordinary people is so low. It is not only a problem of resources, but also a problem of bloodline talent. With the example of Yamamakoji, it is entirely possible to attract these poor little ninjas. Although the children in the orphanage have a promising future, it will take some time before they can be used directly. It is best to use these people first. It can be said that Yamamakoji is a GG used to recruit talents. It is just that Yamamakoji is going well, but Hinata Kangyu is different. Chapter 143, A Bird Thirsting for Freedom. Hinata Kangyu. As soon as she returned to the Hyuga clan, Hinata Kangyu was stopped by someone. What's the matter? In the Hyuga clan, she always pretended to be a weak and transparent person. Even her appearance was kept in disguise. She knew too well that a branch family with too good appearance was not a good thing. Although the Hyuga clan had a good reputation in the village, the inside was as dark as it could be, far darker than the village's top leaders. Lord Tokugawa asked you to meet him. The Hyuga ninja who spoke had a blank expression on his face, and a bit of arrogance in his expression, as if he was in a different position. But as long as you see that his forehead was covered, you can understand that he was just a branch family. It was just to join the main family. Some branches who joined the main family had a sense of superiority over other people who belonged to the same branch family, and were even more hateful than the main family. Maybe this is the convert fanaticism. Yes. Hinata Kangyu followed the other party meekly. And when she walked, her right leg still had a sense of incoordination, which made people know at a glance that her right leg was just a prosthesis, not a flesh and blood body. It was easy to find an excuse for wearing a prosthesis. When performing tasks outside, you can't always use crutches, so it's completely natural to wear a prosthesis. That's why no one doubted that her right leg had recovered. Everyone thought it was a prosthesis. Life is like a play, it all depends on acting. Under Hyuga Kangyu's superb disguise, no one can see her true strength. If she really attacks suddenly, she is confident that she can severely damage or even destroy the entire Hyuga clan. It's just that she is not sure how resistant the reincarnation eye is to the caged bird during the second fetal movement period. It's impossible for her to just find a main family to test it. Once the reincarnation eye is exposed, it will cause Dohei to become an enemy of the Hyuga clan, or even a traitor to the village. This is what she least wants to see, so she disguises carefully. Soon, she was led by the other party to a delicate and majestic main house. In the Hyuga clan, only the main family can live in such a place, and there are also branch families serving as guards and servants. The will of fire. But it can't illuminate the inside of the ninja clan. A hint of mockery flashed across Hinata Kangyu's eyes, but it quickly disappeared, and she still looked delicate and timid. After entering the house alone and kneeling down. Do you know why I called you here? The old man, wearing a pure black kimono and with white hair and beard, knelt down on a low table in front of me. I spoke while making tea. If it were an ordinary Hinata who came from a separate family, the first thing she would do when she saw this scene was to be a little shy. Not to mention that the other party is from the Hyuga clan, so they are guaranteed to be trembling with fear. Lord De Guang, I don't know of any place worthy of your summons. There was a sense of cowardice in Hinata Kangyu's tone. In terms of acting skills, compared with her, those movie queens are not even qualified to lift shoes. There was no way, who made her life just like a movie that couldn't be NG. Before meeting Tang Ping, if she didn't know how to disguise, she wouldn't have survived. Is it because he gave you too much preferential treatment and separated the family that he violated the family rules and did not pass all the information about Uchiha Dohei back to the family? Hinata Tokimitsu emphasized his tone. Yes, this is the mission given to her by the Hyuga clan. Since joining Team 404, the Hyuga family has asked her to collect information about Dohei. Although Hinata Kangyu also sent back information on time, it was all meaningless information. The family was not satisfied with this, so they were ready to beat her up. Immortal mode. A ticket to a shadow-level powerhouse is indeed too tempting for the Hyuga clan without high-end combat power. It's not surprising that they would make up their minds. Anyway, failure would only mean the loss of a branch, and it would be a huge profit. How could they not do it? Sorry, Lord Tokuguang, I will definitely work harder to collect information. R.I. Xiang Kangyu bowed her head in fear, vividly portraying a branch who was afraid of the clan's punishment. I must teach you a lesson this time, so that you understand that any order from the Zong family, you must not relax in the slightest when dividing the family. Hinata Tokumitsu used the seal with one hand to activate the caged bird. Chance. A flash of joy flashed in the eyes of Hinata Kangyu, who bowed her head. This is the reason why she has not handed over any meaningful information before. She wanted to test the caged bird, but she also had to control the intensity, so being punished by the Zone family was the best way. Only after careful planning did I get this opportunity. Who would have thought that she, a little transparent girl from the Hyuga clan with a broken leg, would dare to set up the clan, so she succeeded. Ah! Hinata Kangyu covered her head with her hands and screamed, with a terrifying expression of extreme pain on her face. The scene of her family being separated and being reprimanded by the Zone family was her nightmare. Because this kind of pain goes straight into the soul, and life is worse than death. Therefore, the branch would rather die than betray the clan. Because from the perspective of Fenjia who has experienced being a caged bird, even death is easier than being a caged bird. Having seen many reactions to family separation, and it's not like she has never experienced this kind of pain, Hinata Kangyu's performance was flawless at all. However, she was ecstatic in her heart. Efficient. It really works. The reincarnation eye in the second fetal movement stage caused her only pain at this time, but it was tolerable. In other words, when the Zone family launches the caged bird to torture themselves, she can directly deal with the opponent to prevent the follow-up. Of course, this is only a weakening of the degree of discipline. If the caged bird is driven to death with all its strength, she has no confidence that it can save her life. But enough is enough. At least he can confirm that there is no deviation in what Tang Ping told him. On the surface, Xiang Kangyu is in pain and wants to live, but in reality... Ha ha ha! Her heart was roaring. The path out of the caged bird has never been so clear. Sure enough, Tang Ping is his own light, not some bullshit will of fire. After a while, Hyuga Tokumitsu stopped and said, "I hope there won't be another time." After saying that, he waved his hand to signal Hinata Kangyu, who was lying softly on the ground, to retreat, as if he was not the one who used the caged bird just now. This is the Zone family. The Fen family has absolute power of life and death, and the Fen family is completely worse than a slave. Otherwise, the geniuses of the separate families would not be so few. Because a bird trapped in a cage can never spread its wings and fly. Yes, Lord Tokumitsu. Hinata lowered her head to Kangyu and retreated, dragging her tired body. Several guards from the Hyuga branch standing at the door turned a blind eye to this. Because this kind of situation is not uncommon, not to mention just admonition, killing is not unheard of. Step, step. Walking down the wooden corridor that was so bright and clear that people's shadows could be seen, Hinata Kangyu's face that was vaguely visible on the floor almost started to smile. At this moment, she just saw the little bird with hope of escaping from the cage, and even the little things on her body were happy. However, a young man made her stop. The other party is wearing a plain kimono, has a gentle temperament, and has a pair of pure white eyes. I will transfer you to my side as a personal guard. You will no longer need to go to the battlefield. They just met and the other party made a domineering and unilateral decision. Yes, Mr. Rizu. Xiang Kangyu bowed her head respectfully in response. As a branch of the clan, she has no right to reject the clan, even if the other party has good intentions. In this way, Hinata Kangyu could only find a way to send a letter to Tanhei. Just because you can't speak, doesn't mean that others can't speak. Facing a shadow-level powerhouse, even the Hyuga clan cannot easily disobey the opponent's wishes. As soon as he returned to the Uchiha clan, Dohei, who was busy in the underground laboratory, did not receive the letter immediately. Because he is refining the power of nature potion. This is an extremely rare and rare precious medicine in his hand. Just look at the materials. The hibiscus tree. How could it not be rare to use such a carefully cultivated plant as raw material? A row. There were more than a dozen bottles in front of Tang Ping. The bottle in his hand had a golden red glow in the green liquid. Yes, only a little more than one bottle was actually extracted this time. The complete bottle was the one in his hand, and the rest were extracted from the leftover materials. But don't underestimate these natural power potions, because the effect is no weaker than the ones he made the second time. That is, the formula has been changed to allow the effect to be released slowly, otherwise it would be a highly toxic potion. The effect of the hibiscus tree now is far better than the original one, even the leftovers have greatly improved the effect. At the same time, if you use the version in Tang Ping's hand from the beginning, your body will only be instantly evaporated by the burning blood in your body. Gradual progress is the kingly way. After finishing the natural power potion, Tang Ping immediately started another experiment. A human experiment that he specially did when he returned to Konoha. Chapter 144 A world-shattering operation. In front of the operating table, Looking at the tightly tied man in front of him, Tang Ping began the operation. Implant. Carefully implant the branch of a finger into the middle of the forehead of the fire attribute genin in front of him and cut a wound. Then it's fusion. Bite the finger and put a drop of blood into the fusion position. Gurgle. Connect the infusion tube in the other person's body and quickly inject the nutrient solution into his body, as if there is a ferocious beast in the other person's body that is devouring it crazily. This is naturally because of the need for evolution. If there is no nutrient solution, the experimental subject will fail to evolve or even die because of insufficient nutrition. After doing many experiments, Tang Ping is no longer relying on guessing about the effect of his own blood as he did at the beginning. If he wants, he can divide the experiment into multiple steps, and the consumption will be greatly reduced. The cost is a significant increase in time. Using nutrient solution is equivalent to spending money to save time. If you don't want to wait slowly, you will have to pay an extra price. It can only be said that doing experiments does cost money. If you don't have money, don't go the hard route of science. Finding ways to mutate is the best way. To make the body evolve to adapt to the implantation of the hibiscus tree, it needs to consume a lot of nutrient solution. Tang Ping wrote down the data thoughtfully, while staring at the various data changes on the instrument, not missing any details. The other party was a murderer who slaughtered a village and treated ordinary people as non-humans, so he naturally treated the other party as non-human. Yes, the experiment conducted by Tang Ping was an experiment of alien organ implantation. The inspiration came from the aliens' Otsutsuki clan. They either have an extra eye or an extra pair of horns, and their strength is terrifying, which fully demonstrates that non-humans can break through the limits of the human body. This is a scientific research route that only Tang Ping can take. If it weren't for his blood, the experimental subject could evolve quickly and adapt to the implanted hibiscus branches in the body, then it would have died long ago. No. Without the help of blood, it is impossible to fuse the hibiscus tree. It will only be like having a foreign body in the body, and it will not be accepted by the human body and regarded as a whole to try to evolve. Fusion, evolution. The two effects of blood work together, and there are countless possibilities. When the fifth tank, which is the last tank of nutrient solution in the laboratory, was empty, the swallowing speed of the experimental subject dropped rapidly, and the life characteristics began to stabilize. For safety reasons, Dou Ping moved the other party to the training ground, and then tied him firmly to the wooden pillar, fearing that something unexpected would happen and damage those precious and rare experimental instruments. This situation is very common during experiments, so he naturally has to take precautions. The training ground is not only spacious, but also has a ceiling barrier, which is not easy to destroy in the event of an accident. Waited for a while. Since you are awake, don't pretend to sleep. Your disguise skills are too bad. Looking at the genin tied firmly to the wooden stake, Dou Ping directly spoke out to expose the other party's disguise. As a wild ninja, the other party has not systematically learned various skills, so he was easily seen through by Dou Ping. If it were a trained Konoha Jonin, not only can breathing be disguised, but even the heartbeat can remain unchanged. That is the real disguise skill. Hearing what Tang Ping said, the genin tied to the wooden pillar opened his eyes, looked at him fiercely with a clipboard in front of him and roared. "Damn kid, let me go quickly or I'll kill you." While speaking, he felt something strange in his body. It seemed that there was endless power, and a constant stream of warmth was pouring into his body from his forehead. Seeing this, the genin mobilized the chakra in his body. Crack! The belt that was enough to tie up a tiger began to tighten as the other party struggled. Strength and physique greatly improved. Tang Ping was not surprised at all by the scene in front of him, and began to write on the clipboard. The experiment was successful. After the implanted hibiscus tree merged with the other party improved in all aspects. Next, it was time to see if the place he was most looking forward to would succeed. Putting away the clipboard, Tang Ping took out a tube of hot spring and stepped forward. Absorbing and storing natural energy is the instinct of the hibiscus tree, and even its most important ability. Now we have to see if it still has this ability after being implanted in the human body. If there is, it means that Tang Ping has another terrifying method that can subvert the world. Orochimaru has a curse seal and he has a alien organ plant. The two have similar effects, but Dohei's effect far exceeds the curse seal. What are you up to? Don't come over. Go away. The genin tied to the wooden stake was originally extremely fierce, but after realizing that Dohei was completely ignoring his actions, he began to panic. Tang Ping ignored the opponent's struggle and carefully dripped a drop of hot spring water onto the emerald green horn a few centimeters long in the middle of the opponent's forehead. The spring is natural energy in a liquefied state. It is extremely poisonous to ordinary living beings, and will cause death if touched. That's why Tang Ping came up with this method in a whimsical way. Since human flesh and blood cannot touch natural energy, then after it is filtered by the organs? Ah! What's this? So hot? No, no. The experimental subjects seemed to be being tortured, and screams kept ringing in the training ground. At the same time, his body radiated high temperature. When Tang Ping saw this, not only was he not disappointed, but he was extremely surprised. Although there is only a drop of spring water, it represents a large amount of natural energy. The other party did not turn into ashes instantly, which actually proves that his guess is correct. Through the method of filtration, humans can be in touch with natural energy. The aliens in the three holy places can use natural energy to strengthen themselves and increase their lifespan. That's why Tang Ping will work hard in this area, instead of standing still after having the immortal mode. Once the experiment is successful, it will be announced that humans can also use natural energy to strengthen themselves, and it will also greatly reduce the difficulty of mastering the immortal mode. To master the sage mode, the prerequisite is huge chakra. Of course, this is not something that a small genin can do. But the ninja world has never lacked ninjas with huge chakra, but there are only a handful of people who can master the sage mode. After the hibiscus tree is implanted in the body, one can access natural energy, allowing the body to slowly adapt to the natural energy. If one has enough talent, one can even master the immortal mode. Tens of minutes later. Relief. In the end, the genin was exploded by the huge natural energy. It seems that even if the hibiscus tree is implanted in the body, the natural energy cannot be absorbed too much. But it doesn't matter, the purpose of Tang Ping's experiment has been achieved. It was confirmed that there is no problem with the scientific research route. The natural energy filtered by the implanted heterogeneous organ can indeed be touched by humans. The next step is to figure out the detailed data. For example, whether the chakra attribute of the implanter must have the fire attribute, whether the more implants, the better, whether the implantation location is only the forehead, etc. Only by clarifying these things can Tang Ping use them on himself. Unfortunately, each experiment consumes a lot of money. Even if the hibiscus tree can be ignored, other materials are not cheap. Not to mention, 5 cans of nutrient solution is not a small amount. Of course, it is not impossible not to use nutrient solution, but the operation must be divided into multiple times, which will take at least several years. Make knitting. So, in the end, you still have to make money. After thinking about what needed to be done next, Tang Ping left the laboratory to rest. The next day. Just woke up. Tang Ping heard someone knocking on the door outside the courtyard. Anbu and Zhenbu were too rude, so they went in directly. Open the door. It turned out to be an ordinary member of the Uchiha clan. The other party respectfully handed a letter to Dahira and left quickly. Today's Tang Ping is no longer the soft rice man or crane tail of a few years ago. No one in the Uchiha clan felt that he was unworthy of the Uchiha surname anymore, and they all had a respectful attitude. After opening the letter, Tang Ping's originally careless eyes instantly turned cold. It seems that the Hyga clan is forcing themselves to not eat beef. Do you really think that since you are a wealthy family in Konoha, you can plot against yourself at will without paying the price? Originally, he was planning to take a short rest before going to the Hokage building for a meeting. Now it seems that we have to go to the Hyga clan first. Come and slap in the face. But what he likes to do most. What Tang Ping is most unhappy with are those time travelers who, despite having sufficient strength, still have to suffer for the sake of keeping a low profile. If you still have the strength to swallow your anger, then your strength is of no use. The behind-the-scenes flow has been withdrawn from the environment, okay? Thinking of this, he first put on his combat uniform and then walked quickly towards the Hyga tribe. Chapter 145 The truth is only within the range of ninjutsu. The Hyga clan. Located in the second ring district of the village. Although it is not as good as the first ring district of the Uchiha clan, it is not far behind. And the area is larger, and there are more people. At the same time, outsiders occasionally come in and out here, unlike the Uchiha clan, where only Uchiha people come in and out. There is no way, this is caused by the different reputations of the ninja clan. Uchiha gives people the impression of being arrogant and domineering, while Hinata gives people the impression of being old-fashioned and lifeless. And today, a short-haired boy wearing a black combat uniform and elbow-length gloves entered the Hyga tribe with great awe. Under normal circumstances, the Hyga clan members would naturally not care. But this situation of full momentum means that the person who comes is not good, so someone will report it immediately. It's really a shame. Tang Ping faced a pair of white eyes and walked forward with a natural expression. The probability of the Byakugan awakening is extremely high, and almost all the Hyga clan members encountered along the way are awakened. If it were the Uchiha clan, the number of awakened Sharingan eyes would probably be less than a fraction. At the end of the experiment yesterday, he had just drank the special bottle of Power of Nature potion. Now, his chakra is increasing every second. With his current strength, he is still a quasi-shadow level powerhouse even without the immortal mode, so he doesn't have to worry about being in danger at all. At the same time, this sustained release of the drug does not delay his action, otherwise he would have to wait a few days before slapping him in the face. Soon, when Tang Ping came to the core area of the Hyga clan, he discovered that he was really a rich person. The huge and heavy courtyard looks simple and grand, not something that a wealthy family can own at all. No wonder he dares to call himself a rich family. There is no one else with this style. The Hyga clan has a very special place. Resource. The resources within the ninja clan are concentrated in the hands of the clan, making them no less powerful than the nobles and wealthy businessmen in all aspects, and they have developed a superior character. Hinata, Hanabi, are completely exceptions and cannot be generalized. As soon as I arrived at the entrance gate of this building, someone immediately greeted me. Tang Ping is not a nobody. Ordinary villagers may not know him because the village suppresses information about him, but all major ninja clans know him. So when the Xiangzong family heard that he appeared in the clan area that day, they seemed a little panicked. The Branch family didn't know, but the Zong family knew very well that they were plotting against each other in immortal mode. Now that the Master of Suffering is coming to kill me, I can't help but feel guilty. As the other party was the commander of the ninja army and a strong cage-level man, it was impossible not to welcome him, so he finally decided to come out together. Seeing that they were so generous, the other party would not be embarrassed to cause trouble for them, right? Therefore, Tang Ping was able to see hundreds of Hyga tribesmen, led by several clan members, greeting them at the gate. It is truly an honor for the Hyga clan to be able to have General Dohei come to visit us. The leader, Tokimitsu Hyga, who was also the elder of the clan, spoke first. Both the etiquette and the tone are all in place, fully displaying the rich heritage. Only Tang Ping didn't care about the other party at all and stepped directly into the door. Humiliation, completely naked humiliation. If it were anyone else, even Uchiha who didn't deal with the Hyga clan, he would never do such a thing. Because everyone is in Konoha and doesn't look at the monk's face or the Buddha's face. But Tang Ping is different. His attitude towards Konoha is completely that of ordinary people who come to work in big cities. Although I will miss the prosperity of big cities, I can never regard big cities as my hometown, so I will break up with each other. The best he can do is run away with a bucket. Don't tell me anything about the overall situation, I am the overall situation. Therefore, he dared to directly attack the Hyga clan. So what if it's a wealthy family in Konoha? It's the rich families you're fighting. He is not willing to fight ordinary ninjas. You. How could the Hyga clan bear such anger? Someone was about to attack, but was stopped. It's Hyga Tokimitsu. He knew in his heart that the other party came today solely to cause trouble for the Hyga clan. The more this happens, the more careful you need to deal with it. The other party is not an ordinary person. Even if the identity of the ninja army commander is not mentioned, the Hyga clan cannot afford to offend him based on his own strength. Yes, with the strength of the Hyga family, they are indeed not afraid of a mere shadow-level expert. But the premise is that everyone faces it head-on. If a shadow-level powerhouse doesn't respect martial ethics and sneak attacks and poisons, the wealthy family will still be unable to withstand it. Now you understand why the Hyga clan started attacking the Sage mode, right? I really hope to have a shadow-level powerhouse of my own. And when Dohei entered the Hyga clan, he felt like going home. From time to time, he sighed that this place was good and that there was wonderful. It didn't feel like he was visiting at all, but like he was here for sightseeing. Yes, he is here to cause trouble. As long as he gives himself an excuse, he will let the Hyuga clan understand what the truth is only within the range of ninjutsu. Snap! A plain flower planted in a small flower bed was directly broken by Tang Ping. I'm sorry, you won't be angry, will you? He looked back at the Hyuga clan members behind him a little shyly. Now, most of the branch families have dispersed, but all the clan families and some important figures of the branch families are here. Two of the young men looked familiar. Hinata and Hisashi, Hinata and Hisashi. Although the appearance does not match the one in the anime, there is still some charm in it, and Dohei can barely recognize it. In terms of age, he is about 10 years older than him, but in terms of strength, both of them are only at the level of elite jounin. I have to say that the gap between jounin and kage level is really astonishing. There are hundreds of jounin in Konoha, including those who are not registered, but the number of shadow level experts is only in single digits, which shows how big the gap between the two is. Faced with his provocative inquiry, all the Hyuga clan members had different expressions. Some faces were as sinking as water, and some were gritting their teeth. Now, how could they not know that Tang Ping did it on purpose? Finally, a middle-aged Hyuga clan member with a vain expression couldn't help but scolded. Uchiha Donhei, how dare you humiliate our Hyuga clan, our alliance? You are so arrogant. As a wealthy family in Hyuga, when have they ever been wronged like this? Even if it is the Hokage, they should treat their clan with courtesy. Now he is just a chief general of the ninja army, a kage-level strongman. They have treated him with courtesy, but he still wants to slap him in the face like this. It's simply too much. I can't stand it. King Si. Hyuga Tokumitsu hurriedly stopped him. Because he knew very well that if he and others had always treated him with courtesy, it would not be easy for others to force him too much, but now saying this would completely give the other party an excuse to make trouble. Oh, Dohei's shy face instantly turned into a sneer. I am a general who repelled the sand ninja to defend the village. I am not a thing, so what are you Hyuga clans? Pigs who are locked up in the village to enjoy? Yes, he is so tough. He doesn't give the Hyuga clan any face at all. He has such strength, so he can do whatever he wants. The most important thing is the other party's name. King Si. Do you remember that Hyuga King Yu met him because she was beaten to the point of being in danger of death? And the reason for the beating was that the head family protected by her parents was injured. The head family was Hyuga King Si. There are few Hyuga head families, so of course they can't have the same name. So, it's no wonder that Tang Ping reacted so strongly and cursed so harshly. It's just that I can't take revenge on Hyuga King Yu, otherwise he would have taken his life long ago, and cursing a few words is already very restrained. You. Hinata Tsuji's face flushed red, as if smoke would come out at any time. Just when he was about to make a move, he was held down. Seeing the expectation in Dohei's eyes, he instantly calmed down as if he was poured with a basin of cold water. Tisk tisk. The Hyuga clan is like this. Strike hard internally, and be submissive externally. In the future, there will even be a mess where the Kumigakure kidnaps the main family, and the branch family pays for their lives. Although it is related to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, not taking the blame, if the Hyuga clan is tougher, it will not be like that. It doesn't make sense that if you can be soft at that time, you can be tough in front of Dohei, right? As long as the other party dares to make a move, Dohei will dare to show his true body of Zurong to let the other party understand what a demolition team is. Chapter 146 Branch Family Mouthpiece. What do you mean, am I wrong? Do you really think that you can shut everyone up by using the excuse of preventing blood from flowing out? If that's the case, just keep the function of the caged bird destroying the Byakugan. Is the function of torturing the branch family also used to protect the Byakugan? Doping directly transformed into a substitute for the branch family, and several members of the Hyuga clan turned pale. Before crossing, he was a level 10 troll on the internet/agent. In fact, everyone in the village knew what he said. But ordinary people can't afford to offend the Hyuga clan, and those who can afford it can't be controlled for various reasons, which has led to the situation where the main family enslaves the branch family. But now, this shady deal has been directly exposed by Doping. It's coming, it's coming. Doping found that several members of the main family wanted to take action, and almost cheered for them. Well, the first step is to open the flame clothes, and then enter the sage mode in seconds to drive the Gundam. Only before he could laugh, he frowned and looked to the side. Fuck. I've taken off my pants, and you're doing this to me? The person who intervened has come. On the wall not far away, several figures wearing black tights, grey vests, and animal masks appeared. Anbu of Konoha. The other party also represents the will of the Hokage. That's why the root likes to pretend to be the name of the Anbu. Because it never fails. In Konoha village, who can go against the will of the cage? Now that the other party appears here, there is naturally only one possibility. The Hokage knows what's going on here, so he sent the Anbu. I just don't know whether the other party has discovered it himself, or the Hyuga clan has reported it. The appearance of the Anbu made several members of the Hyuga clan who were ready to take action stop instantly. They didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of the Anbu directly under the Hokage. Everyone, Lord Hokage invites you. The leader, an Anbu wearing a cat-faced mask and with a Konoha tattoo on his left arm, spoke to the crowd who were about to engage in a full-scale fight. Doping reached for the hot spring on the tactical belt and retracted his right hand. Boring, I want to see a river of blood, JPG. He was in a bad mood at this time. Tisk, after a disdainful snort, he looked at Hyuga Tokumitsu and said, Hyuga Kangya has been spying on my information, shouldn't I be the one to deal with it? Well, he put on a look of asking for punishment. In the eyes of the Hyuga clan, he was angry because of Hyuga Kangya's spying on information and was ready to make trouble for this teammate. No one would doubt their true relationship at all. No, she is a member of our Hyuga clan, how can she be handed over to? Hyuga Hayashi spoke. As the clan leader, he couldn't help but show up at this time. Oh, then can I assume that what she did was ordered by your Hyuga clan? Doping made an accusation. Hyuga Hayashi, the father of the future crown princess. In the anime, he was very innocent and treated his two daughters very well. The problem is that he is too hypocritical. The dream is to change the relationship between the main family and the branch of the Hyuga clan. The family system, but even when it became incombustible, the system did not change, which has proved that he only talks but does not do anything. Either he is hypocritical or he is too capable. He should choose a suitable one. Therefore, Chevei Tanghei in the anime does not agree that those branch families who have been oppressed are the original sin of the other party. Just because he is good to his family, it cannot be natural to exploit and separate the family, right? Tanghei didn't want to help Hinata break up the family, he just wanted to see the other party being unhappy. Lord Dohei, Hokage-sama invites you. The leader of the ANBU spoke again, breaking the silence. Well, the other party has given the Hyuga clan a hand. After all, this clan is the die-hard supporter of the Hokage, and they will support whoever is the Hokage. Let's go. After Tang Ping thought for a moment, he prepared to launch an attack at the Hokage building later. Anyway, he wants to decide on the future of Sun Xiang Kangyu. Whoosh! He used the teleportation technique to rush towards the Hokage building, and several ANBU quickly followed suit. And as he left, all the Hyuga clan left behind fell silent. Because they claimed to be a wealthy family in Konoha, but they were slapped in the face by Dohei, and in the end they asked for help to rescue them. A shadow-level powerhouse can do whatever he wants. After this incident, they are even more eager for the immortal mode. Let's go to the Hokage building for a meeting, and let the Hokage make the decision for us. Hinata Tokumitsu spoke up to break the silence. The other side. When Tang Ping jumped between the rooftops, his mood improved. Just now in the Hyuga clan, he didn't give the Hyuga clan any face, and he exposed the emperor's new clothes on the other party's body, so he was naturally in a good mood. Although the opponent's land has not been demolished, it is nothing. As for Hinata Kangyu, she is not worried either. The other party will definitely leave the person to him in the end. Anyway, it's just a family name, not a clan. It's not worth it for anyone to use one person to eliminate the dissatisfaction of a shadow-level powerhouse. Soon, Dohei saw the red Hokage building. The entire Konoha village is actually not small, but with the high speed of ninjas, you can reach your destination in a few minutes. Step. Tang Ping and several Anmen fell to the ground. Today's Hokage building looks a bit formal. Normally, this place is just like a food market hall, which seems lively and friendly to the people. But today, not to mention that no villagers have arrived, there are still many armed guards standing guard, and there are many secret troops hiding in the dark, completely surrounding the building. Big scene. Tang Ping's eyes flashed with anticipation. He was also curious as to what kind of meeting it was to have such a posture. And there was already someone waiting for me in front of the gate. Tang Ping. It was Koji Yamama, he waved. Let's go in first. Tang Ping asked the other party to enter the building with him. As for Haiga Kangyu, she will naturally not be absent, but she will come with the Haiga clan. Yamama Koji nodded and followed. After the two entered the building, they followed the ANBU who led the way towards the conference room on the third floor. Soon, they arrived at the conference room. This is a large conference room that occupies 3 floors of the building and can easily accommodate hundreds of people. But the layout is a bit crude. Several long tables were arranged in a ring shape, with only one end near the door without a table, and then there were rows of chairs against the wall. Those who can sit behind the table are all shadow-level experts, or the leader of the ninja clan. Others, of course, can only sit against the wall. The Jounin meeting is also held here. If the Hokage and advisory elders are present, it will be the highest level meeting. Today's meeting has this specification. Not only did Konoha F4 sit behind the upper wooden table, but also the heads or representatives of the major ninja clans came. Just like the Uchiha clan. The one who came was not Uchiha Fugaku. He was currently fighting Kirikage, so he let the elder represent him. Well, the great elder is not the head of the eldest house, but the highest ranking among several elders selected based on age, prestige, etc. The other party also has another identity, that is, the father of Uchiha Mikoto. Under the guidance of the ANBU, Dohei sat down in a circle of big guys behind the table. On the left was the great elder Uchiha, and on the right were the 3 Inoshikacha, who were also the heads of the ninja clan. As for Yamama Koji, of course he was sitting on the chair in front of the wall behind Dohei. Although there were over 100 people, no one made a sound, it was almost audible. Obviously, everyone knows that today's meeting is not simple. Tang Ping also closed his eyes and rested his mind. It didn't take long. 4 people, Haiga Tokumitsu, Haiga Hizatsu, Haiga Aoji, and Haiga Ayuki, arrived. Although Hinata Kangetsu is still at Shoyunin, just promoted, she can still attend the meeting because of the 404 team. Otherwise, she would not be eligible to participate in the meeting. By the way, no matter how many Jounin there are in the ninja clan, it is a hidden rule that only the clan leader will bring 2 guards. Otherwise, if all the Jounin of the ninja clan come, the meeting will be their home court, and others will play games. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's start the meeting. Saratobi Hiruzen's voice represented the beginning of today's important meeting. Chapter 147 Gotham's top ranker, Danzo. This meeting is to deal with the attack by Wu Ying and Yunying. Saratobi Hiruzen explained the purpose of the meeting. If Tang Ping was just reporting on his duties, it would be impossible to have such a big battle. How could it be? We Konoha defeated Tsunagakuer, they still won't retreat. Oops. A lot of worries sounded. Some information is only known to the village's senior officials, so many of them don't know how bad the situation is. Now, Wuyin village and Union village have launched a full-scale attack. Orochimaru's absence was also because he went to the border to resist Kumagakuer. Otherwise, Namikaze Minato alone would not have been able to stop the 3rd generation Raikage and the new generations of combination. 1 strong shadow level and 2 quasi-shadows. A total of 3 shadow level people really need Orochimaru's help. If it were just the Kumo ninja, it would be okay, but the Kiri ninja also attacked like crazy with the whole army, and the borders of Konoha would naturally not be able to withstand it. Boom, boom. The sound of knocking suppressed the noise in the conference room. It's Danzo. He had a cold face, and his one eye wrapped in a bandage was extremely fierce, as if he were a lone wolf. His gaze swept across the entire scene and had a silencing effect. As the Dark Ninja, ordinary ninjas and villagers in Konoha may not know his vicious reputation, but the ninjas and major ninja clans on the scene know how terrifying he and his subordinates are. But there was one person who not only wasn't banned, but actually couldn't help but laugh. Phew. Tang Ping couldn't bear it anymore. Because the other party's appearance is indeed too funny. 1 eye, 1 hand, 1 leg. Who in the family knows how funny this looks? Anyway, he couldn't help it because he wasn't very funny. Others in the conference room naturally understood why Dohei was laughing. Although they also wanted to laugh, they did not have the courage to offend Danzo, so they all controlled their expressions and looked distorted. Damn Uchiha brat! Danzo cursed inwardly. But he didn't use this as an excuse to cause trouble, because he couldn't help but make people laugh, so he stared at Uchiha Danhei and shouted. Uchiha Danhei, do you need to explain to the village about your secret collusion with Onaki? This is the goal of recalling Uchiha Danhei to the village. Of course, it's just a prelude. Before Tang Ping came back, Zhenbu had spread a lot of rumors in the village. Explain what? You asked me to explain based on a few rumors. Then I also said that Danzo wants to usurp the throne and become Hokage. Do you also have to explain? Tang Ping didn't bother to refute. If he were an ordinary Jounin, he would naturally not have a chance to explain, so he would just ask the ANBU directly. But of course he is qualified to refute, because the strength of a shadow-level powerhouse comes from himself, not the village. It's a good idea to make a stool. Danzo secretly glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen next to him, and then made a sound of shock and anger. Because he really wanted to overthrow his friend as Hokage and make Konoha great again. But there is no telling whether this kind of thing can be done. Being exposed in front of so many people will naturally break the defense directly. You can talk nonsense, Danzo, why can't I? Danhei looked at Danzo, who looked like a top-notch joker in Gotham, and spoke in a slow tone. When the two of them were arguing with each other, the heads of the major ninja clans acted as if they didn't hear anything. They were pretending to be puppets with their eyes and noses, but that was what they were thinking in their hearts. Let's fight, let's fight. After all, Dohei didn't have a good relationship with them, and Danzo was a guy they were extremely dissatisfied with. Naturally, they didn't think it was a big deal to watch the excitement. The great elder Uchiha also has this mentality. Because Dahira's fiancé is Uchihame, the head of the house, the leader of the martial arts faction, and he and Fugaku are both neutral factions. All I can say is that this is reality. If they were so united just because they were one clan, it would have been impossible for Madara Uchiha to run away alone. That's enough. Hiruzen Sarutobi interrupted the two of them. He was not here to watch the two of them quarrel today. We are not allowed to mention this matter again in the future. It seems that he is protecting Tang Ping. But if you really want to protect him, you should stop Danzo before he speaks, not after. Now it seems that Danzo is prevented from continuing to attack, but it also leaves Dohei with the suspicion of colluding with Onaki that has not been cleared. Ninjas who lack knowledge about internal fighting naturally don't realize this. But for those who have come from the big explosion of knowledge, it is completely possible to see through it at a glance. Therefore, if the other party wants to use this to Pua, it is completely overthinking. Due to the border emergency, the village is preparing to form a support force and needs the help of the clan leaders. After Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped the two from fighting each other, they got down to business. From the beginning of the Great Ninja World War to now, all the ninjas who have been fighting have been active ninjas. Only some private ninja troops were sent out when the Suna ninja was wiped out before. Now they have begun to recruit private ninja armies. The Inyazuka clan will send 2 Jounin, 5 Chunin, and 10 Genin clan members to join the reinforcements. The first person to speak was a big sister with a red inverted triangle face pattern on her cheeks, who looked bold and majestic. Inyazuka Claus. An extremely famous female Jonin, she is also the mother of Inyazuka Kaiba, one of the 12 strongest men in Konoha in the future. And her words caused a wave of fluctuation. Too much effort. The Inyazuka clan is not a big clan. With this power, it has almost exhausted all the power in the clan. If something happens, the whole army will be almost annihilated. And a small ninja clan is willing to send so much force to the village. If the big ninja clan doesn't bleed, how will the villagers view themselves in the future? Obviously, it was not the other party's idea, but someone's instigation. Everyone's eyes were wandering on Konoha F4, wondering who came up with this damaging move. It's so immoral. The transfer clan will send 5 Jounin, 20 Chuyunin, and 30 Genin clan members to join the reinforcements. After going to bed, Xiao Chun also answered the call. Although the transfer clan can be considered the great ninja clan, with over 1,000 members, the number of ninjas is only about a fraction. Sending out this number is definitely the limit. After all, many of them are registered ninjas. From this aspect, several consultant elders are quite clear about it. Knowing that their power comes from the village, if the village fails, it will be their interests that will be lost, so they go all out. After someone took the lead, the other ninja clan leaders were no longer silent and used their strength one after another. Of course, they are not unrewarded. After the war is won, Hiruzen Sarutobi, as the Hokage, will provide corresponding benefits. Otherwise, we can't let the blood and sacrifice of their clan members be in vain, right? If you are a ninja trained by the village, it is your duty to fight for the village. But the tribesmen they sent did not eat the village's rice, so there was no way they would be rewarded. Possibly, this is also the reason why Konoha's interests are divided among these ninjas. Because they have really shed their blood for Konoha. Soon, these ninjas gathered a luxurious reinforcements. There are nearly 100 jounin, nearly 1,000 chunin, and over 1,000 genin. And these are not civilian ninjas. Their combat power is extremely extraordinary. As long as they have experienced a little battle, they are absolutely elite. At the same time, a lot can be seen from the proportions. That is the ratio of chunin to jounin. Compared with civilians, it is completely different. There may be only one jounin among hundreds of civilian genin, but for family ninjas, there may be only one jounin among dozens of genin. The difference in resources and bloodline has created a terrible gap between the ninja clan and the common people. It is no wonder that the village is dominated by the ninja clan. With these ninja private armies as the core, plus civilian artillery, genin, we can support several fronts. Among these ninjas, only Uchiha and Hinata did not speak. It's not that they don't want to, it's because a large number of tribesmen are already trapped on the Water Kingdom front line in the south, and there is absolutely no spare strength. Seeing that the reinforcements were raised so smoothly, Hiruzen Sarutobi breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Mito Kadoyan. The next thing is another thing. In order to better defend against the enemy, the village is preparing to reorganize the defense zone. Mito Minion glanced at Dohei when he spoke. Indeed, they agreed not to change his position as commander, nor to reduce the size of the Southwest Ninja Army. But it was never said that defense zones cannot be mobilized, right? Interesting. Tang Ping noticed the other party's gaze and laughed secretly in his heart. It seems that this is the reason why I came back under the pretext of debriefing. The purpose of asking Denzo to attack was to throw dirty water on himself first, so that he could only accept orders from the material in order to prove his loyalty. Moreover, the Hokage had also protected himself, so he had to return the favor, right? I have to say that Konoha F4's skills are indeed extraordinary. However, before Mito Minion could open his mouth, the Hyuga clan had already attacked first. Chapter 148. Is there such a good thing? Lord Hokage, please make the decision for the Hyuga clan. Hinata Tokumitsu stood up and interrupted Mito Kadoyan. The villain was the first to complain and attack directly. I wonder what Elder Diguang wants me to make the decision. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked knowingly. How could he not know about the affairs between Dohei and the Hyuga clan? He was just pretending to do so. Previously, Lord Tangping came to visit, and we treated each other with courtesy, but he... As Hyuga Tokumitsu told the story of the conflict just now, everyone's eyes were focused on the two of them. It's just that the eyes are different. Because they all understand the cause of the conflict. As for the immortal mode, you ask them if they are greedy? The answer is naturally that I am too greedy. But due to Tang Ping's terrifying strength, no matter how greedy he is, he can only restrain himself. No one placed the blame on Hyuga Kangyu, because everyone knew what the Hyuga clan's caged bird represented. Family separation is just a nice name, and it's not too much to call them slaves directly. Therefore, the spying on information must be under the instigation of the Zong family, and it is completely natural for them to settle accounts with you. Even those who were on good terms with the Hyuga clan did not speak out to support them. Do you have anything to explain? Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Dohei a chance to explain fairly. However, sometimes justice itself is unfair. Although they clearly knew that the Hyuga clan was interested in their sage mode, they dealt with it fairly. It can only be said that they were biased. I just don't know if there is any personal grudge between them. Anyway, Donhei doesn't believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen really dedicated everything to the village without any personal thoughts. If that were to happen, it would be impossible for the Sarutobi clan to have the 3,000 Sara family army. What's more, in the future, Sarutobi Asuma will teach the new generation of Iroka butterfly, which is the biggest evidence. The other party had been a guardian of the 12 ninjas. It is equivalent to being a teacher who has been a traitor and can come back to be the future heir of the 3 tribes. Gan. It's simply extremely selfish. Otherwise, Orochimaru would not have left Konoha out of despair, so he could not be completely cleansed by death. Before this, Dohei had confronted Sarutobi Shinoshook and slapped Asuma with a big dick. As the father of the two, it would be strange for Sarutobi Hiruzen to say that he had no opinion on him. However, even if he was unhappy with him, Dohei did not show it, but said lightly. Since the Hyuga clan wants the sage mode, then I can teach it to Hyuga Sogitsu, provided that she needs to go through my hard test for several years. I don't know if they agree or not. While speaking, he deliberately looked at Hyuga Sogitsu with a hint of hatred, making her bow her head in fear. Well, if there was no such look, it sounded like he simply wanted to give the Hyuga clan the opportunity to obtain the sage mode. But with this look, it was another situation. The subtext was to let the Hyuga clan hand over Hyuga Sogitsu to him to torture for a few years, and then give the Hyuga clan the sage mode. Anyone with a normal brain can understand it. No. It's a deal. Hinata Hayashi couldn't help but speak, but Hinata Tokumitsu interrupted him and agreed with a happy face. Isn't it just a small branch family? Give it. He would consider any other price, but if he hesitated for a second longer on this condition, it would be disrespectful to the sage mode. Originally, he had the intention of using the other party to calm the anger of the cage-level strongman, Dohei, and now he was even more overjoyed. As for Dohei not giving the sage mode? With the reputation of a cage-level strongman, there is no need to worry about this. The most important thing is, even if the bet is lost, will the Hyuga clan suffer any losses? Not at all. It's just that Hyuga Kangya has been tested for a few years, not their main family. So, it's no wonder that Hyuga Tokumitsu reacted like this. Then did I offend the Hyuga clan before? Dourhei also saw how thick-skinned these ninja elders were, and asked directly. He made this deal for Hyuga Kangyu. In this way, she will have a special status in the Hyuga clan, and she will not have to worry about threats from the clan before she gets rid of the caged bird. And she can follow him openly. Kill multiple birds with one stone. What a bargain! Absolutely no offense, I will not offend you in the future. At this time, Hyuga Guang completely lost his old-fashioned and conservative attitude, and swallowed back his previous accusations. Old fox! Shameless! The clan leaders of the major ninja clans cursed in their hearts. If they can get the chance to obtain the sage mode by being humiliated, they wish that Tang Ping would humiliate them, not pity them because they are delicate flowers. Okay, let's continue to talk about the defense zone transfer. Mito Minion took the topic back. As he explained, many eyes looked at Dohei cautiously. Because this was to split the southwestern ninja army into two. Half would continue to be stationed at Mount Kikyo, and the other half would be stationed in the southern region, which would be able to attack the sand ninja from both sides of Mount Kikyo, and also defend against the invasion of the mist ninja from the flank. Great! It was a very good strategy, and the only one who suffered was the commander Dohei. Not only would the task be heavier, after all, they would have to face the dual threats of the Sand Ninja and the Mist Ninja, and they would also lose control of the southwestern ninja army at Mount Kikyo, leaving Shimura Setsuna, who had just served as the deputy commander, in control. Okay. Doping nodded nonchalantly. I thought the other party could play some tricks, but it turned out to be just this? He never regarded the Southwest Ninja Army as his own. He didn't care even if he lost half of the control, as long as it didn't touch his bottom line. Honda Chamber of Commerce, collecting orphans, etc., as long as it didn't affect these, he didn't care at all. He even wished he had less responsibility. Power is responsibility. He led the Southwest Ninja Army to resist the Sand Ninja, but now he has divided half of the power. If he slacked off, the village had nothing to say. You can't try to divide my power and ask me to fight for the village regardless of my life or death, right? That's why he agreed so readily. Just seeing him nod easily, Mitaman and Yuta and Koharu looked at each other. Did we blame him wrongly? Because of Dohei's previous performance, especially the way he tried to annex the group of family ninjas who retreated, they were on guard everywhere. They tried every means to reduce the other party's power. They originally thought that he would have a fierce reaction, but they didn't expect him to agree. So straightforward. It seems that the other party is not only unruly, but also very nice. In fact, when Dohei heard that he was asked to station in the south, he had only one thought. Is there such a good thing? It's by the sea. The ninja world does not value the sea, even the island country of water country is the same. They desperately invaded the fire country, isn't it because they want to go ashore? But as a time traveler, Dohei naturally understands the truth that whoever controls the ocean can control the world. What's more, the south is closer to the river country, which makes him very satisfied. Letting him station in the south is equivalent to letting him use Konoha's resources to develop his own power. Not making a sound is already a strong control. So, this goal that Konoha F4 thinks is extremely difficult to achieve was achieved. But before they could celebrate, the door was pushed open. It's a big deal. No matter who it is, they know that today's meeting is extremely important, so if it's not a big deal, they will definitely not disturb it. But once they disturb it, it must be a big deal. Hokage-sama, the 7 Mist Shadow Ninja swordsmen led hundreds of Mist ninjas to bypass the front line and rush to Konoha. Now they are less than 1,000 kilometers away from the village. The messenger ninja spoke in a hurry. It is indeed urgent. If it is less than 1,000 kilometers, if the senior ninja uses the instant body technique regardless of chakra consumption, it may take a few hours to kill. Even at the standard marching speed, it only takes about 2 days to kill. Unbelievable. Everyone in the conference room has this mentality. The Southeast Ninja Army responsible for resisting the Mist Ninja is not a waste. How could they let the other side bypass the defense line easily? But the incident has already happened, and it is useless to investigate the cause. Everyone immediately began to discuss how to deal with it. Only one person remained silent, but his eyes were completely thoughtful. Chapter 149 Preparations to Capture White Zetsu. Will it be you? Although Doping was just guessing, he was actually sure who was behind the scenes. Madara. It was definitely Madara's hand. Otherwise, do you really think Konoha is blind and can't even find that the 7 ninja swordsmen and hundreds of Mist ninjas bypassed the defense line? With White Zetsu in hand, the opponent can completely eliminate all the eyes and surveillance points in advance and clear a secret route for this team. Plus, the current Sandame Mizukage is Mada's puppet, so it's normal for him to do this. As for why he played this trick, he must have felt that Konoha is too strong, let's weaken it. 7 Ninja Swordsmen. It can be called the Mist Hidden Heaven Group. It is said that the 7 people have the strength to destroy a country when they join forces. And this is actually not wrong, because some countries in the ninja world are pitifully small, so destroying a country is really not impossible. The 7 people are almost all elite jonin, and with special ninja swords, even cage-level strongmen will have to suffer in the face of their siege. Unfortunately, this surprise attack, which was originally secretly assisted by Mada and made the Mist Hidden Heaven group famous, will next create a reputation for ninjutsu. 8 Gates of Dungia. At this time, Dohei was somewhat fortunate that he had obtained the 8 Gates of Dungia in advance. After this incident, Sarutobi Hiruzen would never give it to him even if he was killed. Who would have thought that it was this A-level forbidden technique that allowed a genin to tear apart the 7 ninja swordsmen, the Hidden Mist group? Yes, Dohei has realized that this time a famous scene might be born. The superposition of several key factors such as the 7 ninja swordsmen and the surprise attack on Konoha and the Kai team made it difficult for Dohei not to think about this matter. Originally thought it was none of his business, after all, the mission of interception was entrusted to the Jonin squad leader Yarara Shikaku. But he didn't expect the other party to call his name. Lord Dohei, I wonder if you can help. As the military strategist of Konoha, he naturally couldn't leave the cage-level combat power in front of him unused. Okay. Dohei nodded readily. He also wanted to witness the famous scene with his own eyes, and this was also a very rare opportunity. White Zetsu. As Madara's spy, the other party will definitely come to monitor this time. If he captures him without preparation, Madara will definitely come to his door and say something heartfelt. But if he does it without anyone noticing, it will be the best opportunity. He has coveted this treasure boy for a long time, but he gave up because he didn't have the chance. Now that he can prepare in advance, he has a good chance of quietly capturing him without being noticed. So, Doping will naturally not miss this attack. When the time comes, he will open a map cannon to affect the White Zetsu who is watching the battle. Isn't it a matter of course? And if you want to capture the White Zetsu with amazing self-protection ability, ordinary means are enough. Illusion. It is definitely the opponent's weakness. And in this regard, Doping himself is definitely not good, so he naturally needs to find external aid. His fiancée is the best helper. Is there anyone who is better at illusion than Uchiha? Just look at a certain filial son in the future who can kill Yui Kurane with a single glance, and you will know how exaggerated the Sharingan's bonus to illusion is. After agreeing to participate in the attack, Dohei stood up and left the meeting room. The specific arrangements and commands were not something he should intervene in. And Yamamakoji also stood up and followed. At this time, he was completely not even pretending, just like a follower of Dohei. He didn't dare to do this before because Dohei couldn't protect him. But now it's okay. Even if Yamamakoji pretended to follow him, the village would not do anything to him. This kind of thing is very common. Just like Mitarashi Shixiao followed Orochimaru and the root followed Danzo. Even the Sarutobi family has ninjas attached to them. So, whether this kind of thing is taboo or not depends on who you follow. Now Dohei, of course, has this qualification. Therefore, even if he lets Yamamakoji poach people for him, he is not afraid of being exposed. After all, there are many people who do this kind of thing. If you dare to stare at me, it means you are targeting me. There is nothing to say. I will just turn my face against you. Seeing the two people's actions, Hinata Diguang turned his head to look at Hinata Kangya, who was timidly shrinking in the chair. The meaning is self-evident. Why don't you catch up? So, Hinata Kangya could only get up wronged and take small steps to catch up with the two people leaving the conference hall. Ah! Hinata Hayashi sighed lightly, but in the end he didn't open your mouth. Others also secretly felt sorry for Hinata Kangyu. But they didn't see the excitement and anticipation in the eyes of the girl with her back to them. From today on, she can be tortured by Tang Ping's side without having to consider the pressure from her family at all. How could she not be excited? Fortunately, Hinata Kangyu's ability to disguise is amazing, otherwise she might not be able to control her joy and rush out of the conference room like a bird out of trouble. After leaving the Hokage building, the three of them walked towards the mountain clan. Anyway, it will take some time to wait for the attack force to assemble, so we can do some things first. Yesterday, Koji Yamama caused a sensation. Many young ninjas who heard the news almost broke out of his house. Today Tang Ping went to visit the mountain clan and also to help him stand up. Drink. Tang Ping handed a bottle of the power of nature potion to each of them. Gilu. They drank it all without any hesitation. How strange. Hinata frowned slightly at Kangyu. She felt like she was drinking hot springs, something was constantly emitting heat in her body. Your chakra will continue to grow in the next few days, but you will have a burning sensation in your body, which will not affect your actions. Tang Ping explained what needs attention. When hearing his words, both Hinata Kangyu and Yamamakoji were extremely shocked. Although they have seen a lot of things. I have even seen the Ascension to God long stage and rebirth potion, but I have never seen this kind of potion that can directly increase chakra. Both of them understand that if such a good thing is put up for sale, no matter how expensive the price is, there will definitely be people willing to buy it. But Tang Ping took it out so easily. Naturally, they were extremely moved. Koji, can you send a letter to the front line as quickly as possible and hand it to Uchihame? You must avoid everyone's eyes and ears. Tang Ping asked the other party in a low voice. No problem. Yamamakoji didn't ask what the letter was, and just nodded. Although the mountain clan has declined, it was once a ninja clan, and due to his rise, there have been many changes recently, so sending letters is naturally not a problem. Kangyu, if I want to find something that can blend into the earth and is similar to a plant, what can you do? Tang Ping told the relevant information about Baiju again. After listening, Hinata Kangyu lowered her head and thought while walking. Although she did not believe that such an existence existed in the ninja world, when the person who said this was Dohei, she had no doubts. Just like her Tensagen, even the Hyuga clan knew nothing about it, but Tanghei knew very well how he could not let her trust laymen. After walking for a while. If I prepare in advance and search an area with all my strength. Hinata Kangyu said she had thought of a solution. Regarding her reincarnated eye during the second fetal movement period, she knew that it was completely different from the ordinary Byakugan, and she would definitely be able to find some clues through a targeted search. It's like a grain of sand in the desert. If you don't move, you won't be able to detect it. You can lock an area in advance, and you can naturally observe any changes in the position of that grain of sand. With this stupid method, no matter how good the disguise is, it is impossible to escape observation. Tang Ping made the decision directly. Okay, let's do it. No matter how stupid this method is, it is already the best method in a hurry. And he doesn't rely entirely on the reincarnated eye. He also had an idea, but he didn't say it out loud. Keep an eye on it, I don't believe you can't find Baiju. And as long as you find the other party, you can definitely capture it through mental calculations or unintentional calculations, and then find a way to accidentally destroy the scene to avoid future troubles. All I can say is that Tang Ping is ready to give it a try this time. I have become a young lady in the club. If I lose, I will be a young lady. It's not that he wants to fight, but the treasure boy is too tempting. Chapter 150. Thanks to Mr. Hinata for the big gift package. After coming to the mountain clan, Tang Ping happened to meet several small ninja clans such as Shinkawa, Peninsula, and Nagata, whose number was less than 100 at most. The other parties expressed their willingness to work for him. Of course, these are all fallen ninja clans selected by the mountain clan. The key point is to not have too many bonds with the village and be willing to be loyal to him. With this restriction, don't think too much about quality. There are less than 5 official genin, but there are quite a few who are not even genin with ninja talent, almost a dozen people. By comparison, even the former Yamamakoji's talent was pretty good among the declining ninja clan. You must know that when Yamamakoji's talent is in the class, even excluding the ninja clan, he is only at an ordinary level among the remaining civilian ninja school students. It can be seen from this that why Konoha does not invest resources in cultivating these declining ninja clan. The gain outweighs the loss. Compared with the wild ninjas, these declining ninja clans are all considered to be unnaturally talented, so they are worth poaching. After meeting each other, these people are considered to be Tang Ping's followers. A ninja's loyalty is stronger than a contract. Especially the ninjas. Although they are very resourceful in their missions, they are very similar to samurai in some aspects. Certainly. It is impossible for Tang Ping to spend resources as soon as he takes refuge. He is not the one who has been taken advantage of. Directly give them some tasks such as collecting materials, guarding the caravan, and gathering intelligence. As long as they complete the task well, Tang Ping will naturally not be stingy with rewards. At the same time, he can also test the opponent's ability when performing tasks. And personality. Ninjutsu, experience skills, potions, secret medicine, ninja tools, etc. Actually, doping can't take them out. But he can exchange them with the ninja clan. Not to mention other people, as long as he can take out the healing potion, he can definitely exchange these from Uchiha Nagase's eldest son. So, it's not possible to cultivate a large number of followers, but there is no pressure at all with this number. As for those unique long step to godhood surgery, alien implants, natural force potions, etc., it's necessary to ensure the other party's loyalty and personality before talking about it. Of course, doping thought of a good way to ensure loyalty. Curse seal. There is no reason why Orochimaru can get inspiration from Jago to make this thing. He knows the general information, and he can't make it under the premise of having the Fuzu tree and the Sage mode, right? When it comes to natural force research, Orochimaru can't compare to him who controls the Holy Land. If combined with the sealing technique, the functions such as tongue binding root extinction disaster are integrated into the curse seal, it is simply against the sky. Good stuff. Unfortunately, the development is too difficult, so it is still on the plan list for the time being. After staying in the mountain family for a while, a Hyuga ninja suddenly came to the door. Master Doping, this is the gift that the Great Elder asked me to give you. The other party handed over a scroll. Sealed scroll? Doping realized this at the first time, but he didn't say much, just said. Got it. He didn't say thank you. Just kidding, he and the Hyuga family are enemies, how could he say thank you? After the others left. Release. Doping took out the things inside with the seal, and then was a little stunned. More than a dozen scrolls, and more notebooks, added up to almost dozens of kilograms. D-level fire style. Fireworks. C-level fire style. Fire burning technique. A-level fire style. Earth fire technique. S-level fire style. All are fire style, and there are corresponding research materials. Note that none of these fire escape techniques belong to the village. If they do, the Hyuga clan would not be qualified to give them to him. This is the real gift. With these fire escape techniques, combined with Dohei's current fire spirit root level fire escape talent, even if Mata is reborn, he will be inferior to him in terms of fire escape techniques. No. Since the development of Zurong's true body, the opponent is not as good as himself in the field of fire escape techniques. After all, Mata just likes to use fire escape techniques, and he is only really good at Sharingan. No doubt, Dohei went to the training ground as soon as possible. Soon, he will face the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Kirigakuer. Even if the opponent will be torn apart by a genin, that is under normal circumstances. With his presence, no one knows whether there will be any accidents. If he really fights 1 against 7, he dare not guarantee a sure win. Because in the battle between ninjas, the victory or defeat is completely a matter of a hair's breadth, and it is possible that he will capsize directly in the gutter because of an accident. Even if he can drive a Gundam, he will be at a loss if the other party does not confront him head-on. Therefore, these fire escape techniques that can enrich his combat methods must be mastered as soon as possible. Normally, it takes a long time to learn ninjutsu. But he has already consumed several bottles of natural force potions, and his fire escape talent has been upgraded to Fire Spirit Root, not to mention the learning plug-in such as the Clearing Agent. It is not a problem to quickly learn these fire escape techniques. What surprised Dohei the most? It is the only S-level fire escape, which has already had some meaning of borrowing from natural energy. Just like the future Najima, who can use natural energy to play the S-level lightning escape Kirin, which is extremely powerful and does not consume too much. As for Kakashi's S-level Reikari, just take a look. Under various plugins, Dohei quickly digested this big gift package from the Hyga clan. The other party made a very careful calculation. Use this gift to confirm the previous agreement. In other words, after Dohei received this gift, the Sage mode must be passed on to the Hyga clan, otherwise the reputation will be ruined. In this regard, Dohei can say that they thought too much. He would indeed teach the Sage mode to the Hyga clan, but only to Hyga Sogitsu. As for whether they could get it, what did it have to do with him? At the same time, his letter was also secretly sent out, and many materials were also secretly collected for him. With the Yamajian clan and several small ninja clans joining him, he finally had some available manpower. No matter how reliable Honglian and those orphans were, they would have to wait for a few years before they could be put to use. Doping was not like the village leaders, who said, "Children are the future of the village," and the elderly burn themselves to illuminate the future, but actually let the children who had not graduated go to the battlefield, and they sat in charge in the back. Bah! Spit before you go, that sentence should be said the other way around. The elderly are the future of the village, and the children burn themselves to illuminate the future. Anyway, the orphans under Doping's command must be allowed to reach the normal graduation age of the ninja school, 12, first. At dusk, Narashikaku sent people to the training ground. Obviously, the preparations for departure were complete. It took most of the day, not because the ninjas were so inefficient. It was because they had to first determine the target information. At the same time, they were also making other preparations. When Tang Ping arrived at the village gate, he saw the battle team. The quantity is surprisingly small. 500 people. But aside from its awe-inspiring aura, the equipment is also extremely complete. Except for these 500 people, I have asked the remaining 1,000 people to set off in advance in small teams, which is enough to ensure that no fish will slip through the net. Narashikaku, who came to greet him, may have noticed Dohei's doubts and explained aloud. After listening, Tang Ping had to admit that the other party's arrangement was indeed appropriate. After knowing that Kiri Ying must have a way to avoid eyeliners and surveillance, he directly used a large number of ninjas to humanize the opponent to form an airtight network. And once the battle begins, scattered ninjas can quickly provide support. The most important thing in this battle is not to defeat the opponent, but to ensure that the opponent cannot reach Konoha. Otherwise, even if only a few Kirikage were killed, it would be a huge blow to Konoha's morale. Among the 5 major ninja villages, I have never heard of anyone being beaten into the village. Tang Ping took Yamamikoji and Hinata Kangyu and silently joined the team. Before setting off, he looked south. If the other party receives the letter, he should also leave. As for the reward, he has prepared it in advance. The power of nature potion. He had more than a dozen bottles of this kind of stuff made from leftover materials, 2 of which were given to his teammates, and the rest could be used at will. Even if he is short of money again, he will not sell this thing, he will only use it for trading. Whoosh, whoosh. One after another, figures jumped away from Konoha and rushed towards the Kirigage surprise attack force coming from the south.